Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is America's Day at the Races. I used that entrance about 15 minutes ago. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Aqueduct Racetrack here in South Ozone Park, New York. Horses in the paddock, the first of 10 races in about 10 minutes. Great to have you with us. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much going on this Saturday afternoon here at Aqueduct. It's opening weekend of the fall meet, a 10-race program, and a two-day Pick 6 carryover, 114,000 plus. Also, day two of the 40th Breeders' Cup World Championships for the 11th time at Santa Anita. Yesterday, all two-year-olds today. 9 more Breeders' Cup events, starting with the Dirt Mile. A little different this year. Classic is not last. Instead, the 7th Breeders' Cup event, Breeders' Cup 40, Dirt Mile, gets it all started out west at the Great Race Place. As I welcome in my co-host, Sarah El Badwi. Sarah, with so much attention, all eyes on the Breeders' Cup later on this afternoon. But let's start with what's happening right here and this big two-day Pick 6 carryover, 114,000 plus. What are your thoughts about the sequence?
It's just a big opportunity. You want to get involved when you have that carryover money. We saw a Pick 5 carryover yesterday. We don't see those that often, and that was hit. But we do have today's two-day Pick 6 carryover. And yet again, we are seeing a difficult sequence with a lot of opportunities and ways to go. Nobody a major standout within those last 6 races, and many opportunities to get paid.
Exciting day of thoroughbred racing here, the two-day Pick 6 carryover, and in California. It is the 40th Breeders' Cup World Championships. Day 2, cue the animation, America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. What else? The Breeders' Cup Classic. You know the drill, mile and a quarter, $6 million purse, several defections over the past couple weeks. So number 12, Arabian Night, the 3-1 morning line favorite. He doesn't fit the profile, Sarah, of a typical Breeders' Cup Classic favorite. As you watch him train out at Santa Anita, maybe that has something to do with why there are such high expectations, how he's been trained by Bob Baffert. Why do you feel why is he the favorite?
To me, he's the favorite because he is that up-and-coming type for a trainer that we see have a lot of success on a big stage, particularly in California. A horse that was always so highly touted going into the Triple Crown races this year that unfortunately had to miss those races. And I think we are all left with the taste of the brilliance that he had previously shown before we had some time off with him. He ended up being favored in the Classic, finished third that day off of the layoff, and then has already defeated older company in the Pacific Classic going the mile and a quarter distance. But to me, he's never run a race that's so fast that separates him from many of his other contenders in here. And while we are missing that sort of star quality this year in the Classic that we had last year with a flight line, he's a horse that many will gravitate to because of who they think he could be. I think not because of who he has been.
Are you ready to unveil your long shot, or do we have to wait?
What's the anticipation about? We should have some time. I will definitely be revealing that throughout today's show, and of course I've already done so online, but we got plenty of time.
A tease, ladies and gentlemen, a tease, we call it in the industry. So the Classic 9 Breeders' Cup races out west. Today's races here, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. And that big story, two-day Pick 6 carryover, 114,000 starts in the 5th 2 stakes races for 2-year-olds. Race 6, the Atlantic Beach. Race 9, the Stewart Manor. And as always, we invite you to play with us. Sign up, NYRABets.com. You do so, use that promo code CUP25 with the Breeders' Cup underway to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NYRABets.com for your $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Get to the live racing, shall we? Field for the opener, New York bred maidens, 2-year-olds, 3/4 of a mile dash. Updated odds take out the second half of the entry. Apollo Code. Slammin' Gold is 2-1 with about 6 minutes to post. Horses are still in the paddock. So who graduates here, Sarah?
Well, I'm a fan of Slammin' Gold. I think this is a horse that has really shown quite a bit of progression in his 2 starts, and he did get seriously slammed at the break on debut, then broke so much sharper last time, showed some good early speed, finishing second to a horse in Solo's Fury that had a trip himself on debut. So I think we're looking at a logical favorite. I understand why the money's going here, and I ultimately went here myself. And, oh, by the way, He's out of Bar of Gold. We saw her on the Breeders' Cup.
66-1 winner at Del Mar in the Filly Mare Sprint Bar of Gold. The tie-in. Slammin' Gold, his second start, early October, right here. Similar company, Sarah. Slammin' Gold, trying to run with Solo's Fury.
And he just showed so much improvement from that first to that second start. He broke sharp. He had that learning experience. He was game and trying to battle back with a horse that had experience as well, and ultimately just wasn't quite good enough. But today, I think that we're looking at a horse that might be facing a slightly lighter field, who, if he takes one more step forward, he's going to be awfully tough.
Do you remember who the favorite was when Bar of Gold? No iPad.
I'm cheating.
No iPad. When Bar of Gold won that Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, do you remember who the favorite was?
Was it Gold Dakota going for yet another? No, she was a mile.
In the Filly Mare Sprint.
No, I don't. Tell me.
I said she couldn't lose. Unique Bella.
Oh, that's one of Ed DeRosa's favorite horses.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He probably liked her that day then.
Probably.
I think I made the excuse after that she was like too big for the stalls or something lame. Like that's what I came up with after the fact.
Crazy things happen sometimes.
Arad Ortiz on $130 Breeders' Cup winner. Post-parade, collected special with Matty Olver in the saddle. Well, backed in both of his starts.
Yeah, he's been short prices. He's finished third both times, and perhaps would have to take another step forward here today, though.
Sorority prank. Dylan Davis back from California, rode in the juvenile turf yesterday. Slammin' Gold, who did improve in his second start, 9-5.
He did, but now he will be going back to the dirt. He's another one that has shown a little bit of speed and early interest in the past on dirt.
Liberty Central, Thumps Racing Stable, debut in colt.
A horse that might need a start. Those Central Bankers do well first time out, but just not a barn that necessarily has their 2-year-olds cranked to go first time out.
Price is Truth. Manny Franco back from California.
A horse that will be making his dirt debut that also puts the blinkers on, and I prefer the Union Rags progeny on this surface.
Savage Spirit, the rider, I'm back in the saddle now, is Trevor McCarthy. Savage Spirit off the board in his first 3.
A horse that would need to take another step forward, but he's never sprinted on dirt before, so perhaps this might be to his liking.
15-1 if you like him. And then Malibu Margarita, Curra Stable, Gabriel Farm, first-time starter.
A horse that's taken some nibbles in the wagering, was 8-1 on the morning line, was as low as 9-2 at one point early on. And the dam, Frosty Margarita, also trained by Rudy Rodriguez and was pretty good in her time, 8-time winner in 36 starts.
Field for the opener. Early pick 5 starts here. Post time 3 minutes. Maybe you just tuned in. Want to play the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. 2-year-old warming up. New York bred 2-year-olds were joined by a New York bred. Richie Migliori standing by in the paddock. Richie, a very happy Breeders' Cup Saturday to you. We have a great card here. You've been keeping your eye on these 2-year-olds. What are these freshmen showing you?
Yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful day out here. I'm so blessed to be down here trackside. We're going to start with the one-horse collected special. Isaac Castillo was listed. Matty Olver is riding the horse. Now, they don't get the benefit of a 5-pound weight allowance because this horse wasn't entered with the weight allowance, but nice kind of vote of confidence from Jorge Delgado to put Matty Olver on this horse and, ride him without the benefit of the bug, but very, very sharp looking, this horse. And just really a handful in the paddock, a lot of energy to him, especially being drawn towards the inside. He showed really good speed at Delaware Park against Open Company. Now he gets back with New York breds. And as sharp as he was and revved up in the paddock and continued on the racetrack, I do think he's going to show high speed. The 3-horse Slammin' Gold is absolutely a standout here as far as I'm concerned. Physically, he's completely dappled out. He, to me, has finally hit his optimum fitness level. I don't think he was nearly fit when he ran first time. Didn't get a tremendous amount out of that race after not breaking particularly well last time. Big step forward, and I think there's going to be another big step forward. I was talking with John Kimball, and he said he's really happy with him since that race. And just to kind of date myself here, Lafitte, I actually rode this horse's Grand Dam and Great Grand Dam. So a little bit of age on me. I'm a little long in the tooth as well, but he looks fantastic. He makes sense on paper, and he even makes more sense from a physical perspective. And then the 6-horse, Savage Spirit, at a big price. I think this horse really raced into condition. Tommy Albertrani's not a trainer that cranks him up to win early. He lets horses kind of find themselves, and they do improve with racing. And this horse is really dappled out, great coat. I believe he will outrun those 14-1 odds.
Richie, if I ever want to date you, I'm just going to remind you that you won the Knickerbocker 42 years ago. All right, that'll be the strategy.
Man, when you say it like that, I'm feeling not too good about myself right now.
Richie, by the way, I told him yesterday I'm like a chip monster.
Chip
salt
monster?
and vinegar. Yeah,
Not cookies?
a chip monster. He sent me up a bag of Lay's.
How
salt and vinegar.
considerate.
Yeah.
Now, can we get him to send up something for me? I could use a snack. Will you share?
Yeah, no, I will share.
Okay.
I will share.
Good. That's all I needed to know.
Sarah brought me nothing.
Well, I got you your outfit.
That's right. We did match. Yeah, we did. She did a really
Picked it
good
up from
job.
the dry
You
cleaners
did
for
a good job.
No, that didn't happen, but
But he did send me chips.
that is true.
And
That's very nice of him.
We have New York bred 2-year-olds. They're at the gate. Now 6-5, Slam and Gold. Final
That's
thoughts?
a little bit much. I mean, look, this is a horse that he has that pedigree, he has that progression, he has the speed, but now they're really just unloading on a horse that had a lot of accoutrements to be interesting and that I wanted to be involved with, but at the same time, now it's just like, well, everybody else likes him, so me too.
Even money. Slam and Gold. Richie liked what he saw. Fit. Out of Barra Gold. That Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner at 66-1 at Del Mar. Liberty Central, not unexpected. Sarah, first day on the job for this 2-year-old, and he's a little bit, he has his reservations about the gate as Jose Gomez jumps off.
And sometimes that can just be the best thing, really, just to be able to let them focus on getting him into the gate without having to worry as much about the rider on board. And then always a precarious situation when you are said rider and having to get back on inside the gate.
And for newer viewers, just getting acclimated with the sport, you want to pay attention to the other horses in the gate as well. Make sure they stay calm and relaxed. These are 2-year-olds as Jose Gomez climbs back aboard on Liberty Central. We'll try this again. It is post time. First of 10, time for the early pick 5. Chris Griffin standing by the opener. Opening weekend, fall meet, Aqueduct.
Savage Spirit set to move forward. Savage Spirit hesitates briefly here. There's Savage Spirit. Touch reluctant. Behind that one is Malibu Margarita. These are the last 2 to load. Savage Spirit. Almost in. Savage Spirit. Appears to be in there now. Malibu Margarita, last load. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Speed right to the front, it's Collected Special in the early mix, and up on the outside, here comes pressure from Price is Truth. Price is Truth is now put ahead, now a full length in front. It's Price is Truth. The big gray here is opening up by 2 lengths. Collected Special did break on top, is now taken back here, is moving in behind Slam and Gold. They're going to track in 2nd and 3rd. At the rail, that Sorority Prank is looking to get out of there. Out wider in the pink cap comes Liberty Central. Second to last, Malibu Margarita with the trailer, Savage Spirit. They're chasing Price is Truth. And Manny Franco, they're still clear. They're up by a half length. Right there in second, here comes Kendra Carmouche with Slam and Gold, and they are trying to apply some pressure now as Liberty Central is a clear 3rd. Down towards the inside, Collected Special, less than a quarter mile to go. They reach the top of the stretch, and Slam and Gold is the new leader. It's Slam and Gold who runs right by Price is Truth. Slam and Gold is now opening up on this field. Slam and Gold up by 2, 3 widening lengths here. Price is Truth is trying to hang on for second. Liberty Central now claims that spot, but inside the final 16. No doubt about your winner, the 2-year-old. By Tappet, Kendrick, Carmouche, Slam and Gold. They win the opener. Liberty Central second, then came Collected Special, who's in a photo with Malibu Margarita. Final running time, 1 minute 11.42 seconds.
That was impressive for Chester and Mary Broman, the son of Baragold, Breeders' Cup winner, slamming gold by many, 3-5 at post time. Wow, 4-5 make it.
And we were a little bit surprised that he was a horse that was taking this much money, but then as he started to open up on this field, I was like, well, maybe they're right. He's kind of winning like a 4-5 shot should. And look, this is a horse that had a legitimate excuse first time out, was running into, I think, a pretty solid competitor in his second start in Solo's Fury, and then really, really put things together today for a very impressive performance against the rest of this field. He was opening up on them at will.
Kendrick Carmouche going to work, steadily pulling away in the stretch. A daylight victory. Carmouche, who won yesterday's Discovery with Krupe, strikes early on the Saturday program. You touched on Baragold, and in those very colors of Chester and Mary Broman that we saw in the winner's circle after the 17 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, one of the biggest upsets in Breeders' Cup history.
Exactly, and maybe we'll see some more upsets later today. But this one also a full to coinage, a horse that's been very versatile in terms of his career. He was also a pretty precocious 2-year-old, so this is a combination that's clearly working out in terms of getting that win early type of pedigree, and they have options for turf with this horse later on in his career if they want to take them as well.
Mom was good on synthetics as well, slamming gold, pinning those ears, running right through the wire. How about Liberty Central, who was acting all funky at the starting gate, the first-time starter, completing the exacta at 19-1.
And didn't run that badly, and I will say this is something we've touched on a little bit so far, but Jose Gomez, with the start of this official Aqueduct meet, has just been riding so intelligently and patiently and really giving his horses the absolute best opportunity to be successful. Another smart ride here with a first-time starter where maybe you're dealing with a situation where they're a little bit nervous, they don't really know what's going on, but he's just been able to get the most out of the mounts that he's had so far.
19-1 to complete the exacta Liberty Central, but in terms of the win, no questions. Slamming gold 4-5, 3-4-1-7 results, reaction when we return. Plus 2-year-olds in the spotlight. Apollo 10 favored in the Atlantic Beach, first of 2 stakes races. And later, the fillies, wide open edition of the Stewart Manor. Rosie Jeeks, a quick, promising filly, tepid favorite. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
650,000.
Jesse, 375,000. AC, 335,000.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
One down, 9 left. First Saturday of the fall meet. Aqueduct, as always, coverage on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Entering the winner's circle, slamming gold, making it look all too easy, Sarah. Performing as a 4 to 5 shot, should.
Yeah, he ran well. I mean, again, taking a lot of money in the late stages of the wagering, but he really ran to the price that he ended up being in here.
Winning trainer John Kimmel standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. And John, slamming gold, he really took a big step forward his second race from the debut, and this was another big step forward.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little concerned the first time he ran. He really didn't show anything. He just kind of broke bad, kind of sat back there and never really made any kind of move. And actually, he cooled out real quick. So I knew he really didn't get much out of that race. And then I asked Kendrick when he put him on the second race to kind of at least help him out of there. And, you know, he went really fast. He went 22, which was really kind of unexpected, and he came back. He was blown real hard, and since that race, I think that really moved him forward. And today, I think it was a pretty easy effort for him today.
John, you've had such a long, good relationship with Chester and Mary Broman and their breeding program, and you've trained generations of these families. Obviously, you've had a couple generations of Slam and Gold's family. Is it helpful for you to kind of have that familiarity with the families?
It's helpful in the fact that maybe you might get to train them. As far as each horse is such an individual, you know, it's nice to think that maybe you might get a hint or two from previous generations, but, you know, each horse is different.
And what do you do now with Slam and Gold? He looks like the way he finished today that he'll stretch out. His pedigree says that as well.
Yeah, you know, that's why we kind of took him off the pace a little bit to teach him a little something. And, you know, we're kind of thinking he's going to be a little better. He loves looking at horses and going after them. You see it in the morning in his training. So, you know, we'll look for something down the road a little further. And, you know, eventually, I think he's really going to like the grass at some point in his 3-year-old year. But it's this point of the season. The grass season's about finished. So we'll wait on that hurdle next year.
John, well done. Congratulations. And guys, the grandmother, Concord Kid, I broke her maiden on the grass for John, so maybe grass is in the future.
And I trained all 3 generations.
Always love the John Kimmel, Richie Migliori post-race interview, especially after a win. And you were saying the same thing about pedigree and what he should thrive at moving forward, that grass looks like it could be in his future.
Well, I'm glad we have the same thoughts, because I'd love to see him going a little bit further on the grass in the future. Certainly seems like, from what we've seen from the pedigree, that he could handle it. So nice to get those notes from the trainer as well. And he just seems very, very in tune with his horse here and understanding what he's getting out of each and every race and wanting to have those progressive steps forward. He mentioned teaching him something, teaching him to sit off of horses. So I think that they're very well aware of this being a learning type of experience for him. And clearly he's taking all the right moves and taking those steps forward.
Finishing with authority and promising prospect, one to watch moving forward. Slam and Gold here in the first at Aqueduct. We turn the page, race number 2 with about 19 minutes to post. Start of the early pick 4, just a $12,500 claiming event, all for sale. Mile and an eighth, scratch the second half of the entry. Don't be late. 8 to 5 Goldini. How'd you see this one unfolding, Sarah?
I don't have anything super creative in here. We're seeing a lot of horses that have faced each other before on this circuit, many of them coming out of the same race. And Goldini is the one that did finish the best of them with some forward position as well. And I think that his main rival would have been Don't Be Late, who we won't be playing today. So I think that this race does really run through him.
Sarah will get creative later in the broadcast when we start talking Breeders' Cup Classic. For the time being, we do have that second race in about 18 minutes and 2-year-old stakes races as promised, 2 of them, starting with the Atlantic Beach, race 6. That is going to start the late pick 5, 2-year-old turf sprint. Number 9, Apollo 10 is the 5-2 morning line favorite. This was his maiden win, September 22nd. Right here, Apollo 10, rail trip, tips out, Sarah, and defeats a stubborn Irish Gent, who will meet again.
And look, I think that he could just be a slightly better horse than his rival that he'll be facing again today. And Irish Gent did end up breaking his maiden in and off the turf race on dirt. And it's nice to see that he's shown that kind of early speed on both surfaces. But Apollo 10 ended up just running him down, and it's not like he was backing up or finished with his race. He was just still able to come and get him. So I think that we could be just dealing with a situation where he might be slightly better than his rival that he'll be facing again. And I just think that it would be awfully tough to get past those top two going into the stakes race we have later on today. But I will say that my Game of Silk's horse is in there at a huge price, if the trend continues.
There's been some synergy, right? Greg had the Game of Silk's horse who won and paid $200. Who's yours?
Ruddy Buddy.
All right.
Who could pay more than Greg's.
Yeah, probably would pay more than Greg's. 50 to 1 in the morning line.
Apollo 10 will be tough.
Apollo 10. So Irish Gent has run since. That was in the mud. Apollo 10 has not. Any reason to believe that Irish Gent can turn the tables on Apollo 10 this afternoon?
Well, I think that you always have to consider the fact that Irish Gent will be in front of Apollo 10 in this race, and he does have that race in between. So he's got that added fitness, and these are young horses that are continuing to change and develop each start that they make. So perhaps you want to say, hey, he has the pace advantage. He has the race in between to sort of build up a little bit more fitness and maturity. And maybe today could be the day that he ends up being the better one. But I think that just with how that race played out with two of them, Apollo 10 could be a little bit better.
A firm turf course when they last met, and we have a firm turf course this afternoon. A 2-year-old turf sprints. The stakes races are always exciting, and we have a pair of them. The Stewart Manor has mentioned the 2-year-old fillies here, perhaps even more challenging for the handicapper. Deep competitive. Number 8 is Rosie Jeeks, who is the 9-2 morning line favorite. Let's revisit her debut mid-September. Jose Ortiz aboard. Rosie Jeeks in command, Sarah, from Jump Street.
She was just a horse that was forwardly placed and very comfortable doing so. You don't see her rider start to ask her for more run until we get to the top of the stretch, where he's just lightly reminding her that we still have a job to finish without really getting after her for her absolute best. So she's another one. She had that impressive first time out performance. I think Beats, who ends up finishing second in here, could be a pretty good horse for the Mott Barn moving forwards. But I think that today she's going to have to deal with some other speed early.
The race shape a concern. Jose Ortiz in California, riding in the Breeders' Cup. Fergal Lynch takes over. We won't be on for the Stewart Manor. Sarah, who'd you come up with?
Something crazy.
Something we have to wait for that too?
No, I know. I love to eat a little bit. A horse from Mike Maker, who's only been turf sprinting one time before. It was at Kentucky Downs, so maybe a little bit longer than 7 furlongs, who knows. But I think that just one that has had a couple of foundational dirt races and can sit a little bit off the pace without giving herself too much work to do.
Exciting first Saturday of the brand new meet, the Atlantic Beach and the Stewart Manor. These 2-year-olds will have it all for you right here on Fox Sports 2. When we come back, that's one of the biggest stories heading into the Breeders' Cup Classic. Trainer Rick Dutro, suspended for a decade. He's back, and just like that, back in the spotlight with a legit contender, White Abarrio, in this evening's Breeders' Cup Classic.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win
Arborio. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Nothing like it, New York City in the fall. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Later today at Santa Anita, the 40th Breeders' Cup World Championships, the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic will take place. Among the bigger stories is trainer Rick Dutro. Knows all about the highs and lows of thoroughbred racing. He's won a Kentucky Derby. He's won a Preakness and just recently finished serving a 10-year suspension. But now he's back, Rick Dutro, in a shot to win this evening's Breeders' Cup Classic with White Abarrio.
I never thought anything was going to happen to me like it did. And I had to face it then. This guy has put us right back in the game, and he just makes you feel good. Any people that are around him, man, you get a good feeling from him. He's an exciting horse, and he's a cool horse.
After 10 years away from training due to suspension, trainer Rick Dutro is back on the biggest stage, this time with White Abarrio, a Whitney winner even he wasn't expecting.
We weren't expecting to see anything like he showed up that day. I don't know where it came from. He just blew us away. I go back and I look at his training charts and I'm saying, man, how did this horse run like this? I mean, he wasn't even trained for the race. He was just, we were training him for a different race, and then this race came up and it was coming up a very short field, so we just says, okay. And we didn't do anything to get him ready for the race. I don't even know how it happened, I tell you. You know, he was in with some good horses. We thought that we had a chance of beating a few of them because he has before. So, I don't know. It's just, it lifted our stable up, and it's still on a high note.
Since arriving at Santa Anita, Dutro couldn't be happier with how White Abarrio has settled in.
When he rolled in there, he took over. That's his home there, man. The Doug O'Neill barn, they have given him every red carpet you could possibly imagine. He just is the happiest horse I have seen in a long time.
For Dutro, no matter how White Abarrio performs in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he never wants to stop doing what he loves to do.
I would love to pick out more clients, more horses. You know, we want more. So, you know, the day-to-day is what I do. I like the day-to-day stuff to, you know, to fight off the problems, enjoy the good stuff. I don't look at it as a grind. I love what I'm doing.
What a story. Rick Dutro. Should White Abarrio win the Breeders' Cup Classic? He is brash. He is unapologetic. That's just, you know, who he is, nor should he change. How do you think it would be received in general if White Abarrio won the Classic this evening?
Well, I think that you have to think about the perception anytime we have a polarizing character in racing, of which there are many, and polarizing not a negative, just a truth about a lot of the individuals within this game at all levels. It would be a polarizing situation. You would have some that are ecstatic and some that have very negative feelings about the situation. And I think that that's kind of where we do have all of our diverse opinions. And what does make racing so great is that you can have your opinion of something where you might be right or you might be wrong, but we all have the horses to tell us what the truth is at the end of the day.
Richie is with us. Same question, Richie. How do you think it would be received for Dutro? Should he win a second Breeders' Cup Classic? And coming off of a suspension, a 10-year suspension, again, that's the overriding thing that I think gets forgotten, that, like, he did the time and then some.
Well, that's how I feel about it, Lafitte. He was, you know, penalized heavily. 10 years of his career not being able to make his livelihood doing something he's done his entire life. He's paid the price, and he's back. And I don't think anybody should begrudge him whatever he does going forward. And you know, you hope that he learns some lessons. But that being said, too, you don't want the horse to be punished because of other people's perceptions about the players involved. At the end of the day, it's horse racing. And if the best horse runs the best race, we should all applaud that.
And nobody's ever questioned how good of a horseman Rick Dutro is. Again, this wouldn't be a first 18 years ago, having won with St. Liam in the Classic and eventual Horse of the Year. As for White Abarrio and that breakthrough performance in the Whitney, are you expecting to see like more of the same this evening, or was that a one-off, you know, flukish, freakish performance?
I never like to take one number horses, and regardless of what that one number might be or who they're trained by or whatever the set of circumstances might be, from a gambling perspective, it's never a good idea to take something you've only seen once at a short price or something you've never seen at a short price. And so for me, that's sort of why I've gravitated to be against White Abarrio, because I don't necessarily believe that we will see that 110 buyer speed figure that we saw in the Whitney replicated again. If we do, he's going to win. But at what price? I don't want to be gambling on a horse like that.
To be ridden by Rat Ortiz. The last time the Breeders' Cup was at Santa Anita, it was Ortiz taking down the Classic with Vino Rosso. The Classic this evening. Post time around 6:40 Eastern. Again, not the last Breeders' Cup event. These are not Breeders' Cup type runners, just $12,500 claimers. Updated odds. Don't be late to scratch. Goldini is the favorite, and a post parade starting with Jumpster. There he is. Tough sledding of late, Sarah.
Right, and I think that the horse that would have taken more money in this entry, Don't Be Late, who's now not playing, Jumpster, not really one I can make a big case for.
The favorite, Goldini, Rudy Rodriguez, 2 wins yesterday.
A horse that just makes sense coming out of the common race that many exit. I'm confident in his ability to get this mile in an 8th distance as well.
Grumps, Little Tots, the 7-year-old still doing his thing.
At least we can make the excuse for him that he was coming off a little bit of a freshening and might have needed a start after we hadn't seen him since Saratoga.
Dates Freedom, 16th start this year.
Just another one that maybe he used to have some speed. We haven't seen it lately, but if he can refine that early foot, perhaps.
Hang tight. He's been spinning his wheels.
He has no speed, but I will say that he's been some big prices lately and run quite a bit better than the wagering respect he has received.
And finally, Lord Gatling, not much of late, but a 3-time winner here.
I've tried to make some cases for him in some spots that maybe have been tougher overall, but he should have shown a little bit more last time, dropping in class again, and just didn't really fire.
Modest crew of $12,500 claimers race to Aqueduct, start of the early pick 4. And a reminder where you can celebrate the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships with us at Naira Bets. Take home your share of $40,000 today. Hit the late pick 5 at Santa Anita for a share of $40K. This bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Pretty good offer.
I would say
that
so.
Sounds promising. You have to hit the late pick 5 at Santa Anita. Tricky, a lot of horses, hard to handicap, but still.
If you do, you don't want to miss out on that.
No, absolutely. NairaBets.com. Warm-up continues. 4 minutes out. There you're looking at Goldini. Let's revisit his latest. This was 2 weeks ago here at Aqueduct on a sloppy track. Goldini, Sarah, he's trying to get involved, but very, very wide.
Right, and look, he comes out of a race where the top 2 finishers, Cool Quartet, and even a horse like Durkin's Call, while he doesn't win that often, he's very consistent. He is that horse that will show up and run his race, and often it is second best, but the 2 horses that are finishing ahead of him, they're both better than the other horses that he's meeting in this field, and you have Hang Tight, Don't Be Late, Lord Gatling, and Dates Freedom all finishing behind him. I couldn't make enough of a case for those horses to turn the tables on Goldini, who already finished ahead of them.
Richie, I'm pulling for Goldini just because I want another post-race Rudy Richie interview.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, I think if he does pull it off, Goldini, I got to get Lane Luzzy. It would be his first New York winner. He's hit the board on a lot of long shots. Horses have outperformed for him. He's a good rider. He's carved out a really nice living in the Midwest and out west, but now he's back in his native New York, and I think we'll have to grab him this time. That being said, Goldini looks fantastic physically. In a race that just appears completely devoid of early speed, I think he's just naturally going to make the lead from the inside post. I think he'll just kind of drag Lane Luzzy there. I hate picking chalk. I picked the favorite in the first. I'm going to pick the favorite here in the second. I just think he gets things his own way on the front end. The 4, Dates Freedom, really well turned out for Ed DeLauro, making a nice impression. You get Kendrick Carmouche, who is so astute at picking up on situations like this where there's a lack of speed and putting horses in a position to take advantage of that. So, you know, he's a horse that doesn't have a tremendous amount of natural speed, but with Kendrick, you got to think he's going to be more forward. And then the 6-horse, Lord Gatling, when he was good, and his recent races have not been good, he would show speed, and that's how he would run his best race. So it'll be interesting to see if he reverts those tactics. He gets Romero Mirage, another rider who rides a lot of long shots, but gets horses to outperform. He gives them their opportunity, and he's warmed this horse up in a way, you know, pretty extensively. So I wonder if the thought is to, you know, maybe get him to show a bit more speed. I really could not identify a clear-cut speed here. I think Goldini probably does. I'm going to set the over-under on the first half a mile at 51 seconds.
Yeah, Tom Durkin would not call it a brazen display of early speed, Richie. I thought it was interesting, something you touched on with Lane Luzzy when we were on set a couple of days ago, and how much he looks like his father in the saddle.
Could the same be said about you?
It's uncanny. It's uncanny how much Lane looks like his dad. I mean, we got a late scratch of the 1 horse, I believe, guys. Yeah, that's Jumpster, excuse me. It looks like Jumpster's going to be a late scratch here. He didn't warm up satisfactorily for Ruben Silvera. And, you know, that's one of the protocols here at the racetrack. We have examining vets stationed. A rider doesn't like something, horse is scratched, they take him out, and the horse will have to go through a rigorous examination and work for the vets to be cleared to race again. So a way of protecting horses, riders, and the betting public.
The very top priority as Ruben Silvera makes his way back to the room, has to carry all that equipment, doesn't have a chance to ride Jumpster. Sarah, who was the actual 9-5 morning line favorite?
Well, I think when you're dealing with both parts of the entry, and we saw Don't Be Late scratch earlier on today, I think that is the member of that entry that would have taken a lot more of the wagering support. So Jumpster by himself, not quite as appealing to bettors when you had 2 for the price of 1 with a horse like Don't Be Late. Understandably so, morning line-wise.
And as Richie mentioned, on paper, race shape, and yeah, by default, somebody is going to be in front, but no one typically brings that tactic to the party. No speed on paper.
Correct, and that could be an opportunity for one of these riders to be aggressive and make it more of that rider's type of race. And I like what Richie mentioned about Lane Luzzy, who is a rider that we saw quite a bit, at least I did, over at Sam Houston when you were still able to view those races, and was riding pretty competitively there. So I think that he's been delivering some good rides here in New York, and be nice to see him get his first win here in New York State.
Just a great story, Lane Luzzy, and perhaps a chance to do so with Goldini, who is the odds-on favorite by Golden Sense, a 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Exactly what Cody's Wish will be attempting later on this afternoon in California to go back-to-back in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. All set for the early pick 4. Chris Griffin standing by. Race 2 live from the Big A.
Hang tight, and Lord Gatling to the outside. Lord Gatling moves in. All set. And they're off. Goldini flashes early speed, so does Lord Gatling from the outside. They're going to be 1-2. They're well apart, though, as they work towards that first turn. Now Lord Gatling will get closer to Goldini. It's those two into that turn, and now Lord Gatling with a neck in front. Lord Gatling secures the front end. Goldini tips out immediately to the 2-path, and just off of them, that's Kender Carmouche with Dates Freedom, who's alone in third. It's another length and a half. At the rail there comes Hang Tight, and the early trailer. Late running, Grumps, Little Tots, as they work towards the backstretch. Romero Mirage and Lord Gatling, they've got the lead, and they're all alone up front. They're up by a length and a half. Goldini with no pressure here from second. Dates Freedom out in the center of the racetrack is in third. Moving in closer now, trying to get closer to these leaders. That's Hang Tight, Luis Rivera Jr., and still at the back. That's Grumps, Little Tots. They went 24.55 for the opening quarter mile, trying to slow things down up front. And here comes a mid-race move from Hang Tight, sensing a slow tempo, 49.4 for that half-mile time. Just got shut off, couldn't get through. Tried that move and didn't get through. Is back to fourth once again. Down towards the inside, it's still Lord Gatling in front. Goldini at 4 to 5 is ready to challenge, is within ahead of the leader, but now Lord Gatling lets it out again, is back up by a half length. Dates Freedom is now being encouraged to move forward as they're well into the far turn now. Here trying to re-rally is Hang Tight, and no move yet from Grumps Little Tots as Lord Gatling at 6 to 1 is trying to spring the mild upset, has a quarter mile left to go, and Goldini is all in here from second, trying to chase this runaway leader now as Romero Mirage has let Lord Gatling run, and Lord Gatling is now sprinting clear, is up by 2, 3 widening lengths down towards the inside. Here comes Hang Tight, up furlong left to go. Lord Gatling is still trying to fend him off. Hang Tight is rolling down towards the inside, but running out of time. Inside the final 16th, Lord Gatling almost there. Lord Gatling, Romero Mirage, nice ride, gets the victory. Hang Tight for second. Grumps Little Tots up late for third. Final running time, 1 minute 52.4.
Reaches back, finds some of his better form, which we hadn't seen for a while. Lord Gatling at a price in the second, 6 to 1 at post time.
You know how many times that I've tried to make a case for this horse, Lafitte? Yeah, how many times? But no, this was a smart ride. We talked about how we didn't see a ton of confirmed pace on paper, and Romero Mirage thought, hey, I'm going to go. And it ended up working out for him, the horse that had been forward in the past, had some races against much tougher company to go back to, and was one that they tried a couple of different things with. They tried him on the turf. He actually has quite a bit of turf pedigree. He showed some turf sprint speed in the past, and then last time he just didn't really have it. But today, with this aggressive ride, able to control things on the front end, and against this group, he was able to spring the upset.
Winless in 9 tries this year coming into this one.
Oh,
late switching to his right lead. Lord Gatling, good late run, Hang Tight. Goldini, when Luzzy asked the question, Goldini didn't have the right response. Any excuses for the 4 to 5 favorite who finished off the board?
No, he just really didn't have it today. And I mean, he's had a great trip. If he was going to offer anything, he was sitting right in that stalking position off your leader and ended up just fading in the later stages to fourth. And I would say, Hang Tight, he tried to make an early move after this pace setter and didn't get through at the rail, ends up re-rallying and finishing second, maybe one that ran better than it might look to finish second here.
Romero Mirage, F&F Stables, Ed Pringle winning trainer, Lord Gatling, 6-5-3-2. Those results forthcoming, plus a championship hangs in the balance out west. Idiomatic, fast, classy, come and catch her if you can, and Clairiere, who's going to try and do just that. The Breeders' Cup Distaff in California at Santa Anita later this evening.
Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Elite Power got him right on the money.
Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6
This
in a row.
is
Cody's
what
Wish,
winning looks like.
winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Dominant from day one.
At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. Where do we get it about here? What do you ask for one like her?
Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with Romero Mirage, who just delivered a picture-perfect front-running ride on Lord Gatling. This was a horse that in the past has shown good speed. He seemed like recently he lost speed, but I was watching you warm him up, Romero, and it looked like you had intention. You really wanted him wound up to leave there running.
Yeah, most definitely. The outside post helped us with that because horses usually break better when they're the last horse going in, and on paper there wasn't too much speed, and the other speed was a big favorite, was a 2. So if I figured if I could break good and clear him, then I could dictate the pace of the race because there wasn't too much speed. So that was the game plan prior. So that's why I gave him a good warm up, and he really ran well.
He ran well, but you delivered just a picture-perfect ride. There were a couple of keys to this race, obviously making the lead. But down the backstretch, the 5-horse Hang Tight tried to make a bit of an early run up inside of you, and you subtly kind of squeezed him back out of the spot within the boundaries of the rules.
Yes, of course. There's a fine line between race riding and, crossing that line. I took a quick peek to see where everybody was behind me. I know I heard some footsteps, and footsteps to the left. That means that somebody was maybe on the path inside of me. So I looked there, and I was still a bit clear of him, so I made sure to come down, not too fast, but to the point where he knew to take a hold going into that turn, because as you know, when you go into the turn, everybody swaps leads and drop down. So I made sure the rider behind me knew that I was coming down for sure, but not suddenly.
Well, Romero, everybody notices when you win races, but I watch races differently, and I see you ride a lot of races on horses that outrun their odds. You put them in position to win consistently, and you seem to continually keep this good attitude. How do you stay so upbeat?
I honestly don't know. I have a great support system around me, my family, my friends, my agent, everybody in the jocks room. It's actually one of the best riding colonies. Everybody helps you out, but it's just, I don't know, I just love the game so much. And my gratitude for the time that I missed when I was out with my injury. It could always be worse. I could be hurt and out and not able to ride like I was for a year, but I'm here riding instead. So we just work with what we have and play the hand that we're dealt at the moment. That's what keeps me upbeat.
Well, congratulations, really well done. And guys, it's about time some of these trainers start paying attention. He puts horses in position to win every single time, and that's all you can ask of a rider.
Quality rider, Richie, bright future in the saddle. I think his brother Rajiv, Sarah, bright future in front of a camera. His cousin Rajiv.
Cousin, yeah. I mean, he's doing a great job so far. It's been great to have him on the show, and just really brings another wonderful perspective in terms of what it's like to be on some of these horses, how you would approach these types of situations.
And $14, Lord Gatling. Over Hang Tight, Grump's Little Tots. Maybe you can take a shot at Lord Gatling next time.
No,
Sarah, I don't know. You'll get $14.
We're done
you can
here.
Take we march forward race 3. Another claiming event, 14,000 this time. Fillies and Mares, a mile. Just a Nyquist at 9-5. What'd you make of this one?
Well, I think we're seeing a type of similar situation where we have a lot of horses that have faced each other before. We have several coming out of the same race or have been in against each other, and 2 of them, you can at least make the excuse that they were against the track last time. The rail was good, they were wide, but at the same time, you have those newer faces coming to join the party. Angela's Party Girl being one of them, as well as Axl Rose and Luna Loca, so that might be where you want to gravitate more so than the horses that we've just seen quite frequently on the circuit.
3rd of 10 here at Aqueduct. Post time in about 23 minutes. Not the easiest of segues from $12,500 claimers to the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but here we are. Field for the 40th Distaff. Grade 1, mile and an eighth, $2 million purse. Number 4, Idiomatic, 5-2. Morning line favorite, and this is part of the reason why last month, Grade 1 Spinster, Idiomatic, running away and hiding here, Sarah.
Just a horse that's really improved lately over her last 2 races, and maybe thought that with the way that the track was playing 2 starts ago at Saratoga, when she was able to win the personal ensign, that she had dynamics in her favor. You wanted to be forward that day on August 25th, but she was able to back it up with another solid performance in the Spinster. She brings that good speed to the table. She has 4 triple-digit Beyer speed figures to her credit coming into this race, and she's just a very classy individual who's going to have that early position.
The race changed when Nest really didn't show up for Idiomatic. If denied the early lead, how confident are you that she can still win? Do you expect her to make a lot more pace in this Breeders' Cup Distaff than fields and races she's been running in.
Oh, any tickets that I'm playing, I'm against her. I think that she's going to be facing a horse like Randomized, who's pretty quick out of there, who won our Alabama and then backed it up with a win in the Beldame Search results. She's not slow either. I don't think that Hoosier Philly's that slow out of the gate either. Manor. Exactly. We're seeing a lot of speed.
And on all of that should set the table, for Clairiere. The mare cut out for greatness. Her last win, Grade 1 Personal, make that the Ogden Phipps, and just relentless pursuit to chase down Search results in this one.
And this was another time where we saw a huge performance from Search results, a horse that has early speed and has still been very tenacious, very game when having that forward position. But Clairiere just able to run her down in this spot. And with Clairiere, I mean, just really didn't fire last time in the Personal ensign, but again, wanted to be forward that day. She's a horse that comes from off the pace. There should be plenty of speed in here to help set up her late run and finally maybe get that Breeders' Cup win of her own.
So close last year. Clairiere playing devil's advocate, coming off of the 2 losses. Are you feeling the same about her, say, right after the Phipps? Have you lost any confidence based on her last couple of performances?
No, I mean, I think that she's just a horse that you can make a big excuse for her after last time she was against the way the track was playing. Maybe she should have run a little bit better. Maybe she's not quite the same horse that we've seen lately, but she's a legitimate contender still.
Another filly, like Clairiere, does her best running late. The Sarah Wet Paint, Kentucky Oaks runner-up, Alabama runner-up, Coaching Club, American Oaks winner.
And she's just another horse. She likes to come from a little bit off the pace. We kind of wondered if she was able to handle a dry track going into that Kentucky Oaks, where I feel as though she didn't really fire that day, but she did redeem herself with this win in the Coaching Club American Oaks, because Sacred Wish was alone and very comfortable on the front end, and she was able to just run right by her. Then she ends up running a good second in the Alabama behind Randomized. Dynamics in this upcoming Breeders' Cup Distaff, they should help her out.
Training at Santa Anita, like Idiomatic, trained by Brad Cox. Flavie and Pratt won yesterday's Juvenile Fillies turf with hard to justify Sarah. I've never looked at Wet Paint as a brilliant filly. How much do you think she would have to improve from what you've seen from her best to win this thing?
Well, she's a horse that she's a 3-year-old facing older, and we have older horses that are a bit more proven, that have run faster numbers, that will be benefited by the same dynamics. We have Clairiere, we have Leda Vida on the outside, we have even Desert Dawn, another younger horse who has that same closing style. So she would need to get a bit faster, but this race should set up favorably for her.
The Breeders' Cup Distaff, the 5th Breeders' Cup event this evening, post time around 5:10 Eastern. That's out west here at Aqueduct, getting ready for the 3rd race. We're about 19 minutes to post. Horses will be in the paddock as our coverage continues. Opening weekend of the fall meet here at Aqueduct. So our coverage continues here on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us. We'll have a paddock report, riders up, and a post grid for the 3rd next.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Top of the lane now, Gun Runner along the inside, collected right up alongside. It looks like we're in for a classic in the classic. An eighth of a mile to go. Gun Runner digs deep, he finds more collected. West Coast running on third, but Gun Runner the advantage. And Gun Runner is starting to draw key of the final 16. And Gun Runner, a superb performance in the classic.
That was 6 years ago today. 4 straight Grade 1 wins, a machine in 2017. Sarah, Gun Runner at Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Just such an impressive racehorse that we saw really start to shine as an older horse, and just the career that he's off to as a stallion so far. I think it was, what, he had 5 graded stakes winners in one day not too long ago.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Florent Giroux, the salute at the wire. I was thinking to myself that, has there been a better older horse? Has there been a better handicap horse since? That reaction from Steve Asmussen and the long locks. Look at that. And then I remembered Flightline last year. Aside from Flightline, I don't know that there's been a better handicap horse since Gun Runner and what he was doing. And I know he retired after the Pegasus, his first start as a 5-year-old, but like he was just really peaking at that point.
And that's one of the great things that we've seen from Steve Asmussen as a trainer. We see his horses go on and have that longevity of career when able to do so. We get to see them stick around, and like Clairiere, a horse that she could have retired going into this year. She could have then gone on to her second career as a broodmare, but she sticks around and still brings her A game to each of her races so far.
Tip of the cap to the breeders, the owners. Same with Jackie's Warrior, who we got to see for an extra season. Clairiere, and for trainer Steve Asmussen and his Breeders' Cup starters today at Santa Anita. Only 3, but 3 legit contenders. Aforementioned Clairiere, Gunite in the sprint, 4-1 on the morning line. The very fast, rapidly improving Society. Sarah, 5-2 for the Filly Mare Sprint, trying to dethrone Goodnight Olive. I'm not saying she's Echo Zulu, but not a bad backup for Asmussen. Society, who is wicked, wicked fast.
Look, she's quick, and she's going to bring that early speed to the table as a major advantage against her main rival, Goodnight Olive, who will be coming from off the pace. And she has that early speed that you want to see in a sprint race like this when you don't necessarily have other super fast confirmed speed like this. But with her, I feel as though her big wins, her big numbers, they've been bias-aided wins. You have a place like Charlestown where you need to be forward for the most part to be successful. She had a big win at Ellis. She had a big win last year in the Cotillion at Parks on a day where you needed to have that early speed. And I think that she's a little bit overhyped based on tracks with biases that have suited her.
Now you're just upsetting me.
I'm sorry.
No, I think we're going to disagree about. I already have it back. Thanks. Who do you think is quicker, Ida or Society?
I think she's faster.
She is fast. Okay, we agree on that.
Yes.
We do expect her to set the tempo.
I do.
Society.
I just don't think she's as good as some of her bigger performances have indicated because of the tracks that she's done them at.
Has to dethrone the champ, a reigning champ, in Goodnight Olive for today's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, trying to become just the second back-to-back winner of the Filly Mare Sprint. There's the field. Goodnight Olive drawn inside Arad Ortiz. 6-5 on the morning line. Society at 5-2. Richie, your thoughts on Society in that exciting, electrifying speed she does bring to the dance?
Yeah, I think Sarah makes a good point, but I still like Society. I think she's very well posted. I think she's going to get into the race the right way. I don't think she's going to need to be hustled. She has so much natural speed, and she's going to be my top selection. I just think Society could have a huge tactical advantage with the outside draw, her natural speed, where Goodnight Olive is better settling and making a run, but she's going to have to deal with that inside post and working out a trip. And we've seen that kind of work against her in the past in a big field. And certainly in the Breeders' Cup, you ask for no quarter and you give no quarter. And when you're on a horse that's a favorite, basically you're the hunted one. Everybody knows they've got to try to compromise your trip to give themselves their best chance to win. And that's when we talk about race riding. That's what race riding's about. It's putting your rivals in an uncomfortable position or making it as tough as possible on them without going over the line and breaking the rules. And I just think Goodnight Olive could be in a tough position from that inside draw where society should be sailing, freewheeling along from that outside draw.
Goodnight Olive, trying to go back to back. Sarah, is it me or does she feel like one of the more, in terms of how much she's accomplished, highly decorated, one of the more underappreciated reigning champions, defending Breeders' Cup champions I can think of? There's always a yeah, but when it comes to Goodnight Olive for some reason.
That's fair. I think that it's also situational because of the division. When you think about who are the superstars this weekend that I'm so excited to see, you don't necessarily go to the Filly and Mare Sprint as being that race, of being that type of race that is just one of the highlights of the weekend. And I think that's just the history of the race. We don't necessarily get overly excited in the sport about those Filly and Mare Sprinters. We focus on males going longer distances. It's just been the way of what we aim for and what we train for and what we develop. So I think that with Goodnight Olive, that's also part of why she may be a little bit underappreciated.
Even if she wins today, there's going to be a yeah, but Echo Zulu wasn't in the race. And all she does is go out there and perform at the highest level. Goodnight Olive looking to go back-to-back. And for Chad Brown, another Breeders' Cup win yesterday, make it 17 overall, and that was his 10th out at Santa Anita. We'll see if he pads his stats this afternoon. Breeders' Cup getting underway in a couple of hours. Meantime here, horses in the paddock gearing up for the third race. Excel Rose, serious contender. 9-5 morning line favorite, now 2-1. Guns N' Roses fans, this is your filly, or close enough. You're watching America's Day at the Races in a slanted camera.
And the stage is set. Bright Work will make Ways and Means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work is a superstar.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, you can get involved at Naira Bets and invite you to do so. Get signed up. That $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Use promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Post parade for the third. These $14,000 claimers, fillies and mares 1 mile. Justin Nyquist 5-2, Axel Rose at 2-1. We start with Sweet as Sugar, winless in 7 races at Aqueduct.
Just a horse that's had a lot of opportunities and exits the same race that many others do who are more against the track.
Justin Nyquist, third at this level 2 weeks ago.
One of those horses that was against the track, very wide on a good rail day last time.
Synonymous, it's been a struggle of late.
And I don't necessarily know that she's a horse that will appreciate the stretch out in distance.
Isn't it Excel Rose?
It's whatever you want it to be.
It should be Excel Rose. He's by Accelerate.
That's a fair point. She can win.
Semantics. Sarah's ready to hit me. Simple Sugar at
Violence is not the answer.
6-1.
A horse that was against the track last time. And again, I don't know how good she is, but she has a legitimate excuse.
You saw Luna Loca and then Angela's Party Girl. Best races of late on grass.
And just a horse that is doing a lot of different things in comparison to this group. She's getting some class relief. She's stretching out in distance. It's a race on dirt when she's primarily run on turf. And she has that dirt sprint speed, so she could find herself very comfortable on the front end in this race.
Good competitive race. $14,000 claimers in the third, post time 5 minutes. Meantime, yesterday, Future Stars Friday. All eyes on the 2-year-olds. A big afternoon for the Europeans. A big afternoon for the New York-based 2-year-olds.
I guess they can compete in California, right?
One more time.
I guess they could compete in California, right?
Who knew?
Crazy.
Who knew? Supposed to spin their wheels and struggle out there. How good was just FYI, and what could be the start of a monster weekend for Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado?
I mean, this was incredible because she sat right off of Tamara, who was your favorite, and they went quick early. They went 22, 46, and at the end when they're saying, oh, it wasn't Tamara's day, it's not going to be her day when you go that fast, but just FYI was right there.
If you excuse the favorite for going too fast early, yeah, you're not, I don't know that you can have it both ways considering how close she was to the pace and lending perspective to just how well she really performed.
Exactly, and I think that's why you have to take her so seriously. She was on top of a pace setter who was your favorite, who fell apart. She was right there. Other horses that finished second and third, they were coming from off the pace, so she was able to win the battle, end the war, so to speak, in that race.
So that was Bill Mott. And then you have Chad Brown, who back in 2008, his first ever Breeders' Cup win at Santa Anita with a 2-year-old filly in the juvenile fillies turf, Miriam, who paid $16, $17, $18, something along those lines. And yesterday with Hard to Justify at a price.
She was a price, and this is her winning the Miss Grillo when she kind of had things her own way on the front end, and that was not the case yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. She got a little bit more pace pressure and still sort of proved herself as not being that type that's being gifted a trip. She was able to fight for it and hold off some pretty good horses that were closing, including Porta Fortuna, as well as She Feels Pretty. She's a horse that I think really took a nice step forward yesterday and showed herself as a real contender going into next year.
Chad Brown, again, 17-time Breeders' Cup champion trainer now, and 10 of them at Santa Anita. So you had Mott, you had Brown, and then Todd Pletcher's like hold on, like hold my beer, right? Fierceness, wow. Could not have been more impressive in what looked like such a competitive Breeders' Cup juvenile, a mismatch in Mike Rapoli, who could not have been more excited for Rapoli and Pletcher back-to-back in the juvenile last year. Forte, now fierceness.
And a horse that I guess that we really just do have to throw out his last race, which was over a sloppy sealed track, and he just did not show up in that Champagne, but he had been so ultra impressive first time out, breaking his maiden. I remember being in that winner's circle, everyone saying Derby horse, and yet here we are now, of course, likely going to be the early favorite for the Derby, and I think Mike Rapoli's done that a couple times.
Yeah, with fierceness, Richie. Like, I'm not saying it was a Rozzy jaw-dropping, but it was jaw-dropping.
It was quite impressive. You know, he broke his maiden in such fine fashion on debut in Saratoga, and a lot was expected of him, and he just did not show up in the Champagne. Well, he showed up in a big way yesterday, and I got a really big kick out of Johnny Velasquez back in the saddle for Todd Pletcher in those Rapoli colors. You know, you think about both Johnny's and Todd's rise to superstardom and how much influence they had on each other, and you know, helping each other get to those Hall of Fame resumes. I just thought it was really appropriate. I got a big kick out of it, and he looked like a winner every single step of the way, and he finished. And listen, the trio fillies were good. He ran over 2 seconds faster than just FYI, who I thought was very impressive, who took all that heat, you know, putting the pressure on Tamara, and was able to continue under Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott. And Flavien Prat, once again, hard to justify, showing what I think about him. There is absolutely no flaw in his game. He does everything extremely well. There may be riders that do some things a little bit better, but he does everything well. Now, let's shift gears from the future stars of tomorrow to lower-level $14,000 claimers here. The 4, Axel Rose. Anytime a horse, especially in these lower-level races, really catches my eye, inevitably it's a Rob Atras trainee. His horses just always glow with good health, and Axel Rose is no exception. She looks fantastic. The 6, Luna Loca, really looked good as well physically, and I like her on paper. So ultimately, she is my top selection. And Angela's Party Girl, well posted. You get Jairo Rendon, who's not quite ready to go work with the cows and been riding winners. So let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah. At the gate, Richie, thanks so much for the third race here. Sarah, any final thoughts with an 8-5 favorite?
I think that we're just looking at a situation where we have perhaps a murky pace. The class dropping horse on the outside, stretching out. Angela's Party Girl could find herself in front, but Justin Nyquist and Simple Sugar both were against the track last time. I went to Axel Rose. I think she could just rebound off of a race where she ended up finishing third against horses that I think were just a little bit better, Luna Loca being one of them, but she's in a different barn now.
Nyquist, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Kentucky Derby winner, sire of the favorite, Justin Nyquist. At post time, 9-5. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Angela's Party Girl. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Axel Rose has got company towards the far outside in Angela's Party Girl. They're going to be 1-2 and now joined by Sweet as Sugar, who's at the rail, and it's going to be Angela's Party Girl and Jairo Rendon. They kick on. They're up by 1.5 lengths as they come out of the chute. Axel Rose has moved towards the outside, is in the 3 path, and tightly at the rail there, Sweet as Sugar, who's back to third. Up on the outside comes Luna Loca, who's progressing as well, is taken 4th, is about to be challenged from in between horses, Justin Nyquist. Second to last, Simple Sugar, and the early trailer is synonymous. They're all chasing. Angela's Party Girl at 4-1 went an easy 23.45 for that opening quarter mile, as approaching 4 furlongs left to travel. Axel Rose at 2-1 is right to the outside with Sweet as Sugar. Justin Nyquist is hustled along from in between horses, trying to cut into the margin now, is not making up the ground yet, is being passed up on the outside from Luna Loca and also Simple Sugar as they travel as a pair. Synonymous is the trailer, but they have to catch Angela's Party Girl, who's on cruise control up front. 46-4 for a half-mile time, and Angela's Party Girl is the target, is now 2-3 winding lengths in front, showing no signs yet of stopping. In hand is Rendon, and Angela's Party Girl is just striding away. Angela's Party Girl is now 7 lengths in front. Approaching a final furlong, Angela's Party Girl is just opening up here. No signs of danger as they approach the 16th pole. Justin Nyquist is running on down towards the inside with Axel Rose, but no doubt Angela's Party Girl wins it easily. Angela's Party Girl over Justin Nyquist. Then came Axel Rose. Looked like Sweet as Sugar in 1 minute 37-1.
Jairo Rendon, another winning ride on Angela's Party Girl. Rendon, just a quiet passenger as the filly hammered her opposition in this one.
She did, and she's just a horse that overall had been facing better horses, and maybe she's not really a dirt horse, but just able to handle this type of group, especially with the early speed that we talked about her being likely to show, and just way too much unopposed early on for this group, and was able to really put some separation on the rest of this field.
What's happening with the favorites? Excel Rose, who's chasing in vain as Angela's Party Girl opens up, and Justin Nyquist, who was 9 to 5 at post time. You could tell she was spent rounding the far turn.
What's happening with them is that nothing is happening. They just were. They were running their race, and they're just not quite as good as the horse that ended up winning, Angela's Party Girl. I mean, Justin Nyquist, we talked about. She was against the track last time, actually ran pretty well. She's able to get second here. Axl Rose, one that was more lightly raced, but I think that she was a little bit out of her game. She doesn't necessarily want to be that forward, and this is a distance where I don't know that anybody really excels, but I also don't know that anybody really wants to be passing horses late either.
Angela's Party Girl, her first try at a mile. Jairo Rendon keeping her focus. The filly responds for trainer Derek Ryan. A win here, Eagle View Farm. 7-2-4-1 and a daylight score. Angela's Party Girl here in the third race at Aqueduct. Results, reaction forthcoming, and much more as we look ahead to the 40th Breeders' Cup World Championships to get underway in Southern California. We were just talking about Chad Brown, 16-time Breeders' Cup champion, trainer, make it 17 after the win in yesterday's Juvenile Fillies Turf. And of those 10 wins at Santa Anita, of course, but he's never won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Maybe that changes today with Zandon. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama win the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Entering the winner's circle, making it look all too easy. Sarah, Angela's Party Girl in the third.
And she was just a horse that made some sense in here. The new face to this group. We've seen a lot of these horses take turns defeating each other, and she was just able to bring that early speed to the table and draw away in the end.
Downstairs to Richie with winning trainer Derek Ryan.
Thanks, Lafitte. Derek, you had to feel really good when she made the lead as easily as she did, and Jairo had such a nice long hold. And people start calling you when you win, right?
Oh yeah, always. Yeah, the plan was to go right to the lead with her. I mean, she's better going long, and she's actually better on the turf. But she's been training really, really good, and I've been getting on her myself, and I've had a hard time holding her this week. So I figured this was a great spot.
How much of an advantage is it for have the ability to get on your own horses and kind of really tell how they're doing?
It's good and it's bad. Look what happened to my face when I fell off this week. So,
what happened? Tell us what happened.
I got a fall off a 2-year-old, so nothing major. A few scrapes, but not too bad.
Well, my imagination was going to barroom brawl, so I think that's better.
Well, that's a better story, right?
You and I have a mutual friend, speaking of brawlers. Nick Fattia used to play for the New York Rangers. Really tough guy and a great guy. Have you talked to Nick recently?
I haven't talked to him in a while. I had a horse for him a couple of years ago, and we did pretty good with it. And now and again, he calls me, and he stops by the barn and chats for a little bit.
What's your plans for the winter? I know you've got some horses at Belmont right now.
We got Bookham Dano in tomorrow, so he'll sort of like, depends on what happens tomorrow, we'll plan our winter from there.
Well, I really hope you stick around. You're always a welcome face here, and he knows how to find the winner's circle with frequency.
Eventful week. Derek Ryan falling off a 2-year-old, but in the end, a trip to the winner's circle after watching Angela's Party Girl crush in the 3rd of 10 at Aqueduct.
And I think that it's a great point to mention that he is capable of getting on these horses, getting a feel for who they are and how they're doing. And that's a unique perspective to have as a trainer, to be able to find out for yourself what's going on with these horses and what might be able to benefit them, fall aside.
He trained Musket Man, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, 3rd in the Preakness, 09 behind a 50-to-1 shot, mind that bird, and he did a good job with a quality prospect. Musket, he was a good horse.
He was, and then he went on and had a pretty good 4-year-old season as well. He's a horse that was continuing his on-the-board finishes in graded stakes, 3rd in the Whitney. He ran well in the Met Mile, the Carter, so a versatile type, and certainly a trainer that is quite capable, and still nice to see him having success, even if it is the 3rd race at Aqueduct.
And the 4th coming up in about 22 minutes. Good allowance race, extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile field, updated odds here. A forced ranking at 8-5. How'd you see this one unfolding? Let It Ride, the even money current favorite, 22 minutes out.
A little interesting that Let It Ride is your current favorite over forced ranking. We'll see what the double will pays are and how that might fluctuate. But I think it's between these two horses in terms of the bulk of the wagering. Forced ranking has become quite a force to be reckoned with himself after returning off an 11th-month layoff.
Perfect segue, a force to be reckoned with. And we were just discussing Chad Brown going back to 08, that first of 17 Breeders' Cup wins at Santa Anita with Miriam in the Juvenile Fillies turf. Another Juvenile Filly turf yesterday, and Sarah poised for another big Breeders' Cup Saturday at Santa Anita.
He's got just a couple runners. Look, he's a trainer that is bringing these types of Breeders' Cup contingents to play. He had a big say in last year's Breeders' Cup. He brought a lot of live horses. It's no different this year, and it must just feel nice to already be on the board with Hard to Justify going into today.
Watch the money early on with Zandon. Feels like a lot of momentum, a lot of steam going into the Breeders' Cup Classic. Yet to win at 1.25 miles, but what did he show you first in the woodwork, his most recent effort?
He showed me a confidence-boosting type of win, finally. A horse that finally got some pace to close into. And while I don't necessarily see this field at all in terms of the caliber of the Breeders' Cup Classic field he will be facing later on today, with Zandon, he's just so consistent. And it was nice to see him finally get that big graded stakes win of his own, a horse that had been hitting the board, reliable, very consistent type going throughout his career so far, 2 to 3 to now 4. You know what you're going to get with him.
2 starts at 1.25 miles, 3rd in the Derby, 3rd in the Travers. Where do you think all of this support and momentum is coming from? Why does he feel like the wise guy / buzz horse going into the Classic?
I think a lot of people have been chasing a horse like this throughout his career, and I used to be one of them, so I understand it. But he's also likely to get a good pace setup in this year's Classic. We talked about it earlier. We think that horses like Saudi Crown, Arabian Night, they'll both be showing some early interest, and he's one that comes from off the pace. You also have to respect the fact that he runs his race each time. You know what type of performance you'll get from him. And with this type of race where it seems so wide open, maybe others are just not quite as consistent.
Seeking a first win in the Classic is Chad Brown in Zandon, 12-1 on the morning line. Interested to see what price he is at post time. Interested to see who's favored. Arabian Night, the tepid 3-1 choice. The Breeders' Cup Classic this evening out at Santa Anita for an 11th time. here at Aqueduct. 20 minutes out till the 4th race. And yeah, going back to forced ranking, who is the current 8-5 second choice here for Brown. So yeah, Brown probably paying more attention to what's happening out west, but he does have legit contenders in the upcoming 4th race here at Aqueduct with forced rank on their way over. We'll have the Paddock report, riders up on the post parade when we come back.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us this opening weekend of the fall meet at Aqueduct. And as always, we invite you to get involved. Sign up, Naira Bets. Join now. Got a $25 free bet for the Breeders' Cup. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. 2 stakes races tomorrow, 2 stakes races today, and a pair yesterday. Sarah with the Turn Back the Alarm and Interstate Daydream, and Trevor McCarthy, an aggressive ride that paid off.
It was, and it was an aggressive warm-up that we touched on before the race, and I think it was necessary because she's a horse that lately had been coming from very far off the pace. Today, Trevor knew that he wanted to be forward with her. He knew that his main rival was a horse that was likely to be in front, and he didn't let her get too far away. It worked out for him. I think that this ride made a big difference for this horse because Tizzy in the Sky was fighting all the way to the wire.
A filly with some back class, a confidence-building victory here. This is a Black-Eyed Susan winner, an Indiana Oaks winning filly, Interstate Daydream.
She's just good and just seemed like the class of this field, but I think that when you have those more compact fields, you have to adjust a little bit in terms of the dynamics, in terms of how you can get your horse into the game and get them involved early. And I think that Trevor did such an excellent job of sensing this race on paper and then executing the type of ride that would get her to the winner's circle.
By a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Winner Classic Empire, Flurry Racing, trainer Brad Cox, Trevor McCarthy, Richie, and a ride I know that I'm sure you were very proud of watching McCarthy aboard Interstate Daydream yesterday in the Turn Back the Alarm.
Yeah, I really was, Lafitte, and Sarah said it so well. You know, understanding how a race is going to shape up, who your main rivals are. You know, a rider really has to understand not only his own mounts, but the horses he's competing with. And the execution from Trevor was tremendous. And you know, listen, Trevor's a taller rider like I was, like his dad. You've got to watch your weight. He finished so strong on this horse. And, you know, when you're only living on a certain amount of calories, right? You only have so much fuel in the tank. His fitness level and his strength was on full display there. It was a tremendous effort. And also knowing the trainers you ride for. You know, you're on a Brad Cox horse. You know that he's going to have him very fit, and they're going to continue. They'll find air. So I thought his execution there was absolutely tremendous. And, you know, Kendrick Carmouche later in the day with Krupe, the same thing. And a very aggressive early move, sensing a slow pace and seizing a race. My thing when I was riding the feet, if I make a mistake, I want it to be an aggressive mistake.
It's a subplot on these types of days as you look at the Fleury colors, State and Fleury. Sarah, whether it's Trevor McCarthy winning for Brad Cox or Kendrick Carmouche winning for Todd Pletcher, while some of the more marquee names, the bigger name riders are out of town riding in Triple Crown races or Breeders' Cup weekend, taking advantage of these opportunities you might not have otherwise.
Precisely, and even the riders are doing that so well, but at the same time, as bettors, you want to be a part of that too. We've had those carryovers. We had that late pick 5 carryover yesterday. We have a 2-day pick 6 carryover today. When other focus is elsewhere, you can still find those opportunities, and you want to be able to make the most of them.
Case in point, Kendrick Carmouche aboard Krupe. This was yesterday's discovery, and all of a sudden, he has call it a hole, I guess, that you could drive a sideways Mack truck through. Krupe driving up on the inside with Kendrick Carmouche right here, finding his best stride, turning for home.
And this is a horse that had significant trouble in the Pennsylvania Derby in his start prior to this. He got out of the gate slowly. He ran into traffic. And here, you're dealing with a horse, Army Times, who I think was really trying to get out on his rider. I don't think this was rider error. I think this was a situation where this is a horse that wanted to drift, and the rider was doing everything he could to try to keep that rail closed. Just didn't work out that way. The horse had other plans. Krupe able to take advantage of that situation and be in the right spot at the right time and just be much the best.
Yeah, Krupe, Richie, and Kendrick must have felt like a running back nearing the goal line and just like a massive hole to go through with that daylight he had along the rail going up the backstretch into the far turn.
Light. And, you know, when I first watched the race, I actually thought Fergal Lynch, you know, had made a mistake and vacated the rail. But, you know, watching it, and that's why sometimes you're better off watching a race once or twice before you really formulate your full opinion. Horse was definitely trying to get out and drift with him. But Krupe, that early move, again, knowing you're riding for Todd Pletcher, knowing they're going slow, that you can count on that stamina kicking in, the foundation that's been laid over time, the miles logged in the mornings by Todd Pletcher's training. And, you know, people that don't know, Krupe, named for J.J. Krupe, who was a successful horse trainer, nearly 1,000 wins as a trainer, but really found his niche preparing 2-year-olds, breaking yearlings, pin hooking. That's where he really made his name. He passed away, and Vinny Viola and you know, the owners with Todd Pletcher had a long-standing relationship with Jimmy Krupe, so they named this horse in his honor, and nice to see him rewarded with a stakes win.
For Mike Rapoli, co-owner, of course, the big win with Fierceness yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, a Krupe in yesterday's Discover. Stakes races for older horses yesterday. Today we have the 2-year-olds, 2-year-old turf sprints. That's coming up a little bit later on. And, of course, that 2-day pick 6 carryover getting started in race number 514,000 plus, the 5th race. First things first, this 4th race here. Horses in the paddock, as you can see. And now 6-5 forced ranking here, Sarah. For Chad Brown, Manny Franco will ride, and there he is.
And he's just a horse that was coming off of an extended layoff a few starts ago at Saratoga and subsequently was avoided claim. So you always have to be a little bit suspect of what that might mean. And he was able to stay with Chad Brown. He rebounds with a big effort versus tougher company, and I tried to beat him last time, and I was mistaken. This was a big performance from him versus tougher horses. American Gentleman finishing second. We saw Garuvan and Kunshin Bridge both come back, finish 1-2 just the other day. He's just the horse to beat in this spot, and bettors agree.
4-5 on that afternoon, 7-5 today. Force Ranking, who was cruising up top and cruised under the wire. Manny Franco, who surprisingly not riding in the Breeders' Cup this afternoon. He had 3 mounts yesterday. He had won a Breeders' Cup event out at Santa Anita with Sharing and the Juvenile Fillies turf back in 2019. But I think that's the mindset for a rider. Instead of being, down or uninspired because you're not riding in the Breeders' Cup, taking advantage of the opportunities you have back home.
A win's a win, right? Of course, you want to win on that bigger stage, and of course, you want to stick with those horses depending on what they might do moving forwards. Especially with the juveniles, you want to be a part of their career moving ahead. But even when you have those opportunities, wherever they might be, if it's not the Breeders' Cup, the winner's circle is still a spot that you want to be, regardless of what condition it might be for.
And Franco trying to find the winner's circle with Force Ranking. He has speed, part of his weaponry. Same can be said for Let It Ride. He's quick, Sarah, having won his most recent, his maiden score here, flashing that speed at the top of the stretch, starting to take some pressure, but he's going to widen on this field in the end.
And this was just his second start, and it was back in April, so there's a few questions about what sort of form he might be returning in, and is facing a pretty good field for that return race and facing winners for the first time. And great to see yesterday Eric Cancel get a win with Main Event back for George Weaver too. And something I like about Eric Cancel is when he's riding, when he's aggressive with horses. And it was nice to see him come back yesterday with a win where he was intent on getting the lead with a horse. So now today you see him with a horse that has early speed, and I want to see that same kind of ride.
Eric Cancel, there he is, and a meaningful victory, his first win since being sidelined with the ankle injury. And just in this conversation with Richie, you could tell just very much appreciative of the moment.
Exactly, and just a rider that, he had that time off. He was able to sort of refocus his mind and come back as a stronger version of himself, hopefully moving forwards.
So he's quick, Let It Ride, and he's 2-1, as is Forced Ranking. And the post-parade, Bezos, who usually shows speed, but not in his latest.
No, and he did kind of get out of the gate in a tangle last time, but probably was the best thing for him as he finished 4th at a huge price.
Register struggled since his maiden win.
I wonder what to do with him. He had a major excuse last time off the layoff and a significant stubble, but I don't know if he's good enough.
Forced Ranking, razor sharp. 3 straight wins.
Just the horse to beat, and gets to stay with the Chad Brown barn. He's just shown a lot in his last couple of races.
Greatest named horse in thoroughbred racing.
Did you name him?
Lafitte's Fleet. No, I didn't. That's the best part.
Oh, that's beautiful.
7-1 currently. Then the 5, Let It Ride. And May, right there, greatest racing movies of all time. Agree, yes?
Yes, and do we think that he takes money sometimes based on that name?
Absolutely.
I would say so.
That's a given. 2-1 second choice. Just Call Ray, claimed from Rob Atras by Wayne Potts.
Moving to a new barn and stepping up in class, and I just don't know if his recent races really give him a chance to be successful here, but he's been consistent over his last 2, just versus lesser company.
The gray, Just Call Ray, and then Letty, there he is, would be a big, big surprise.
He would be, and he's a horse that used to have some good early speed and has kind of tailed off over his last couple of starts, so I don't really know what we're going to get from him today, and I think that this is just a tough field. He's been in tough fields lately.
Field for the 4th, good allowance race, $90,000 purse, 7/8 of a mile. Pick 6 with the carryover. Get started in race number 5, 2-day carryover, $114,000. What I like about Force Ranking, and you try to make sense of the race shape on paper, is that he can mix it up early. He can be in some traffic if others want to apply pressure, and he's comfortable in that scenario, and he can still win. He can still finish.
Right. It's nice to have a tactical type in any circumstance, but especially in a situation like this where you do have other horses that definitely want to go. You have Let It Ride. He's shown speed. Bezos, a horse that is very, very quick early, and now is kind of proving himself to maybe be a tactical type himself, but from the rail likely has to go. So you're dealing with a situation where he might find himself in that perfect stalking type of position.
So Richie, on paper, he looks great, having won 3 straight. We watched his last win. Impressive. What are you seeing in person from Force Ranking?
Well, he's an interesting individual because he is a extremely stout, blocky horse. And if you didn't know that he was a horse that carries the kind of weight he carries, the first impression you get is, ooh, man, he carries too much weight. He can't be fit. But that's just him. So it's important to know what's in character or out of character for a horse. He is just a little bit of a pit bull of a horse, a bulldog, thick, solid all the way through. And I do think he's going to be tough here, but I also think he's going to have some company towards the front end. Horse that caught my eye and does have a race to go back to that would make him competitive is the 2 Register. I was talking with Dave Dunk, his conditioner, and he was saying that since the last race, he really started coming back around. The last week has been his best week of training. And when he broke his maiden here at Aqueduct, he got a 93 Beyer speed figure. It was a very good race. I do think you'll see an improvement there. And kind of interesting, too, he's a half to High Oak. Katie Davis started riding High Oak when High Oak had lost his form, and he kind of came back around, right? The grade 1 placing, a couple of good efforts, and now Katie Davis aboard Register. She did break his maiden back in February. The 4-horse, Lafitte's Fleet. Now, how can I not pick a horse named Lafitte's Fleet? I like this horse a lot. Physically, I love the way he warmed up. I think he's going to get a really good setup, and I think he's going to be lurking from just off the pace and come with one run. You get a 5-pound break in the weights with Louis Rivera Jr. I just couldn't get past how he looked, and at 8-1, I'm taking a bit of a shot with number 4, Lafitte's Fleet. The 5, Let It Ride. Listen, 2 big efforts, beating ahead on debut, came back with a nice win at Aqueduct back in April. Looking at him from a physical perspective, I feel like he's going to need a race to get back to his best. Now, again, maybe it's not out of character for him to carry weight, but with all the weather we've had and rain and off tracks, sometimes it's really hard to get a horse prepared to run off a layoff, particularly when the weather's not cooperating and starting to, change up your schedule and you don't have the consistency of works as much as you'd like. I think he's very talented, Let It Ride. I do think he'll be better for a run, though. And Let It Ride, terrific movie. Best racing movie ever made was Boots Malone, William Holden, 1950, black and white. You can go to YouTube and watch the whole movie.
I haven't caught Boots Malone.
I haven't either.
1950
we'll have
something?
to watch it.
Same year he won that Knickerbocker.
Yeah, definitely.
Let it
He's
ride.
looking up to you, though, with Lafitte's Fleet here.
Yeah, man. And that's got to be like an American Pharoah thing, isn't it? Isn't it like where they must have submitted it misspelled to the Jockey Club? Because this Lafitte's Fleet, Richie, the one thing is they misspelled it, man. Just like Triple Crown winner American Pharoah.
Well, I'm going to wait until you see Boots Malone. And for that last comment, no chips for you.
Yes, I do. I deserve it. I deserve it. That was uncalled for from the top ring.
Oh, that's a little rude. But so is what I'm about to say about Register, which is that one win that he had that was that 90-plus Beyer speed figure. That was a majorly bias-aided racetrack, and he took advantage of being inside that day. We saw horses come out of that race, not replicate that number. So I think that when you're looking at him and you like that number, I don't think it's necessarily indicative at all of what his best might be capable of. I think he did have a legitimate excuse last time. He's coming off the bench. That was a serious stumble. I wish he did a little bit more running after, and I picked him last time. I think that there are things to like about this horse, and I think that maybe we don't know who he really is, but at the same time, you can't take him off of that race because it's just not one that we can trust to see again.
You're talking about Register.
I am.
David Donk, who had a $100 winner a couple of days ago. Maybe you feel stronger about the favorite now with forced ranking, and especially what Richie was discussing with Let It Ride, who is the second choice here at 3-1, that he looks like he may need a race, especially at this taxing, demanding 7/8 of a mile distance. I'm always a little bit hesitant, and I think that's a lot to ask for a horse off the bench to race at this particular extended sprint distance.
And this is not an easy return spot. You have horses that are good with recency, like forced ranking, like even Lafitte's Fleet, and a horse that had that race under his belt now. Now Register has had a start. He has that recency and fitness coming into this race. I don't necessarily think just Call Ray or Letty are good enough, but even Bezos, I think he actually ran really well last time because that's not his game.
Right.
Coming from off the pace, that is not what he wants to do. And there was a lot of pace on in that race, so he actually may have benefited from missing the start and closing in different tactics for him. He's 41-1, now 42-1 right now. I'd prefer him, honestly, over Just Call Ray.
He should be in the firing line should he break well today, Bezos, based on what we had seen prior. Ramiro Mirage, who won the first race this afternoon, in forced ranking, who is 3-5 as they have reached the starting gate. Another look at Bezos, forced ranking, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, and think back to a couple of Breeders' Cup wins that they've shared in newspaper of record at Churchill Downs in the Juvenile Fillies Turf back in 2018. And Bricks and Mortar, Horse of the Year in the Turf, the last time the Breeders' Cup was at Santa Anita in 2019. And the first thing, Bricks would win, and I would look at my phone and just count the seconds until Andy Serling would tweet, Bricks!
He did love that horse, as he loves many Chad Brown Klarovich horses.
He was off. Bricks and Mortar was
he
exciting.
was the real deal. Absolutely.
Newspaper of record as well. Just ran them off their feet. Bezos acting up at the starting gate. And something to watch if he gets out of the blocks with his speed, should be right there, along with forced ranking and Let It Ride. Post time for the fourth. Again, if you're just joining us, that pick six for the two-day carryover gets started in race number 5, $114,000 two-day pick six carryover. All the action right here on Fox Sports 2. There goes Register and Katie Davis. Forced ranking for Chad Brown. Pictured, odds-on favorite, all set for the fourth. Chris Griffin standing by. It's post time.
Lafitte's Fleet, 3 out. Let It Ride, Just Call Ray, and Letty will complete the line. Got that pick six carryover coming up in just a bit here at Aqueduct as Let It Ride backs away. 2 left. Just Call Ray and Letty. Just Call Ray has gone in. Here's Letty to the outside. And in. All set. See a rider off now. Movement back there. Luis Rivera Jr. off Lafitte's Fleet. Stand by. Starter in front of the gate.
Is that my boy causing all this ruckus, Sarah?
He is mad that you said his name is spelled wrong.
It is spelled wrong.
And now he's very upset.
Resubmit it to the Jockey Club. Maybe they can get this whole thing straightened out. Okay, they couldn't for American Pharoah, but whatever. This is different.
This is different. You're right. This is more important than
It is
American
more important.
Pharoah.
It absolutely is.
You see him being backed out of the gate now. Of course, we're going to take a look at him, make sure that he is all good to go, and we'll wait and see what the decision is as far as your son.
He's my special boy. What did you see? I wasn't looking at the screen. I apologize. Did you see what happened when he was in the gate?
I saw Luis Rivera Jr. hop off. I saw him hop up a little bit. I did not see anything major, but I, like you, wasn't looking at the very beginning of this situation.
We're very focused.
We're doing so well.
We are. We'll try it again.
Going back in.
Come on, big boy, get in there. Lafitte's Fleet. Post time. We'll try it again. Take 2, Chris Griffin.
Now we're all set, and they're off. Lafitte's Fleet broke very well, so did Forced Ranking from in between horses, and now Forced Ranking and Let It Ride. They're going to be 1-2. At the rail, here comes Register, those 3. And now Forced Ranking at 1-2 as a clear leader is up by 3/4 of a length and immediately backs off the tempo here. And that's going to have Let It Ride move in closer now within a half length of the leader. Just Call Ray is the gray. Out in the center of the racetrack is now taken 3rd as Register and Katie Davis just waiting for room at the rail in 4th. Bezos has moved towards the outside, is 4 wide as they move up the back stretch there, and big bounding strides on Bezos is sitting there in 5th with less than 4 furlongs to travel. Lafitte's Fleet and Letty, they're the 2 trailers, and the favorite is up top. Forced Ranking is clear, is still up by a half length. Here's Let It Ride with every shot stalking the pace setter here from second. They went 46-1 for a half-mile time. Under a full drive is Just Call Ray. Bezos is trying to collect a rally here up on the far outside. Going to be 4 wide as they get set to move to the top of the stretch. And the favorite's got a fight on his hands as here comes Let It Ride. Let It Ride is pushed on by Forced Ranking, is trying to battle on back towards the inside. Also chasing there is Just Call Ray, and up on that grandstand side is Bezos. But they are all chasing Let It Ride. Eric Kensell, quick look back inside the final 16th. Gonna be geared down. Let It Ride wins it well. Let It Ride gets the win over Just Call Ray, then Forced Ranking and a late run here from Letty to grab fourth in 1 minute 23 seconds flat.
Wow.
That's our
Off
turn
the
statement.
bench. Let It Ride. Eric Kensell, that first win back from injury yesterday, strikes here, engaged, Forced Ranking, the odds-on favorite, Sarah, and goes right on by.
Yeah, he put this horse away pretty easily at the top of the stretch, and we saw a situation again where Bezos did not break that sharply, trying to commence a rally from off the pace. And again, when you have a situation where things aren't working out in terms of the pace, you have to adjust, and Eric Kensell was right there with Let It Ride. But this was a statement coming back from this horse. This was not just a bunch of nobodies behind him in his first time facing winners. This was a solid effort from him. And as Chris Griffin said, geared down at the end.
Easy win. A solid closing effort from Just Call Ray to complete the exacta 5-6-3-7. The odds-on favorite off the board. Forced Ranking, whether, Let It Ride and that terrific performance aside, Forced Ranking, that's not Forced Ranking. He's better than that. He just didn't have his A or B minus game this afternoon.
And no, and I think that's because the horse was right there, right off of him. And
finished third, excuse me.
And Manny Franco having to kind of decide, okay, I've already broken on top. I should just go on with it. And I don't think he made any mistakes from that type of situation. But again, he just hooked up with a horse that's coming back with some force here.
But he's done that before. He's somewhat dueled in early on and faced some pressure in previous races and still finished. It's not like him to wave the white towel like he did this afternoon. They're not machines. He didn't bring his best. We'll see what he does in his next start. Forced Ranking. And for Eric Kensell, in those Reeves colors, Randy Hill, co-owners, trainer George Weaver, Let It Ride by many. Impressive in his comeback, 5-6-3-7. Results, reaction when we come back.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
We watched his career, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition, it's fun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Just saw an impressive performance from Let It Ride here on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to the broadcast, opening weekend, Aqueduct Fall, here on Fox Sports 2. Never mind the rust. Let It Ride took it to the favorite, forced ranking, and cruised to victory. Eric Cancel, another win, standing by with Rich in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. And before I talked to Eric, I just spoke with Blair, George Weaver's assistant, and I said, man, I thought he might need a race because he looks like, she said, he's just really filled out and a big, solid horse. He's a big boy. Boy, he's got talent. But, Eric, this is your second win back, both for George Weaver. It's been a real nice relationship you've had with George now for a number of years.
Yeah, I mean, since I got here in 2015, you know, he's always given me the hand, you know. Like I said yesterday, he's that person that's been there for me in the ups and downs, and I really appreciate it. Very grateful, and it's wonderful to work for him.
Well, you can see the confidence you have riding for him, and it's so helpful, right, when a trainer shows that confidence in you. Doesn't it kind of free you up and allows you to ride better?
Yeah, I mean, we're in that stage now, you know, that he lets me do a little bit more of what I feel comfortable doing. But the plan today was with this horse, just try to break. He wanted me to kind of sit with the horse after a long layoff, you know, and he told me, but if he breaks good, just try to ride him good, you know. I mean, that's what I did, you know. I sat right off of a Manny, you know, which I thought that it was going to be a tough horse to beat, and once I got to a Coropo, you know, that I pushed the button, he was there for me.
Well, he really was. One thing I've been very impressed with, coming off the layoff yourself, right, having an injury, dealing with that, rehabbing, how strong you look finishing. It almost feels to me like you've come back even maybe stronger and fitter.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I can't lie about it. Once you go through an injury or something like that, you know, your state of mind starts wondering, you know, and I just wanted to get myself together and I want to come back ready, you know. I want to come back, try to be in the top 3 again, top 5, and you know, that's what I'm doing. You know, I boosted my confidence up, and I just want to keep it going.
You'll keep it going. Very proud of you. Doing a great job. Guys, it's hard coming back from an injury. He's embraced it, and he's taken it to another level.
It's a really big part of this story, Sarah, and you hear it a lot from young athletes who first go through a serious injury. Big hug there, Eric Cancel. And when you come back from that injury, an added sense of appreciation that perhaps wasn't there. And I think that's what Eric was alluding to in his state of mind now. Back riding healthy again. Look at that. It's a great
This is great
scene
to see. I mean, you just know how much he loves the game, and that's apparent from the way that he talks about returning to the races. And I appreciate that he's being so open and honest with us about how your state of mind, it starts to change when you're away from the thing that you love for such a long time. And I think that not on the same level because we're not riding, but I think that we can all say when we don't get to enjoy the things that we're passionate about or get to be a part of the things that we love the most, it changes you. And you don't get to have that same moment. So when you come back, you come back with the same appreciation, but more.
And winning for a trainer like George Weaver, yeah, we're at the same place, Belmont at the Big A, but it's a brand new meet, clean slate, and getting that momentum going. So important from Eric Cancel, back from injury and back in the winner's circle. That was race 4. Now it gets serious with the 2-day Pick 6 carryover, 114,000. Nice, easy race to start the sequence with here, Sarah.
And we're seeing a very wide open betting board as well. There's a lot of first-time starters with some big, interesting pedigrees coming into this turf route for those 2-year-old fillies. And right now, we have a horse in style points, the number 8, an Oscar Performance, who is taking all of that early money for the Clement barn. But there are a lot of ways to go and a lot of horses very equal within the doubles pool for this race.
How many would you feel, if you're playing the Pick 6, how many would you use in this first leg to feel comfortable to advance?
Well, I don't feel comfortable, but I would actually really only use 2 horses in this race, and that's where I would focus because when you start to spread and when you have that dollar minimum like we do, and thankfully we do, and I appreciate that we do, you end up having a ticket that just doesn't always seem feasible for the average player. So in here, I would use 2 horses, hope that it worked out for me so that I can survive in advance because the rest of the way, I think that it gets perhaps a little bit easier until the last leg.
She's had us on the edge of our seat all afternoon. We were waiting for that pick six ticket, that selection in the Breeders' Cup Classic, a long shot. You will see that a little bit later on in the broadcast, but we do have that pick six coming up in 26 minutes here at Aqueduct. As for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, youngest ever inducted into the Hall of Fame yesterday, a 13th Breeders' Cup win out at Santa Anita, his first back in '92 in the turf with Fraze, and his most recent with Just FYI. Strong afternoon for the New York-based 2-year-olds. Mott with the win in the juvenile filly. Stay tuned.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Elite Power is still 8 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Super Ocho with the lead. CZ Rocket to the inside. Jackie's Warrior to the outside. Elite Power has to go toward the center of the racetrack, but still fourth. Super Ocho, Jackie's Warrior, CZ Rocket. Maniwa runs toward the rail. Elite Power from the outside. CZ Rocket, Elite Power coming on. Elite Power, Iran Ortiz Jr. to win the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint.
A machine. Last year, with so much momentum going into the Breeders' Cup for trainer Bill Mott in those Juddmonte colors, the table was set, Sarah, a supersonic pace, enhancing Elite Power's late kick out to defend his title this evening at Santa Anita.
And he's just a horse that's been ultra consistent since then. And while he might not have the same numbers or flair as some of the great closing sprinters of the past, you have to respect that he's showing up and doing what he's supposed to do at all different tracks, slightly different distances, and able to overcome a lot of different pace dynamics, just not last time.
Right. And for a Breeders' Cup sprint, you don't have the typical like flamethrowers in this year's edition. You're not going to see that type of nuclear pace in this year's Breeders' Cup sprint that does kind of work against the defending champ.
And I think that's what we sort of saw as a vulnerability for him in terms of what happened last time in that race where Gunite was able to get the better of him.
Yeah, he could have a big weekend. I'd be smiling too. The win yesterday, just FYI, in the juvenile fillies. Cody's Wish, looking to go back-to-back in the dirt mile. Casa Creed, I wish he could go down the hillside turf course, but he's in the mile. A Warlike Goddess, who's run so well on Breeders' Cup stages, and Elite Power, 9 to 5 on the morning line. This was the Vanderbilt Elite Power, and what a race with Gunite here, where Gunite creates some separation from Elite Power, who's finding his best stride. But watching this race again, you forget how much work Elite Power had to do, calling on all his heart and class to run down a top-class sprinter.
Exactly, and just a horse that has always really sort of been able to overcome whatever is in front of him, able to have that same closing kick and just get there at the wire in his races. And we'd had that sort of rivalry brewing between him and Gunite, and we had to see Gunite actually get the better of him for once to really call it that true rivalry, which is what happened last time when Gunite was able to control a more moderate pace.
Also, I think the distance is key. I think it's perfect. They're breaking side by side, Elite Power, Gunite, because I know that Steve Asmussen, leading up to the forego and afterwards, said he thought at 7 furlongs that better suited Gunite, and that perhaps Elite Power, his late kick, flattens out a little bit the farther he goes. This 6 furlong sprint of the distance, I think, advantage Elite Power in that regard.
And I think it's just a situation where you have to think about pace, too, and I think about distance as well, but I think more than the difference between the 6 and the 7, it's about pace, and we're going to see quite a bit of it with Speedboat Beach for Bob Baffert.
He is fast. Are you a believer, Speedboat Beach?
I believe that he's fast. I believe that he's the likeliest winner. I didn't pick him on top, but I think that he is a force to seriously be reckoned with, and I think that you would be remiss not to think that he's going to show up with a very big performance.
Who wins the sprint?
I can tell you who finished second.
Edge of our seat all show. For Bill Mott, Warlike Goddess should have galloped in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf at Del Mar a couple of years back. Big effort at Keeneland last year in the turf, beating the boys again in the Joe Hirsch here. What do you make of her chances?
I like that she's getting a rider that is getting along with her. I like that Junior is staying aboard because he had such a good ride on her and good experience in this Joe Hirsch Turf Classic leading up to this Breeders' Cup Turf, because she has been a horse that when Joel Rosario is aboard, he's really taken her towards the back of the pack, and I don't think she needs to be so far back in order to be effective. She's a horse that was allowed to sit a little bit closer and get herself more in the game and not have this argument the entire time throughout the race, and I think that she is getting along with her new rider, and I like that he sticks aboard because he can get her a little bit more involved and have that work out for her.
Is she as good, in your opinion, going into this Breeders' Cup as she was going into the 21 and 22 editions?
I think that excusing that one race where she was coming back that was won by market segmentation with a gate-to-wire effort where there was just no pace on, yes. And I think that she's not going to be a horse that's guided into traffic or stuck near the back of the pack. I think that she's just going to get a much better trip today than she did in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf.
George Krikorian, already with a Breeders' Cup owner. Warlike Goddess, $30,000 purchase. Mott Alvarado, I just like that they have that momentum already with one in their pocket. One win as they turn the page and get ready for the Saturday Breeders' Cup
It's got to feel good, right? I mean, going into any type of situation where you've already had that success, you already have an idea of what is going to be happening in terms of your Breeders' Cup runners. You know that you're bringing live horses to these races, and you know that they're going to show up and run. It's just got to feel good to bring that momentum forwards into a big day like today.
Like, I'm done asking you who you think is going to win. Like, I'm done asking you. But
Okay,
who do you think is the horse to beat in the turf?
In the turf? I think it's Auguste Rodin. I think that we're seeing a pretty big European contingent. We're not seeing the B team. We are seeing legitimate European horses coming into this year's Breeders' Cup Turf. Even Mostadov, even King of Steel, who we just saw the other day, win with Frankie Dettori aboard with that big celebration at the Royal Ascot meet, or not the Royal Ascot meet, but at Ascot.
English Champions Day.
Yes, that's the one. These are good Europeans. We are seeing them bring some good horses over, and I wouldn't be trying to beat them, at least on top.
Aidan O'Brien, multiple wins in the Breeders' Cup Turf as always. That compelling matchup, the Americans, the Europeans, the Japanese, the Longines Turf. Later on this evening, at Santa Anita. Here at Aqueduct, Bill Mott, well represented in his 5th race. The pick 6 in the carryover. You saw Hollywood Dream, the first-time starter, and Just Jules, the 3 at 4-1. There's an 18-1 outsider. Where to be Marie, the pick 6 next from Aqueduct.
The sun shines bright on Caraconti. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Here down 25, here down 25, here down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconti, standing at Gainesway.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. It's the courageous Clairiere to win.
Both running a big race. Nest, Clairiere is too far back. A 16th to run. And Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This
is
what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curling,
the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
Welcome back, America's Day at the Races, Aqueduct Racetrack. This is what the handicappers have been waiting for. This pick 6 sequence about to get underway, 13 minutes out, 2-day carryover, 114,000 plus, and starting with a difficult, challenging handicapping endeavor with these 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course, New York bred. Make that open company for these 2-year-old fillies, and we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, yeah, this 2-day carryover, starting with these freshmen, these 2-year-olds, like no pressure.
Yeah, I know, right? As I said to our producer, I said, this is a full field of maidens. I'd like to get to talk about them a little bit here, as it is an interesting race, and we are dealing with some first-time starters, and some of which taking some serious money, as we'll begin with one of 2 Chad Brown horses, and that's Dynamic Pricing, daughter of Knight of Thunder. She sold for the equivalent of $204,000 at Tattersall's. Knight of Thunder, obviously a good influence. He hits at about 17% with his 2-year-old debuters. He won such races as the Epsom Derby and the Lockinge. And the dam did win once in France, and she's produced 1 winner out of 2 foals to run. What a pretty filly that I'm looking at here in the paddock. She's athletic, she's refined and effeminate. I like her. I like her energy too. She came in nicely on the bridle, but she's very engaged. She just is acting like she knows what's about to happen. Really well suited to the conditions. Now, I'm a little bit apprehensive the fact that it's a Chad Brown horse and she's 6-1. But of the first-time starters, I like her best. As number 3, Just Jules. Over $1 million for this filly at the Keeneland sales as a yearling. She's a daughter of Justify, who, wow, had a great day yesterday at the Breeders' Cup and has really asserted himself as a top-level stallion as we close out this season of 2023. Now, the dam, she was a graded stakes place sprinter. She did win as a 2-year-old, and this one, Have to Untreated, who's multiple graded stakes place going long on dirt. Now, if you go back also have to Ballet Dancing, who was a Greatest Stakes winner on turf. And there's one other turf winner in the family. For me, though, she looks as though she needs to strengthen up. She's very slight in her frame. She lacks some conditioning, especially across that top line. She's one that didn't necessarily make the best of impressions on me here. I'm assuming okay turf because she lacks some of that strength that you'd like to see, but it's not like she's screaming it in her physical form. So I would like to take the wait and see approach, although she is taking money. As we'll take a look at number 8, Style Points, who is taking some money, that's for sure, for Christophe Clement, and a daughter of Oscar Performance, who hits at 13%. The Dam's a Greatest Stakes winner. I remember being obsessed for some reason with the Dam, who ran for Christophe as well, Mystical Star. She has yet to produce anything, though. So I suppose it's a positive sign that this filly is taking as much money as she is. She looks fit, she looks strong. She was brought in with a pony and a training saddle, so maybe one that can be a little bit nervous, but she has not shown that yet here in the paddock at all. And she looks ready to go. So her and the aforementioned number 2 are the firsters that make the best impressions. One that has some experience is number 10, Z Train, whom I'm really excited to see go longer. Here for Tony Dutro. And looking at her, she just looked as though she wanted more ground in that debut. She's going to get it here. She's fitter than what she was for that first race up at Saratoga. And furthermore, she just kind of seemed to be run off her feet a bit going the 5.5 furlongs. She's still looking a little bit clueless here in the paddock. She has one of those wily kind of white eyes to her that always makes them look a little bit unhinged. Not that she's acting that way, but just the potential to become unhinged out there. And like I said, she was a little bit green, kind of swapping leads a little bit all over the racetrack. But I think now getting more distance to cover Lafitte, she's going to be able to settle into that rhythm a bit better. And Tony, as he has said in the past, he's not looking to win with his first-time starters. He likes them to figure it out, to gain that conditioning with racing.
With that race under her belt, the Churchill filly Z Train, really good stuff, Maggie. Much needed information with these 2-year-old fillies kicking off this pick 6 sequence. 2-day carryover, $114,000 plus. We're going to finally unveil Sarah's ticket. Let's see the strategy, $60 investment.
And this is a spot where you could go quite a bit deeper if you wanted to, and maybe you want to heed some of Maggie's advice and do a little swap with Just Jules, the number 3, and put in dynamic pricing instead. But I liked her pedigree. I like that Bill Mott's horses are running quite well, first-time starters. And I also wanted to use Catherine Thomas, a horse who debuted against Hard to Justify. We saw what she did yesterday. In the next race, the Atlantic Beach, I think Apollo 10 is just the horse to beat. I like that he's already defeated your main rival in Irish Gent, and I would single him going forwards in the sequence. When we get to race 7, we have Hunt Ball, the half-brother to Cody's Wish. He's a horse that's finished second in his first 2 starts, and I think we'll be taking that next step forward today. In the next race, we have an allowance optional claiming event. It's kind of an open field. You have Thrill of It, you have Colloquy, and you have Mason Mania, who I want on my ticket. Some horses that make some sense coming out of a common race, and then a horse that's returning to the dirt in Mason Mania. The Stewart Manor Stakes, I don't have a big opinion here. I think that you can use quite a few horses. I'm not totally sold on the favorites, though I do respect them, and I put in a couple of other prices. And then finally, we get to the last race. It's just, he's a lucky guy, and your mission for me.
Could be the best $60 you ever spent. Best of luck, Sarah. And everyone playing this pick 6 2-day carryover starts right here, right now. These 2-year-old fillies, you saw Hollywood Dream, and then dynamic pricing here at 7-1 with Manny Franco.
And she is favored in doubles, so I am expecting this price to come down quite a bit. Way too high right now.
Big weekend for the Stallion Justify is right. Just Jules.
And we have seen what those Justifies can do. There's a lot of versatility in this pedigree.
Way to be Marie. Not much in her debut.
No, it was debuting against Ever So Sweet, who we will see in the stakes race later on, so possibly a live race, but would need to improve.
Day away, the edge and experience.
And a horse that had run better on the turf and now gets to return to that surface. But again, I think there's just a lot going on with the first-time starters.
9-2, Catherine Thomas and Katie Davis.
And a horse that didn't run that badly first time out for Barclay Tag and against Hard to Justify.
Public Assembly, Peter Brandt, first-time starter.
The other, Chad Brown, not taking any money whatsoever so far, 24-1.
The Style Points is taking money live on the board, the 2-1 favorite.
Very much so. I like those Oscar performances and the Christophe Clement barn. He does so well with these types of first-time starters.
Maggie likes the distance, added distance for Z-Train.
And a horse that didn't run that badly first time out, 64 buyer speed figure sprinting. Again, could take another step forward, now stretching out.
Just Music, turf debut.
And a horse that, as you mentioned, gets on the surface for the first time. Rained off just as many horses were throughout the season last time out.
Channel Loop, Robert Evans, debuting homebred.
The other, Christophe Clement, again, not taking much money.
Currently 20-1, that's a fact. Jack draws in from the also eligible list.
And debuted against Rosie Jeeks, a horse that we will see in that stakes race later on today. Now gets a little bit more distance, but is going to be caught quite wide.
Full field, 2-year-old fillies, maidens, mile and a 16th. You can play this pick 6 with us. Get involved, Naira Bets, sign up. $25 bet, free bet, plus a $200 deposit match just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Use promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Your top selection we're looking at here, Sarah, in Just Jules and Eric Cancel looking to go back-to-back on the program.
Well, glad that he already had a win on the card, and he seems to be coming back and riding with some intention, some aggression so far over yesterday and today. So this is something Richard Migliore talks about quite a bit. When you're feeling good, when you have that confidence and that positive energy, that horses do feed off of that. That's something I completely believe and buy into. I think just from a general perspective, animals know how you're feeling a little bit better than some people do. So I think that bringing that confidence into this ride today, especially with a first-time starter, could be important going forwards.
Be a massive weekend for Bill Mott. The Breeders' Cup win yesterday, several live runners today. And this filly in Just Jules, Maggie, what are you noticing from the paddock through the post-parade and now the warm-up with these fillies?
Well, Lafitte, yes, Bill Mott could be on his way to a big second day of the Breeders' Cup, but so far it looks like Mano Mandela Day as he's won the first two on the Breeders' Cup card. But back here at Aqueduct, Catherine Thomas, I actually remember discussing her at length with both our Andy Sterling and Sarah because she's one that they both liked, and I said that she'd need a race. So she's gotten that race, and she's definitely tucked up. She's so much stronger. And furthermore, Barclay Tag is a trainer that likes to put a lot of equipment on his horses. You know, Chad Brown's someone that never runs their horses in blinkers first time out. So Barclay always seems to run them in blinkers, and she's got a lot. She's got a shadow roll, blinkers, a prong bit. So first time out, too, watching that race, it almost looked as if the first half a mile she was kind of running scared, for a lack of a better way to put it. She looked as though she was holding her breath. You know, she never kind of set down and got into a rhythm. I love what Katie Davis did with her today. Immediately away from the pony. Great gallop to the backside. I think we're going to see a marked improvement from Catherine Thomas because I just do not think she was ready for that debut mentally and physically. And let's face it, as you guys were saying, she comes out of a very live race. I do want to mention the other Bill Mott horse in here. Okay, if you like Just Jules, fine. She did not make a great impression on me. Hollywood Dream, who's a massive price, the other Bill Mott horse, is huge. I mean, she, for a 2-year-old filly, looks like a 4-year-old gelding. She's also got a very nice pedigree, and while it's maybe not so tilted to turf, the dam, she was a minor stakes winner on the dirt. She's a Have to Try My Heart Out, who did go 2 for 6 on the turf and stake placed. The second dam is Hollywood Story, who's a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, which makes the dam have to honor AP. So it's definitely a distance pedigree, and that's exactly what she looks like. So Bill's often a guy who will run them on the turf first because it's such an easier surface for them to kind of find their way to get fitter. I want to watch her. She's also wearing blinkers first time out, which Bill Mott's another trainer. I don't often see him with blinkers on his debuters. So I think she's one that's probably going to want even more than a mile and a 16th, but she was just so striking, Lafitte, for her absolute size and scope.
That Amazon filly, Maggie, Hollywood Dream, Mott with an outsider there, and Just Jules, the 3 at 5-1 as we get closer and closer here to the 5th race in this pick 6 with a 2-day carryover, and we will be pausing momentarily to welcome in new viewers. Still a lot of excitement. Couple of not only the pick 6 sequence, but 2 stakes races for 2-year-olds sprinting on grass later.
Precisely, and we do have that 2-day carryover, just as you mentioned, and plenty of stakes action coming up later on.
Like the confidence you have, couple of singles in races 6 and 7. First, have to get beyond this one. They continue to warm up. These 2-year-old fillies will pause briefly, welcome in a brand new audience on America's Day at the Races. Welcome to our viewers on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. This is America's Day at the Races from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Alongside Sarah El Badwi, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time. We still have the stakes racing coming up. A pair of them this afternoon, Sarah, plus a 2-day pick 6 carryover in moments. 140,000 plus in a very tricky 2-year-old maiden race about to unfold.
This is not the easiest way to start out that sequence. As you mentioned, with that 2-day carryover, we're seeing today's pool $211,000 plus. And sometimes with these types of races, the board can be your guide, but this is a pretty wide open betting board so far for these 2-year-old maiden fillies.
For our viewers just joining, you used who on your ticket?
I am going with number 3, Just Jules, as well as number 6, Catherine Thomas, a first-time starter, as well as a horse with some experience. And Catherine Thomas did face Hard to Justify last time out. We know how good she is after yesterday, winning that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Amazing how, yeah, that bump in the strength of schedule, all of a sudden Hard to Justify, just jumps off the page with Catherine Thomas. And for our viewers just joined, you still have time to get involved. Naira Bets and Sarah's ticket, a $60 investment. The 2 fillies you mentioned, and then back-to-back singles in the 6th and 7th.
Just logical types. I didn't have a super creative opinion with either Apollo 10 or Hunt Ball, just horses that make a lot of sense in their spots. I think you can get a little bit more creative going into the 8th and 9th races. They're a little bit more open, and then just 2 horses in the finale, just horses that have a little bit more upside. We haven't seen too much of them and too many opportunities for them to disappoint. So I think that in that situation, I want to keep it simple in the races where I think you can latch on to horses that are logical types and a little bit more wide open to try to get some prices elsewhere.
These 2-year-old fillies to kick off the sequence, making their way behind the gate. And Sarah with Style Points, who is the lukewarm choice, the first-time starter for Christophe Clement, 7-2 as we've reached post time.
And just a horse that is in a situation where you have a barn that is so good with these first-time starting 2-year-olds, particularly on the grass. There's pedigree for this horse. The Oscar performances are doing well on both surfaces so far, but this is an open betting board. You have dynamic pricing, the number 2 horse who is favored in doubles, so I wonder if she's going to take perhaps a little bit of a late hit here, and a lot of other horses very evenly matched within that pool. So bettors still trying to figure out exactly where they want to go. Seems that they have settled on Style Points.
And also just a big picture, aside from the pick 6, the promise, the hope moving forward, and some very promising fillies and what this could be the start of.
Exactly. There's a lot of very interesting pedigrees within this race, a lot of horses that are going out from very high-profile barns, and I think that we could hear quite a bit from horses that maybe today is not their day down the road.
Agree. At the gate, it all starts here. The pick 6 2-day carryover, 114,000 plus going into the afternoon's activity. And this wide open maiden race 2-year-old filly, Style Points, number 8. At 7-2, the post-time favorite. Chris Griffin standing by with the load and call. Post-time, race 5, Aqueduct.
Getting ready to load the rest of the field here. Still waiting on Day Away. There's Day Away stepping forward. 3 out to the start of the pick 6. Looks like another $250,000 bet in. Taking a look at the video monitor. Here's That's a Fact Jack to complete the lineup to the outside. That's a Fact Jack. Steps forward. That's the Fact Jack. Just hesitating. That's the fact jack. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good break from in between horses. Way to Be Marie goes right out to the front, has early speed. So does Just Jules to the inside, and these two out of the chute. They're 1-2. Just Jules, Eric Hensel, they're a half length in front. Right to our outside is going to be Way to Be Marie. Is content to stalk from second. It's a mild tempo early. Dynamic Pricing under a tight hold there is at the rail for Manny Franco in third. Followed to the outside here, progressing forward. That's Just Music. Out wider, that's the Fact Jack is in the Pink Silks is in fifth. Saving ground to the inside. There comes Catherine Thomas, is right there with Style Points, who's in between horses. Then behind them, the Blue Silks, that's Isaac Castillo, aboard Hollywood Dream. Hollywood Dream is followed to the outside by Day Away. Towards the back end of the field comes Z Train, second to last. That's Public Assembly with the trailer. Channel Loop. They worked to the backstretch and up the backstretch, went 50 seconds flat for an easy half-mile time for Just Jules. Just Jules is 5-1. Way to Be Marie is chasing here from second. Dynamic Pricing at 4-1 is at a perfect journey so far. Is just waiting in behind the battling duo right now as they've got less than a half mile to go, and Dynamic Pricing is watching the front two. It's another 5 lengths back there. Trying to make up some ground there is Catherine Thomas. The sprint is on as they head for home. There's Just Music up on the outside is in fifth. Also Hollywood Dream is within range. Less than a quarter mile to go, and Way to Be Marie comes calling for the lead. Just Jules is trying to go with this rival. Here comes Dynamic Pricing, just lugged in a touch. It's a touch green, but here comes Dynamic Pricing rolling down the center of the course. But Way to Be Marie has got plenty right now. It's Way to Be Marie holding off Dynamic Pricing down to these two. Way to Be Marie, Dynamic Pricing straightens up, tries one final time. Way to Be Marie, Dynamic Pricing lunging, photo finished. Wow, that got tight on the line. Way to Be Marie to the inside, trying to hold off an oncoming Dynamic Pricing. Finishing third there was Catherine Thomas. It's a tight photo to kick off the pick six. Final running time, 1:44.4.
Thrilling finish, bang, bang finish. Way to Be Marie. Did she hold on? Dynamic Pricing on the outside. Did she get there?
I think that Way to Be Marie might have gotten all of that bomb. No, that's outside. Dynamic Pricing able to get there. And you were saying to me during the running of this race, just green, trying to figure things out, trying to straighten up. And once she does, she really kicked it into gear.
Thought we were staring down the barrel of an 18-1 shot in the first leg of this pick six sequence. And yeah, Dynamic Pricing lugging in, lugging out on a wrong lead, and then finally in the last 100 or so yards, it's like the light bulb went on. She figured it out, bared down, went out, and we think picked off the long shot right at the wire. We think.
We do think. Imagine if we have an 18-1 start to this sequence, maybe a triple carryover, but I think...
A lot of moans and groans up here while this one was unfolding.
I think the Dynamic Pricing did get there, and I had a great call by Maggie pointing out how well prepared this filly looked, and you did get 4-1 on a horse that was a significant favorite in the doubles.
Watch all the mistakes she's making in the stretch. Head cocked, lugging in. By the way, she did get there. She's on her wrong lead. She's doing everything wrong, and then right about there, she switches over and realizes, I'm a racehorse. Here's what I'm supposed to do. Lengthens her stride, goes out, and gets Way to Be Marie by a nose.
Exactly, just a horse that was, you could see that process going on. You could see her starting to figure things out, starting to put things together, and just the change in how much ground she was making up once she did just that.
And credit to Manny Franco to just keep working with her, working with her, working with her until she finally did what she was supposed to do. Because right here, it looks like Way to Be Marie had flown the coop.
Exactly, and it was a moderate pace. It wasn't some of the glacial fractions we see sometimes here, but for us, I would say moderate. And you did see the two horses that were up close, Way to Be Marie and Just Jules, finished second and fourth. So the pace held together. Dynamic Pricing got that nice stalking trip, and once she started figuring things out, able to just get her head down in time.
2, 4, 6, 3 at 4-1. Seth Klarman's Dynamic Pricing, trainer Chad Brown, the Breeders' Cup win yesterday with a 2-year-old filly on grass. Manny Franco here, and aside from what this means for the pick six, where we are off and running, but Dynamic Pricing, this is what we love to see, a young developing prospect. It's a 2-year-old filly in her first career start. Clearly, like, she has the physical attributes. She has the talent, how good she is going to be once she figures it all out upstairs.
Yeah, precisely, and you never know how good they are until we see some sort of number come back or exactly what sort of a pace figure they do get for this race. But that was impressive, and just the greenness that she showed and being able to overcome that, she definitely got a lot out of this race.
So that's how we start the pick 6. Exciting finish here by Flared Nostril. Dynamic pricing results forthcoming. Meantime, out west, Breeders' Cup 40. The first event will be the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and a title defense as Cody's Wish tries to join Golden Sense as a back-to-back Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner who takes down today's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Sarah.
I like Stage Raider quite a bit at the, as we've been talking about,
It's a Justify thing, isn't it?
It's a Justify thing. No, it's not. I think this horse actually has quite a bit of talent, and he's done well since switching over to the Cherie DeVaux barn. He'd had some inconsistencies in the Chad Brown barn in the past. Obviously a horse that was perhaps not the most the easiest to keep on the racetrack, but he's put together back-to-back performances that put him right there. He was also a horse that was closing into a pretty moderate pace last time out in the ACAC. And so I like that he's shown that he can overcome some soft fractions early and still make a run.
Is there any hesitation regarding Cody's Wish, or you just don't want him at the price he will probably be?
He's not going to get a lot of pace to close into.
Gotcha. And your selections throughout the course of the afternoon for this Breeders' Cup, who do you feel best about? Who are you most confident in your picks for today's Saturday activity?
Besides Goodnight Olive?
Besides Goodnight Olive.
I think Auguste Rodin will be very tough to beat. I think that Songline, some of the shorter prices that I've gravitated towards, I think that they are just going to be very, very difficult to overcome. But as far as my long shots, I think Roses for Deborah has some dirtied up form.
Agree.
Third last time out.
And here it is. Here it is.
The moment we've all been waiting for.
Senor Buscador with that Remington background. How is Senor Buscador going to trigger the upset and win the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic? Let's hear the sales pitch.
By finally getting some serious pace to close into, at least with how I see this race on paper. His top number, 101 Beyer speed figure, that equals your favorite coming into this race, Arabian Night. Why wouldn't I take, with the price differential, with the dynamics of how I think this race is going to set up, a horse that has been closing into slower paces and still very, very consistent overall. Now with some real speed, wouldn't he just be more elevated, be better making that closing run?
Look, 30 years ago at Santa Anita in the Classic, we watched a horse by the name of Arkang win it 133 to 1. So no, sometimes even on the biggest of stages, these things do happen. Senor Buscador, 30 to 1 on the morning line. What price do you think he is in the neighborhood of?
I think that we're going to get all of that 30 to 1 because they are hammering Arabian Night in the early stages of wagering. So I wouldn't want him at less than 10 to 1. I don't think that we're going to get quite the 133 to 1 that you mentioned.
Do you think Arabian Night is favored at post time?
I do.
You do?
I do.
It's Bob Baffert's backyard, of course, but doesn't fit the typical profile of a Breeders' Cup Classic favorite. Just the four career starts, has not raced in 2 months. We'll see how it all unfolds. Breeders' Cup 40 tonight at Santa Anita. Here, a thrilling finish. And Manny Franco working with dynamic pricing, able to finally get focused, accelerate late, and pick off Way to Be Marie, who ran too good to lose.
She ran great. I mean, a horse that I really would not have had my eye on coming into this race, and it really kind of surprised me, but she was able to be more forward today. Dynamic pricing, though, getting that nice trip right behind the two pace setters, a horse that was in that stalking position the whole way around and just was able to get herself into the race and have enough to finish the job.
One to remember that name by that much. Up in time, dynamic pricing, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Manny Franco, 1080 over Way to Be Marie. Catherine Thomas settling for third, Just Jules. I think in hindsight and big picture, this is going to be a very productive race moving forward.
I'd agree. I think that we're going to see a lot of horses return out of here and make some noise going forwards.
More two-year-olds. Spendthrift two-year-old race of the day is next, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's four-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. First of two-year-old sprint stakes, Atlantic Beach. 6 furlongs here. Hurliano is out, wide open. Apollo 10, though, your single. First of 2 singles in the pick 6 sequence.
And the now dead pick 6, but hey, there's always 5 and 6.
Wait, that's right. You didn't have the prep. What are you doing, Sarah?
Being silly. You can always run
Just
back
the
at pick
same, it
5.
was a single on your ticket.
Yes, Apollo 10 is a single that I went to in here, but I do have to just quickly mention Ruddy Buddy, my Game of Silks horse. He's the number 10 in here. That we've seen a trend lately going on with our Game of Silks horses, so just keep him in mind.
You reload and play the late pick 5.
Of course, that's
Starts
what you
right
do.
here,
Absolutely.
right now, with the first of the 2 stakes races coming up next, the Atlantic Beach. That'll wrap things up for Sarah and myself. Thanks so much for joining us. Greg Wolf coming up next, I believe, with Richard Migliori. Yes, it is Richard. And Acacia on set as well. Great stuff coming your way. And out west, great stuff coming your way with Cody's Wish looking to go back-to-back in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. The best story in racing, one of the best horses in training. What would be a second Breeders' Cup win for Bill Mott. Coverage continues here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Cody's Wish has a narrow lead. Cyberknife is right there to the inside. Slow down Andy coming late from third. Cyberknife fighting back. Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
Can he do it again? Cody's Wish back trying to repeat after that failed experiment to try and get to the Classic. He has never lost at a mile distance, and he's an odds-on favorite to try and do it again. We all know the sensational story with this horse named after Cody Dorman, with that difficult syndrome that's made it tough for him to communicate and talk, and they've had that special connection, and this horse has been just about, well, he has been untouchable, unbeatable at this mile distance. And for a time, we were talking about him as the best dirt horse in the world. As we take a look at Cup winners back again. Goodnight Olive going to try and repeat in the filly and mare sprint. Caravel back for more on the turf sprint, and Elite Power for the Mott Barn, same as Cody's Wish, trying to go back-to-back as well. Greg Wolf alongside Acacia Clement as we get into the premier races coming up on Championship Saturday.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Just a few moments away from the first Breeders' Cup race of the day, and that's the Dirt Mile. Cody's Wish 4-5 right now. And obviously, Greg, he's a very worthwhile favorite trying to defend his title. You can certainly understand the trajectory that he's taken this year, trying to stretch out in distance and going the mile in an eighth. It doesn't really add as far as his potential stallion value in the future to win another Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Obviously, that's what you want to do, but I think more than anything, they've kept him in training this year for the fans to have the opportunity to enjoy, because he had such a good year last year as well, and really hats off to Godolphin for giving so many people the opportunity to see him race again this year. He doesn't want to go that far, so he's back in the Dirt Mile
How
again.
much more difficult could his job be this year? Because he, again, getting out of the gates, it is a problem for him. It was a problem in the Vosburg. And this year, this two-turn configuration at a mile at Santa Anita, that first turn comes up very quick, could really put him behind the 8 ball.
It is. It's a two-turn dirt mile, much as it was at Keeneland last year, so it'll be the same kind of race that he's looking to win. But there's not an abundance of pace in this year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He was off slow, at least in his last 3 races that we've seen here in New York. And one time it was because he was lacking focus. Last time out in the Vosburg, it just was off slow and had to make a middle move to kind of press the pace. Junior Alvarado knows him so well. He's been stabled up in Saratoga leading up to this, and Bill Mott's had trouble finding riders that can hold him in the morning because he is so strong in the way that he's been training.
He has been training like an absolute monster leading up to this. We'll see if he runs to it. 4-5 currently for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile as Cody's Wish looks to repeat. Here's his Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott.
After the Whitney, you know, our third place finish in the Whitney, we came back in the Vosburg and he redeemed himself. We went back to a one-turn race, 7/8 of a mile. He ran very well. Now the Breeders' Cup Mile is 2 turns, which he was able to do that at Keeneland last year. So the mile distance is appropriate for him as long as he handles the 2 turns well. He turned into kind of a real, you know, man recently. He knows he's pretty good. I think he's got a lot of confidence, and that's what you need. You want a horse that's coming off of a winning race, and I think that helps him.
He is a superstar again at a mile. He has never been beat. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for more on the favorite.
And Greg, horses, we don't deserve them, right? Just to watch the special bond and the genteel nature of Cody's Wish win around Cody Dorman, it just speaks to how intuitive and just how intelligent thoroughbreds especially are. Now, Cody's Wish, when it comes to this race here today, I agree with Acacia. He's a little bit up against it. And while we were all saying that, you know, the one-turn mile is his best, he's best around one turn, it's because they get faster paces. And he was lucky enough last year at Keeneland with the 2-turn mile to get a pretty rapid pace. Now, it's California. They could go faster than what we'd expect. You know, people wanting to take advantage of a forwardly playing racetrack. But at least on paper, this looks like it's Zozo's race to ultimately control. Now, in my heart of hearts, I want Cody's Wish to win. He is the best story in racing in the last 2 to 3 years. But I do think his job gets a little bit tough today to defend that title. We'll see how things play out on the racetrack as they are approaching post time, Greg.
It is interesting because it looks like there's not a ton of pace in the race this year. It looks like Zozo's potentially controls in here. He's coming off numbers I look at, the biggest figure of his career. The last time he did that, he regressed. Zozo's.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that that's a really important point to make because it was such a big effort in the ACAC last time for Zozo's. With Stage Raider right behind him, they'll rematch in this race today. And both horses that have the ability to be forwardly placed. Zozo's does look to be the controlling speed. I know Sarah Badwi, who's up here, has a lot of interest in Stage Raider because he has some tactical speed as well. He's not really going to be a victim of however the pace might play out. Zozo's, does he regress? That'll be the big question. He was a horse that once upon a time they had some really high hopes for, and it looks like potentially he's gotten back on track, Greg, but can he show up on the biggest stage? That's something he's yet to do.
Laurent Giroux going to look to control in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Miles. We'll quickly go back to Cody's Wish. That Vosburg Buyer-wise, it seemed like he took, went backwards a little bit. Other numbers I've seen is right on par with what he's been doing pretty much all year.
Yeah, it was more of a workmanlike effort than what we've seen from Cody Swish before. I thought his Met Mile win was absolutely dazzling. But again, in that Met Mile, he had to circle the field. He's facing some very good horses, and this guy on the track right now that we're watching train in Zozos could be the one that's controlling things on the front end. Is he going to be able to run them all down with a potentially slow pace? What does the likes of Skippy Longstocking do from the outside, cutting back in distance? National Treasure, what does he do? A horse that was able to use speed to win the Preakness, but hasn't really shown too much as of yet. It's very murky as far as the pace scenario is concerned.
Here's our schedule. Dirt Mile's going to kick it off. Then we get into Philly and Mare Turf. There's so many questions in all these races. Can In Italian stretch out that speed to 1.25 miles and finish? In Spiral as well, same deal. The European Invader. Philly and Mare Sprint. Goodnight Olive dealt with an inside post where she had some problems in the Bed of Roses. And in the Classic, Ushba Tesoro, that win streak, he's had issues out of the gate. Can he overcome that?
Yeah, I think the Classic is very wide open, very interesting. I will be surprised if Arabian Night is the favorite coming up a little bit later on, and I think it makes for an interesting betting race.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back as we get into the late pick 5 on our Saturday card here in South Ozone Park with plenty of stakes action ahead. We'll have the Atlantic Beach 6 furlongs on the turf, sprinting for 2-year-olds to kick off the late pick 5 when we return.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Secret Oath entered last year's Kentucky Oaks as one of the top 3-year-old fillies and affirmed her place with a 2-length score over one of the deepest fields in recent memory. She captured the Martha Washington and the Grade 3 Honeybee by a combined 14 3/4 lengths before taking on the boys and finishing 3rd in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, becoming an Eclipse Award finalist for 3-year-old filly. This year, she won the Grade 2 Azeri and ran 2nd in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, La Troyenne, and Personal Ensign for owner Bryland Farm and trainer D. Wayne Lucas. From the first crop of Champion Arrogate, Secret Oath is out of Absinthe Minded, a multiple Grade 1 placed stakes winner by Quiet American. She has career earnings of more than $2.4 million. Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Blue Water Sales.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races, Saturday coverage on FS2 as we get set for the late pick 5 here at Aqueduct. You can play all the action, Breeders' Cup here in New York and beyond by getting signed up at Naira Bets. Get a $25 free bet plus that $200 sign-up bonus when you punch in Cup 25 for new members, that promo code. The one to use, again, on the app or at NairaBets.com. So stakes race to kick off this late pick 5 on our Saturday card. 6 furlongs, outer turf in the Atlantic Beach. For 2-year-olds, we have the Stewart Manor. Later on in the card, that goes as race 9. Spelling, please. And tomorrow, 3 stakes races on the card.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow as well. I'm looking forward to getting a chance to seeing the two two-year-old stakes today, especially as their turf sprints, Greg. We've lost quite a few turf races in New York over the last several months, as anybody that's been watching knows, and especially turf sprints, and especially for 2-year-olds. So it's been a challenge for horsemen to have the opportunity to run their horses, thus the big fields in both of those races, making them really fun and competitive, but also, as mentioned, some opportunity to run your horses.
Lightly raced 2-year-olds, and right now it's Apollo 10. Christophe Clement coming off a turf debut win. It was start number 2, actually debuted on dirt and moved way up on the grass. What's there to like about Apollo 10?
Well, he had been training so well before his debut that they tried running him on the main track, even though there is turf pedigree. He faced Fierceness that day, who we saw come back to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last time out. But he is a half-2 graded stakes winner. Baystorm, who was a good turf winner, multiple turf winner by Violence, and getting into the grass, that was what he really wanted to do. And he was able to run down Irish Gent, who we would see come back and win a slower but win on the main track in his subsequent start. Irish Gent does have the early speed. Apollo 10 was able to run him down, and a game victory that day. We have seen another horse come back out of that race to win, though again a maiden claiming type, but I do think that this is a horse who found the right surface. It was a quick race, and he could get a nice setup in here today.
Did you see, we're going to see these two go at it again, Irish Gent post 8 and right 2's outside Apollo 10, a lot separating those two?
No, they're relatively evenly matched. Obviously, though Irish Gent won last time out, his turf race was significantly better in the way that he ran 2 starts back. So we'll see what he does getting back onto the grass. He was a horse, Irish Gent, that they bought over at Goffs in Europe for about $480,000, the U.S. equivalent. So obviously one that had some high hopes as well, and could be getting back to his preferred surface.
Huge long shot here from the outside post, who was a 3rd against Talk.
But
first time out.
Also in Sarah Elbadwi's Game of Silk stable. So you and I had Game of Silks winners in the last couple of days. We'll see if the trend can continue.
Mine was 99
Yours
to
was
1.
a much bigger price than mine, which was 4 to 1. That's right.
Play those horses. I learned a painful lesson. There's a look at the current favorite for the Clement Barn, Manny Franco, back in town after a short stint away, riding for Cheyenne Stable here on a 2-year-old Son of Violence. Turf debut was a winning one. Now in against winners for the first time. Can he back it up with another victory? Pick 5 on this Saturday card. Starts coming up with this Atlantic Beach. We'll have the post parade when we return.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. A stakes race going to kick off this late pick 5, and that still remains our favorite here. That's Apollo 10 for Christophe Lamont. Turf debut was a winning one, getting by Irish Gent, who was on the lead, trying to go gate to wire in that race, and they're going to have the rematch coming up. They'll be right next door to each other in the starting gate. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, let's take a look at your current favorite in number 9, Apollo 10. And the last time I saw him was his debut, albeit on the dirt. And I mean, I noted just how big and massive and so much conditioning that he carried, but also that he was a very good mover. And when horses are really good movers, they tend to like the turf a little bit better. So I was kind of mad, though he did take money that day. I wasn't here on the day he made his turf debut, but he's really come together so much. He's so much more defined. He's so much more mature acting as well. He was a bit out of sorts in the debut, kind of hollering to other horses, just didn't really cop on to what was going on. So he is a strong favorite in my opinion. I really like what I'm seeing from him here in the paddock. But let's take a look at some horses that have questions to answer, including one trying the turf for the first time. That's number 4, New York bred Works For Me. I remember talking to his trainer Joe Lee, and that he was remiss not to be able to run on the turf in the Futurity last time out, where Bookham Dano was able to win as a heavy favorite, and we'll see him back tomorrow stretching out. But looking at this guy, he does have a turf hoof, and I thought that 2 back he kind of needed a race. We saw the improved effort in the Futurity, and Joe Lee had told me that he was blown away by his work that he got to see up at Saratoga on the Oklahoma training track. So he's a really intriguing proposition, getting to the turf at a massive number of 16-1. Now, a first-time starter, and a ambitious spot, I should say, for a debuter in a stakes race for Horacio de Paz is number 2, Dilger, son of Lopa de Vega. The dam wasn't much, and the half actually we'll see running tomorrow, Kayla, who for Chad Brown, who's still a maiden, but only has run 3 times and has run respectable numbers on the turf. Obviously, this is the right surface. We'll see if this is the right distance. He's very long and stretchy in his frame and is incredibly laid back. He does not strike you as a turf sprinting type, that's for sure. But what I will say on the positive end of things, he's very well prepared. He is at least ready for this debut. I know he was in a maiden special weight a couple weeks ago. He was entered and obviously rained off the turf. Seems to be the story of all trainers' lives right now with turf horses. I would take the wait and see approach, honestly, Greg, because I just feel like he might want a bit more ground.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We'll get to the post parade here coming up in a moment. Riders have arrived in the paddock. And Dylan Davis going to be on this first-time starter for Horacio de Paz. Dylan getting a big opportunity yesterday on Carson's run.
Yeah, very tough post for Carson. I actually thought that, given all things considered, Dylan did an excellent job in putting him in pretty much the best spot that he possibly could have. He didn't really kick on as he usually does in the stretch, which is a shame. But again, with a tough situation and a tough field, I thought that Dylan really did everything right that he could with the horse that he's been with all along.
3 minutes away. We're a little behind here, I would think, in terms of when this race is going to go off. We were talking about Cody's Wish in the Breeders' Cup Third Mile. We're going to see his brother coming up in the next race for the Mott Barn and Hunt Ball, who is the 8-5 morning line favorite.
Cody's Wish crossing the wire first in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. There's an inquiry going on right now, which, in my eye, National Treasure was 5 paths off the rail throughout the whole running of the stretch. But Cody's Wish, I've never cheered so much for a horse that I was not associated with. Just, he's embodies all the good things about racing. This amazing story, not to mention just so much talent. He actually broke okay, and then I saw the head on. He got squeezed back by Stage Raider pretty significantly at the start. And maybe, yes, he was a little bit sluggish, and that's usually what happens when horses open themselves up to be squeezed back. But he is an incredible horse.
All right, so that race hanging in the balance. We'll update you. Let's get to the post parade for the Atlantic Beach. Get spooled. We'll cut back in distance.
Comes out of the Pilgrim. Speaking of Belmont, he sends out this one, who's only ever run long.
Here's Dylan Davis, the first-time starter for Horacio De Paz.
I think what Maggie says is important. You're not going to have much more opportunity to run on the turf, especially up here throughout the end of the year.
Jimmy the Tooth broke his maiden sprinting Saratoga.
I think he's intriguing getting back to the turf. Ran actually okay, showing a little speed on the dirt last out.
I thought it was a dangerous horse, the 5. Blinkers going on split strike.
Looked like he was going to win that Algonquin up at Woodbine. Hopefully the blinkers add a little bit more punch.
28-1, woke up quick, just 1 here at the meet.
Was able to wire the field that day, see if he can build off that effort.
George Weaver, always got to be wary with his 2-year-olds, please advise.
Cutting back in distance as well. His last couple of sprint efforts were all sprinting up at Woodbine.
Irish Gent at 6-1, the rematch coming up with Apollo 10.
Broke his maiden on the dirt. His turf race was significantly faster, 2 back.
Here's the favorite still for Clement with Manny Franco, Apollo 10.
Does have that nice turf pedigree, as Maggie mentioned. Broke his maiden last time out.
And 52-1, Ruddy Buddy on the outside.
Faced No Name Mets in the Rosies. 2 starts back. Broke his maiden against State Breds at Colonial.
And Works for Me, we skipped over. And here's this one who has speed on dirt will translate to the turf.
And he does have turf pedigree. The dam is by sold at and won a couple of times on the grass as well.
So let's look at the other Clement runner in this race. Clement with the favorite, the 9. He's also got the 5 split strike. Had a win at Saratoga in the turf debut and then tried a stake at Woodbine.
Yeah, this horse, as I mentioned, it looked like he was ranging up to actually win the race and going up to Woodbine in the Algonquin that day after breaking his maiden against fellow New York breds on the turf. He's a horse that doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree overall on the bottom side, but he was one that always trained and moved so beautifully the way that he extended his stride on the grass, and that worked when he broke his maiden. And then, like I said, flattened in the Algonquin. It was also a soft turf, shocker. It was raining that weekend, Greg, and it was a softer turf up at Woodbine. I don't know if that played a piece of it as well, but usually Christophe Clement is reticent to add blinkers, particularly with 2-year-olds. We'll see if that added a little bit more focus.
By the way, it has gone official. The Breeders' Cup Cody's Wish victory's going to stand in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He goes back-to-back as we get a continue to look here at Split Strike. And he's put together back-to-back numbers that have paired up, and now he puts on the blinkers. Do they want him to be just more focused? They want to be involved a little quicker early on.
I think more than anything, it's the late kick. Because like I said, he just really flattened last time up at Woodbine. I'll never forget that because I was with my husband Miguel at my cousin's wedding, and he was very grouchy during the ceremony after this beat up at Woodbine.
Post time coming up for the Atlantic Beach. Let's head back down to Maggie.
I just want to get back to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile for a moment. And, you know, it looked like Zozo's on paper was the clear-cut speed, but we did not see any intention from Florent Giroux, who was perfectly content to sit back and allow Flavien Prat to secure that lead, which he had to work for with National Treasure. As we do see a loose horse, looks as though it is Jimmy the Tooth, who is running loose currently on the race track, trying to locate where he is. I think he's oh gosh, I think he jumped the gap there. Okay. I'll try to update and get word on Jimmy the Tooth in a moment, but getting back to the horses here, and I will say the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, I think speed is good. I think Cody's Wish is just that good of a horse, and what a great ending to a storybook career. As we'll take a look at number 5, Split Strike, who is, as you guys were saying, does he show more speed with those very short Cup cheater blinkers on? He looks and acts like a horse that should be quick. He's really compact. He has a really muscular and robust hind end to him, and he got a little hot coming in here. He's the only horse to kind of show a little turn of sweat, as we do hear from Chris Griffin that Jimmy the Tooth is a late scratch here coming out of this Atlantic Beach. But I would not be surprised, guys, if Split Strike does show more speed, but I don't think he's going to show quite as much as number 8, Irish Gent, who looks fast, but he's such a chill dude. Like, he doesn't act like a speed horse, but he looks like one. He looks like your quintessential turf sprinter. And I think that coming off of the shocking win at 3 to 5, a short price, as Jimmy the Tooth is making his way down the stretch here, he is actually on the main track and hopefully will be apprehended by the outrider here, who he's coming back. coming towards him. He wants to be called, I think. Maybe, maybe not. We'll back up here. But Irish Gent, he could get the run of the race. As I do want to talk about Please Advise, turning back in distance. You know, he was tracking 2 to 3 wide after breaking from the far outside post as he has been apprehended by Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider here. But Please Advise, I like the turn back in distance. And 2, he kind of got a ridiculous trip going back to that allowance race when another rival made this crazy move going into the second turn and kind of pulled him into the race to make this early move. And I thought he was still very game to finish second. He's a big, strong horse, but I kind of like him turning back in distance. I think it makes some sense with the way that he wants to run. And George Weaver, I mean, Greg, he has just had a sensational year, especially with these turf sprinters. So one I would not ignore at 7 to 1.
Yeah, especially 2-year-olds and, you know, especially on the turf, too. You just got to take an extra look at everything that barn sends out. Please Advise 7 to 1 right now. Eric Cancel for the Weaver barn. And here's a look at horse who is now not in the race any longer, getting corralled by the outrider. Jimmy the Tooth, well done.
Yeah, by Miguel Gutierrez, who is tremendous. And looks like he's on the gray pony, who is Duke de Callis, former Christophe Gallant trainee.
How about that?
Yeah.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up as we see Get Spooled going to sprint for the first time.
Tried the Pilgrim last time. He ran okay against his stablemate Galibrand in the With Anticipation. I think that he was just one who was just a little bit further along versus some of his foes in that New York bred maiden special weight, and he's just faced much tougher recently. See how he handles the cutback.
It's been favoritism throughout for Apollo 10, and now the shortest price the 9 has been for Clement, down to 3 to 2. He was hovering around 2 to 1 throughout most of the wagering. Now the public all over him with Manny Franco. Can he get it done again against Irish Gent, who should be leading the way to his inside the 8? There he is with Jairo Rendon. We're set for the late pick 5. It's the Atlantic Beach. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Apollo 10 steps forward. Working with Works For Me. Still another 2 in behind them. Split Strike. Ruddy Buddy to the outside. Here's Ruddy Buddy. Steps forward. Goes in. All set for the Atlantic Beach. And they're off. Slow start for Dilger at the back of the field. Speed from in between horses. Split Strike right out to the front. Has plenty of company, though. Works For Me down towards the inside. It's a lineup up front. Woke Up Quick is going to be in that early mix. Here comes Ruddy Buddy to join them. 4 wide as they work up the backstretch. Just off of them, that's Apollo 10. Manny Franco moves towards the outside here with Apollo 10. Is actually kept back in by Irish Gent, who's trying to make up some ground, is now in that 6th spot. In behind them, that's Please Advise. It's going to be towards the tail end of the field here with Get Spooled and the early trailer. That's Dilger as they work into the far turn. 22.65 for a pumped up opening quarter. 16 to 1 on Works For Me has got the lead. Split Strike is in between horses. There's Woke Up Quick, who's going to be 3 wide. Apollo 10 is in a tight spot, needs a way out. Apollo 10 just waiting for that seam, and there it is now into the 3 path, but it's Split Strike who comes calling for the lead. Works For Me is still right in there, and now there's clear running room. Apollo 10 with every shot down the center of the course, and flying on his Irish Jet from way out of it. Also, Please Advise, it still Works For Me, but for how long is about to be swarmed? Works For Me slipping out to the outside. Please Advise, and up on the outside, Irish Jet. 3 noses down the line. Please Advise. Please Advise gets up there in the late stages over Irish Gent, then Works For Me. Final running time, 1 minute 9.39. It's Please Advise. Eric Cancel in the Atlantic Beach.
This horse had so much finish. You just wondered if he's going to get room. George Weaver again with a 2-year-old on the turf. Eric Cancel aboard.
And since Eric got his first win back from injury yesterday, this is now his second win today, and he picks up a stakes victory. Sometimes when you're trying to rebuild your business, rebuild your confidence, it just takes that one to break through. And off the pace, there actually ended up being a quick pace early. Off the pace was the 7, Please Advise. He's on the rail in the pink cap, looking for a place to go. He ended up coming in between horses. The split strike was flattening in the late stages yet again, and he was able to run down a Game Works for Me, who was putting in a good effort in his turf debut, and Irish Jet, who was making a surprise late run versus being on top of the pace. But a little fist bump from Eric past the wire. I'm sure that's got to feel good.
This horse had run almost as fast a figure as anybody in his debut. He'd had 4 starts since then, cutting back in distance. Had to figure he's going to have plenty left in the tank if he was running today, and he was running. Picks up his second win, 6 career starts, 7-1. Please Advise. Trained by George Weaver, Eric Cancel, as you mentioned, aboard 7-8-4-9 with a 7-1 upset to start the late pick 5.
Big effort from the winner, Please Advise, who cut back in distance. This was a horse who tried going longer. He wants to sprint. That's the way that he runs, and a big effort. It looks like there wasn't any issue at the start for Irish Jet, who'd only ever shown speed on the turf, at least recently. And he came from off the pace, but it actually turned out to be the right thing to do, because he was able to make that furious late rally, coming up just short behind Please Advise.
So a 7-1 upset to start this late pick 5 in the Atlantic Beach. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. 2 wins today for that man, Eric Cancel, just recently returned from injury. Good for him. We'll get into the late pick 4, and we'll talk filly and mare turf. Has she ever had a better chance? In Italian, the speedster gets the rail, trying to last 1.25 miles. Coming up, we'll have a preview ahead.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. When do we get about here? What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at 1 mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down to the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. And late pick 5 underway. Please Advise. George Weaver, Eric Cancel, Randy Hill. With a horse coming from off the pace in our Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. $17.80, and fun to see this horse weaving through traffic down on the inside, splitting horses to get this win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Please be joined by longtime assistant to George Weaver, Blair Golan. And Blair, I was like, you sure you want to do this? Because you know, he's up in Saratoga, but as you said, you were down in Kentucky with him. And George actually asked you, do I run him back off the 10 days? And good thing you said yes.
He's just a good horse, and he's a high-energy horse. He ran excellent in Kentucky Downs where I had him. He ran excellent in Keeneland, and he just came out of the race good, eating good, never off his tub, happy, training well. He was trying to kick my arm when I was saddling him. I'm like, this is good. So I'm glad that we decided to keep him in.
Talk about the turn back in distance, because I thought a much better effort than it may appear, from a speed figure standpoint in that allowance race at Keeneland. But turning him back, it seemed to suit him.
I just think the pace scenario, I know when the gates broke, nobody went, but then when they started going, the pace worked out for us, and he was able to close into it. And he's just such a versatile horse. I know he looks like a sprinter, but we tried stretching him out because he is a Palace Malice. His sister ran long. And when you gallop him, when you're on him, he doesn't move like a short sprinter. He gallops like he covers ground, but he's just a pretty handy horse, and he's got a nice turn of foot. So, and the way he ran in Kentucky Downs with the track playing the way it was for him to have that turn of foot. So that's why we tried to stretch him out.
Talk a little bit about your relationship with Eric Cancel. You got him off the mark, coming back from that long injury yesterday. My days run together, as I was just talking to you about. And now 2 wins today for the barn. I know he works closely with you and George in the mornings, and you always cap it off with a nice hug after the wins.
I mean, we're like a brother-sister relationship. We have our moments, but I mean, Eric just works so hard for us, and he tries hard every time. When you go out there, you're gonna get a solid effort. I ask his agent, can he come out and breeze? It's never a problem. When he got cleared to ride, he called me up. He galloped horses for me until he felt fit enough to breeze. He's just such a big part of the team, and we just have a lot of respect and trust in him to go out there and do what we want done, because he knows exactly how we want everything done.
And it's paramount for him to be able to know these horses so well.
I mean, he's probably breezed every horse in our barn twice.
Well, it's all paying off all the hard work from you and him and the entire team. Congratulations with the win here and for a really successful year.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, the Atlantic Beach going to please advise Eric Cancel. He's back. Greg.
He is. Thank you, Maggie. We're continuing to see the evolution of this young rider. It is difficult to make it on this circuit, as you see the hardware being passed out. That going straight to Randy Hill.
Randy's got quite the trophy cabinet now.
Joining us on the set, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys, and I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from Eric coming back off an injury. Young riders can go one of two ways with an injury. It either tears them down and they have self-doubt and they worry about injury, or they go, wow, I really love what I do, and I'm not going to take it for granted one day. And I feel like Eric was on the sidelines and started missing this so bad and realized, you know what, I owe it to myself to be the best rider I can possibly be. He has really impressed me the last few days.
Big wins. Picking up a stakes victory as well.
We're going to get into the 7th in a moment. Let's pick things up at the Breeders' Cup. Filly in Mare Turf is next. And we talked about in Italian going to break. She will get the inside draw. She's going to try and lead this group gate to wire. She came up short last year at a mile and 3/16. She's going to try and go an extra 16th of a mile today and last a mile and a quarter. But you have Inspiral, one of the Europeans coming in here, who is just all class. And the distance, a question mark for her as well. She's a miler, but she's a 5-time Group 1 winner.
She's incredibly talented for John Gosden, and she has been ultra consistent as well. She's coming off back-to-back Group 1 wins, and on some good turf. She faced some very soft turf over at Goodwood that she didn't necessarily handle as well. She just pulled away, and look at the way that she covers the ground, Richie. But obviously the distance is going to be a question. She's the daughter of Frankel, and it is interesting that they opt to run her here versus taking on the boys in the mile. That's certainly something John Gosden's not afraid to do.
No, not at all. And I have so much respect for John Gosden, but the fact that she's never tried over a mile, and they seem to be so good at identifying how far horses really want to run, the European conditioners, right? And her turn of foot, her brilliance, sometimes it doesn't translate to get that mile and a quarter.
Do you feel, though, at this turf course that you're going a mile and a quarter, it's maybe not as far for some of these Europeans, just the way it plays?
Well, the ground isn't going to be as demanding. It's not going to be as testing.
I just want to say, too, she is very sharp in the paddock as we're watching the live feed. She's really energetic, and for a horse that's trying the furthest distance that she's ever gone, that's not usually something you like to see.
And don't you feel like this race has an abundance of pace in it?
Meanwhile, let's talk Aiden O'Brien. Warm heart, back-to-back Group 1 wins at 1.5 miles. And she has been all class as well. See if she's up to the task. 5 for 7 lifetime on the turf in her career.
Now, she's one that you have no doubt about the distance. She won going 1.5 miles in her last 2 efforts in France and in Great Britain. She handles pretty much everything that's handed to her. She stumbled significantly at the start last time out. She's won being forwardly placed. She's won coming from off of it, Richie. I think that she is more along the lines of the horse to beat.
I agree with you. I think that the 1.25 miles suits her best of all. I mean, she's 2 for 2 at the distance, albeit earlier in her career before she started taking on, grade 1 type competition, which she did extremely well going 1.5 miles.
So another major player right now. She is 7-2 on the board. Ryan Moore will ride for Aiden O'Brien. We're going to check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Can, in Italian, seal the deal and finish this time around? She's going to have that inside post, and it looks like she's going to be the one leading the way.
Yes, she is likely the fastest early in here, Greg, but I'm not totally sold on the fact that she's going to be able to do it easily, because I just feel as though there's some horses that are going to be kind of drawn into the race a little bit more, but she obviously has a favorable post on the inside, and Joel Rosario, he can be aggressive at times. I just really think that 1.25 miles is pushing her, as Richie was talking about. Looking at her physically, she's built more for 1 mile, to be honest, and I think it's a little bit of overachieving on her behalf that she is able to see things out going a bit further, because she's very compact, she's very stout. She's your typical kind of Dubawi, where everything's very rounded out. And for me, well, yes, he can get a horse to go longer. She just feels like one where a little less ground is favorable, but you can't discredit her. She does seem to always show up, Greg.
She does, and even in her 2 defeats, even though she didn't seal the deal at even last time out, her preferred distance, we saw her losing to Diana 1.1 miles where she's been effective. She's run as fast as she ever has in those races.
I know that she has, and I know, Richie, that she just got beaten her last 2, but to me, she's not quite the Italian that we saw last year. And I spoke to Chad Brown before heading out to the Breeders' Cup, and he said her mile races have been so good, but I do want to run her against the fellow fillies and mares and see if she can stretch that speed. The big question is, will she have some company in here, and will that set up for some of the closers? And can she hold off the Euros, who, as we've seen, really do often hold a strong hand in these turf races?
Chad Brown already on the board with a victory, with hard to justify in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. He's got plenty of chances still to come this afternoon, including I know one Mig you're pretty high on in the Classic. Here's what's still to come for him. The reigning champ, Goodnight Olive, got to deal with an inside post again. He's going to try Gina Romantica against the boys in the mile. And then Zandon inherits the rail, Mig, in the Classic.
I just think Zandon is going to get to run his race. I think that a lot of this year, up until the Woodward where he caught legitimate pace, he had to run to the style of the race and maybe be used in a way that he wasn't as comfortable. I see a lot of pace signed on for this Classic. I think he gets to settle. You know he's going to get to save ground because he's already down there, at least around the first turn. You get the now unretired Frankie Dettori in the boot. I like Zandon a lot today.
Are you coming back out of retirement to ride the Breeders' Cup as well?
Well, the difference is I would have never stopped to begin with unless they made me. So, hey, listen, if you're healthy and you can do it, I don't see why you would stop.
This horse, Arabian Night, beat older horses in the Pacific Classic, but he did not do it with the kind of figure that so many other of these horses have in here. Is this going to be an overbet horse as a 3-year-old?
Absolutely. He's just plain and simple not as fast as some of the other big contenders in this race. And as far as him being the morning line favorite, I guess because it's Bob Baffert in the Classic, and yet he's got early speed. He has Saudi Crown to deal with. To me, he's a horse that I'm
not in any way, shape, or form in this Breeders' Cup Classic. But we'll see what happens and if he really is that good.
And a big part of the problem, even if he was fast enough, and he can move forward. He's still, this is going to be the 5th start of his career.
He's a young horse.
He's got other pace to deal with in Saudi Crown. We know he wants to be in front, but Saudi Crown, there's a chance he's even faster.
I feel like Saudi Crown might have a little more natural speed than him. And these are quality horses that Arabian Night's going to have to chase. I mean, you know, Saudi Crown has shown his quality. White Barrio's going to be forward. I will say this, though. Arabian Night has kind of been the buzz horse as far as training in the morning goes.
This horse has been training lights out as well. Rick Dutro believes he could not be coming into a race any better. Speaking about almost any horse he's ever had, if he can run back to his Whitney, this was semi-approaching flight line type numbers with what he did in this race.
If he runs his Whitney, they're all running for second, but if he runs his Whitney, we just don't know if he's going to do that. Now, that said, I thought that he ran a really good race in the Met Mile, and he did have some big performances, even going back as a 3-year-old, that would suggest that he was a horse with a lot of ability. They haven't raced since the Whitney. He's been out at Santa Anita early, training well. And Richie, something I had said is that I've often found throughout his career, having seen him quite a bit as a 3-year-old, he sometimes doesn't carry his weight well from race to race. Maybe the timed off will actually help him.
Gave him a lot of time to recover off of that huge effort.
Here's the Babe on his Whitney winner.
I never thought anything was going to happen to me like it did. And I had to face it then. This guy has put us right back in the game, and he just makes you feel good. Any people that are around him, you get a good feeling from him. He's an exciting horse, and he's a cool horse.
After 10 years away from training due to suspension, trainer Rick Dutro is back on the biggest stage. This time with White Barrio, a Whitney winner even he wasn't expecting.
We weren't expecting to see anything like he showed up that day. I don't know where it came from. He just blew us away. I go back and I look at his training charts and I'm saying, man, how did this horse run like this? I mean, he wasn't even trained for the race. He was just, we were training him for a different race, and then this race came up and it was coming up a very short field, so we just says, okay. And we didn't do anything to get him ready for the race. I don't even know how it happened, I tell you. You know, he was in with some good horses. We thought that we had a chance of beating a few of them because he has before. So, I don't know. It's just, it lifted our stable up, and it's still on a high note.
Since arriving at Santa Anita, Dutro couldn't be happier with how White Barrio has settled in.
When he rolled in there, he took over. That's his home there, man. The Doug O'Neill barn, they have given him every red carpet you could possibly imagine. He just is the happiest horse I have seen in a long time.
For Dutro, no matter how White Barrio performs in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he never wants to stop doing what he loves to do.
I would love to pick out more clients, more horses. You know, we want more. So, you know, the day-to-day is what I do. I like the day-to-day stuff to, you know, to fight off the problems, enjoy the good stuff. I don't look at it as a grind. I love what I'm doing.
He's got a major player, and you know that big win for Dutro with this horse coming to him. He came on his birthday. Not really. It's not a one-off race. I mean, it was a one-off where he jumped to this next level, but he ran huge in the Met Mile as well. He has another race prior to that when he was Saffie Joseph, where he ran a big negative number. He's not just this one number horse.
I agree, and I think that he's being made out to be just that. Now, Richie should sit a perfect trip given the potential pace setup like we talked about with Arabian Night and Saudi Crown. The big question is, will he have that final push to make it all the way to the 1.25 miles?
Race 9, 3:40 Pacific time for the Breeders' Cup Classic. We're going to get back into the late pick 4 on this Saturday card here in New York. 1 mile, maiden special weight. We just saw Cody's Wish win, survive an inquiry to do it. Now his brother, Huntball, back in action as an even money favorite, making his 3rd career start for Bill Mott. And Godolphin Isaac Castillo will ride. There he is. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Maybe serendipity is on his side, as Huntball is a pretty short price for my estimation here, and he ran a fast race last time out going the mile. He has that experience where some of these do not. So yes, that does give him an advantage, at least on paper. He's not Cody's Wish. He might be his brother through bloodlines, but this guy does not necessarily resemble his brother. I will say that he has gotten a lot fitter since his debut, but he hasn't really developed or strengthened at all. And for me, while he ran fine last time, drumroll please, was a part of a 3-horse pace duel, and he had an absolutely perfect trip hunt ball, and he was outgamed by drumroll please, who, albeit I do really like. He just has gotten a little hot in here, too. I might look elsewhere, as we'll take a look at a horse who's stretching out in distance, who could very well control from the inside in number 1, Change of Command. This is by far the most relaxed this horse has been now in his 3rd career start. In his other 2, he'd been really bad to get the tack on. He kind of just got himself over the edge. And as we often talk about when it comes to Shug McGahee, he is more of a developer rather than a manipulator. He lets his horses kind of figure it out and takes them through their racing careers methodically. And I think that's what we're seeing with Change of Command, who I think, while he's going to have to harness some of this speed, he's definitely acting as if he can do it today. And furthermore, he's built to do it. He's a bit long, more lanky. I think he's really intriguing here, as he was a part closer to a pace that was really hot going back to that 6 furlong effort here on October 1st. And he was kind of the only one to still be hanging around just to be run down by the favorite in C Streak. Now, Chad Brown will send out $2.9 million of horse flesh here between the 5 and the 6. And for once, it really does look like they're worth that much, at least physically. I mean, they are gorgeous animals, as we'll take a look at Sierra Leone, who is a $2.3 million purchase in here. The dam one, that grade 1 Alcibiades, there's plenty of pedigree, and he certainly has the physical attributes to back it up. He's beautiful, he's big, he's scopy, but Greg, he just looks as though he might need a race to bring it all together from a fitness standpoint.
Maggie, thanks. 4-1. Gunrunner, first-time starter for the Chad Brown barn. Manny Franco will ride the 5 as we take a look at Tuscan Gold from the same barn as well, debuting son of Medaglia d'Oro. Expensive $600,000 purchase post-parade for the 7th to kick off this late pick 4 on the Saturday card when we come back.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage on the Saturday afternoon, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Late pick 4 coming up next. 1 turn mile. It's a maiden special weight. And Cody Wish's little brother here, back-to-back winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Hunt Ball is still the even money favorite. We're looking, though, there he is. So we swap to him in those Godolphin silks. Isaac Castillo will get the call, and yes, he's not quite yet Cody's Wish. He hasn't shown that kind of talent just yet. An evolving project here for Bill Mott. This will be his 3rd start.
I will say, it did take a little time for Cody Swish to become Cody Swish.
It did, but he still ran huge his first few
Yes,
starts.
he did.
Buyers in the 90s. Here's change of command for Shug McGahee.
Stretching out in distance. Good to hear from Maggie that he's more relaxed today, trying to be a little bit more professional, so he'll add extra ground.
Deposition's a little interesting. He has not yet had a fast track.
No, and he tried Stakes Company last time, gets back with maidens.
Here's Cody's little brother, Hunt Ball.
He's also the half-brother to Endorse, so it's a monster family on the bottom side. This one by Into Mischief.
And the mom won the Grade 1 Gazelle. Ignite the Light, Rick Dutro barn.
I like this horse a bit. Love his pedigree out of that mare By the Light, who's been a prolific producer. And I thought he really needed his first race.
2 expensive stablemates here for Chad Brown. $2.3 million gun runner here debuting.
Well, these gun runners, they run, that's for sure. The Dam was a Grade 1 winner in the Alcibiades as well.
And the stablemate who went for $600,000 for the same barn.
Yeah, it looks like he's been working in concert with his stablemate Sierra Leone. Same work tab last couple works.
Ridgewood runner beat by a Mott horse. Tried to go gate to wire last start.
6-1 right now as he got back onto the dirt. Did improve getting back onto the main track after that turf try.
So that's your field for the 7th coming up. And let's go back to the favorite. And there he is, 6-5. It was Junior Alvarado on board for those first couple of starts. Obviously, he's out of town. This was start number 2 at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, going a mile.
Yeah, we just saw Junior in the winner's circle at the Breeders' Cup. He's much happier to be there, I'm sure. But Hunt Ball, he debuted with blinkers. They added more distance last time. He just had no punch late like I would have liked to see. Maybe today's going to be the day for him. I just really wish, Richie, that we'd seen something more from him.
He got there like he's supposed to win, and then he kind of flattened out a little bit on the tail end of this race. At a very short price, I'm looking elsewhere.
6-5 currently. 2nd time going this mile distance. Let's go back to Maggie.
I think we're all in the same boat when it comes to Hunt Ball. Probably means he'll win by 6. But I can't get over how he did not finish up in that last race the way I'd liked him to, considering the trip he was getting. Like I said, I think drumroll please is very nice, but I think Chad Brown might send out 2 very nice horses in Sierra Leone, who is taking more money than his stablemate Tuscan Gold. But taking a look at this son of Medalla d'Oro, the Dam was a graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. She was also 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly, so there was some precocity with her. And the Dam also have 2 complexity. It was a multiple graded stakes winner, kind of in that middle distance range, winning our Champagne as well as the Kelso. Looking at him, he's very long, very scopy. So a mile to debut at is probably his jumping off point. He honestly looks a little bit more fit from kind of just the way he's a little bit more lean, comparing him to his stablemate in here. So I don't mind either of these, but again, just to reiterate, it's a little tough to debut at a mile, as we'll take a look at one who's stretching out in distance. Number 4, Ignite the Light. You guys covered him. I wasn't here that day, but he was wired pretty much by Private Desire and Hurricane Nelson, who just kind of ding-donged on the front end, and he was close at first, and then he dropped back and could never really recoup any of that ground lost. He still looks like he needs a race. Honestly, he was a little green when he got out here on the track. He still has a little bit of a paunchy belly to him. And furthermore, as the pedigree would suggest, I don't know if longer is necessarily better. I get it based upon how he ran first time out, where he just kind of got run off his feet a little bit. But physically, he looks like one that's more suited to shorter distances here. But I'm going to roll the dice here with number 1, Change of Command. I really like the development I've seen from this guy and think the mile should suit him well. Greg?
He was in a monster race in that debut, not just fierceness. Era Defiance came back and went for Brad Cox with an 88 buyer at Keeneland, 3rd place finisher. He came back and beat Ridgewood Runner at Belmont and Aqueduct, going 7/8 of a mile. We'll see how he fares here. 2 sprint stretch out, very good angle. He's 4-1.
Well, and all you have to do is look at his first start, where a horse named Fierceness drew off and won by 11 lengths. Well, Fierceness crowned himself 2-year-old champion yesterday with a stellar effort in the Breeders' Cup.
Really turned things around after that disappointing run in the Champagne, and stretching out in distance could be a key for that one. As far as Ignite the Light, Richie, I know you and I both picked him before hearing what Maggie had to say. You were in the paddock for his debut, but I remember he was bucking all over the place. He was so green, and that race came up very, very quick with the top 2 finishers who ran away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, and he also looked like he was in need of a race. Now Maggie feels like he potentially could need another one, and we had already made our selections. He also looked to me like a horse that was swept off his feet, going 6.5 a bit. You know, he just, I think, never got into a comfortable rhythm where I thought the mile could aid him just to be able to get his kind of legs unraveled and travel properly.
Still 6-5 favoritism, Hunt Ball. As we get set for this late pick 4 coming up, so more stakes action on this card as well. We have that Stewart Manor coming up in the 9th at 6 furlongs on the grass. That's the 2-year-old filly edition of what we saw earlier in the Atlantic Beach. Looks-wise, what you're seeing right here with Hunt Ball with Cody's little brother, what do you see?
Well, he's a horse. He's a bit smaller than his siblings, a little bit more underwhelming overall, but looks like he's minded his P's and Q's professionally so far. Maggie being up close to him saying that he hasn't developed much, which I certainly don't like to hear, Richie. At this stage with 2-year-olds, you like to see them take a step forward physically and mentally, race by race, because this is when you're going to see the most change from them.
Absolutely. It's like children. Your children change a great deal at certain stages of their life. These are young horses. They're like kids, and you want to see them take those developmental steps, if you will.
Set for the late pick 4. Hunt Ball steps in the gate as the 6-5 favorite. Let's go upstairs. It's Chris Griffin with the call.
Tuscan Gold. Ridgewood Runner. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Ignite the Light breaks well from in between horses at the rail. There's Change of Command. Change of Command now sprints clear, is up by 1.5 lengths, call it 2. Ignite the Light's going to track in second, tries to cut back into that margin. Will do so as they back off the tempo as they get set to come out of the chute. Kendra Carmouche and Ridgewood Runner out in the center of the racetrack. They're tracking in third. They really slow down the pace now. There's Hunt Ball, is in a tight spot, is in fourth, is followed by Sierra Leone, who's under a tight hold as well, as in the 5th position, just gets passed by deposition if he's second to last. And the early trailer, that's Tuscan Gold. Tightly bunched here on the front end. They went 23.53 for the opening quarter mile, and it's 7-2. It's Change of Command and Control. Change of Command is up by 3/4 of a length. Ignite the Light at 10-1 is right up alongside here, stalking that pace setter. Deposition is down towards the inside looking for room. Hunt Ball is in that mix as well. Sierra Leone's in a tight spot there, is bottled up in between horses. Ridgewood Runner is making a run, and Tuscan Gold is steered clear, is out in the center of the racetrack, 5 wide, 47-1 for that half-mile time, and they are very bunched up on the front end. Change of Command is steered clear, is still in front, is up by a nose. Ignite the Light. Hunt Ball looking for a way out. Sierra Leone, same thing can be said for that rival. Tuscan Gold is 3 wide. They reach the top of the stretch, and Change of Command has got more and sprints away. It's Change of Command trying to bottom out the field. Hunt Ball down towards the inside. Ignite the Light. Tuscan Gold. Sierra Leone is putting together a rally on the grandstand side. Change of Command. Sierra Leone is absolutely rolling grandstand side, and here comes Sierra Leone doing it on his own. Sierra Leone. Wow, impressive. Sierra Leone over Change of Command. Ignite the Light. Then Tuscan Gold in 1 minute 36-4.
Fierceness might have company. Sierra Leone, first time out, $2.3 million colt with a win on debut.
And you would certainly expect with that kind of price tag, and Richie and I were just looking up at Gunrunner at the time when they read this colt, he stood for $50,000. That stud fee now at $250,000. He's been unbelievable as a sire. But Richie, this colt was very green. He kind of lost his hind end out from underneath of him when asked to switch leads on the turn.
Yeah, he did, but I can tell you, he was impressive because he got himself into a very tight and precarious position. And right there, he jumped over heels.
Yeah.
And then he kind of lost his hind end, and now he gets back to his right lead. He lugs in. He's still green. He did this with sheer ability. And, you know, they say a race is like 5 workouts. This race was like 10 workouts because he saw every possible position. He was in tight, in between horses, took kickback, had to jump heels, came out, and then won quite easily in the end.
I want to talk about a learning experience, that's for sure.
Wow, does he reach with that stride, too. 3-1, first time out. $2.3 million horse. Last one we remember going for that price. We'll see in the Classic later today.
Yeah, Arabian Night. He sold as a 2-year-old as well. This one they got as a yearling. Yeah.
This was
showing some athleticism.
Yeah, this was an impressive effort because he was in such a tough spot around the far turn, in between horses, not really a comfortable position, particularly for a first-time starter.
And hats off to Manny Franco as well, because he kept his cool throughout the entire way on this horse who was a little bit green. And I noticed, too, when they first stepped on the track, he didn't do post braid. He broke right off, galloped off away from the rest of the field, trying to keep him settled. And Manny riding out in California at the Breeders' Cup yesterday, flying right back and riding the card today. And these riders are tough. You got to come back, you got to ride, and I'm sure the Connections were very happy to see him back aboard this horse.
Chad Brown for some of the preeminent owners internationally in the game here.
Saving grace's riders are smaller. They can sleep well on planes.
Manny Franco 2 this afternoon as he found his Derby mount. Too early?
He's holding on to this one, that's for sure.
Yeah. Pick 4 underway, impressive debut. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Filly and Mare Sprint. A couple of champs we'll talk about. Can Goodnight Olive repeat? And in the sprint for the boys, Elite Power. Can he bounce back after that win streak came to an end and do it again against Goodnight?
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact Nest. Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. But it's Cody's Wish and this beautiful.
They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his dates with destiny in front a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Saturday card from Aqueduct, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa and Sierra Leone. Son of Gunrunner, who went for $2.3 million at auction, wins first time out. Does so impressively, overcoming adversity in the process.
$8.40 winner, and yeah, Richie, he overcame a lot, and he really does reach and extend, but as you picked up, he does kind of what we call paddle a little bit in the way that he covers the ground. It's certainly not something that a horse will have to worry about necessarily when you look at a horse like Vekoma, who's so successful doing exactly that.
Yeah, exactly, but you see the action, his inside left front leg, the way he kind of paddles outward, right? That's not perfect mechanics by any means. The length of his stride is brilliant, and it's not going to inhibit him, obviously, from being a talented horse. I just thought it was kind of interesting if you watch a horse's action, when you see a horse have that paddling kind of action.
Yeah, you brought up Vekoma, Met Mile winner for George Weaver, who was so talented. He had that same sort of action as well. This horse, is that, you have that, or can that be corrected?
No, that's what it is. I mean, Vekoma took it to a whole nother level, and he actually paddled both front legs inside and out, where this was just that one inside leg. But you even saw when he turned for home, he came out into the clear, and when he switched leads, he wound up back in behind horses. He had to draw him back out. And for a horse to be able to catch their momentum and finish again like that, this was a really, really impressive debut.
Impressive first-time starter and a new two-year-old to watch on the scene for next year's Triple Crown Trail, as we'll get into the 8th coming up in just a moment. Back to the Breeders' Cup and yesterday's two-year-old standouts that were winners on Future Stars Friday. Bill Mott. And just FYI, we got a chance to see at Saratoga stepping up and winning in the juvenile fillies.
I can't believe she was the price that she was. I know she had an outside post, but Richie, I heard a lot of talk about how fast the pace was for Tamara, who was the daughter of Beholder. Just FYI, was right up on top of the pace and was wide throughout.
She was the last lady standing. Yes. That was part of that pace, and she brought it to Tamara and then kept finding. I mean, it was really nice to see the New York bred run second, Jody's Pride, right? And a big effort from her, but just FYI, well, just FYI, there's your two-year-old filly champion.
You got a case too. I mean, there was so much talk about Tamara, the huge pedigree with her, out of a multiple champion, Richard Mandela, who, you know, we know what he's capable of, Mike Smith, and then here with a filly that had, you know, was on a wet track when she won that second race. Was she downgraded because of that, maybe a little bit?
It might have been. She seemed to kind of be the social media buzz horse of saying she's not that good. I don't know why she's getting a lot of attention. And I completely disagree. I thought that she was very impressive in her Frizette win. She was impressive winning first time out as well for Bill Mott, who had a good season in the summer with his two-year-olds. And if you see her, she's a massive filly. While some maybe had some questions about the distance, there's certainly no question about that with her.
Meanwhile, we talked about Chad Brown already on the board on Future Stars Friday with Hard to Justify, who she had no right to win her debut. She overcame a lot to win at Saratoga, and then she wins the Miss Grillo, grade 2. She's now 3 for 3 with this win on the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
She isn't flashy. She's almost just what you would call workmanlike, but she just goes out there and gets it done. I mean, she puts herself in the right spot. She gets it done. And I think this was another example of Flavien Prat showing how flawless his game is. He just does everything well.
And I think her tactical speed made a world of difference in here, too. He was able to drop her in and get some good positional speed from an outside post. She was
Was position number 12 in this race. I think actually Cherie DeVaux's runner, She Feels Pretty, might have run the best race, but she was wide throughout and having to try and come from off of it, not able to get any position at any stage of the race.
Yeah, tactical speed was so important there with that turn coming up quick as well. Fierceness, people wrote this one off a little too quick, it seems. What an effort. Was this the standout star performer of Future Stars Friday?
I'm guilty of writing him off as well. This was a sensational victory, and all along, Todd Pletcher has said, I don't know what went wrong in the Champagne.
Well, you know, somebody much smarter than me years ago told me you don't crown a champion off of one effort, and you don't, you know, throw a horse out off of one poor effort, right? So he was too good on debut to just completely dismiss. I think this was a great story on so many levels, and I do think this was the best 2-year-old performance of the day. Johnny Velasquez, for Todd Pletcher, two people that were so instrumental in forging their Hall of Fame resumes together.
The band back together.
Exactly. To see him in those micro-poly colors for his main man, Todd Pletcher, it just felt for a moment like all was right in the world.
Felt like old times, yeah.
It really did.
And what a performance from this horse. Yeah, wet track in his Grade 1 debut. Turns out it was a throwout race. What a performance from him. Up next, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, and a returning champ trying to do it again. It's been sort of a common theme, the storyline this year with Goodnight Olive trying to overcome these inside posts. Seems like they learned from that Derby City Distaff when she got boxed in, when she had an inside post again at the Bed of Roses, and they tried different tactics.
Yes, and I think that day Irad Ortiz was not going to let her get beat by any means necessary. I have to say, though, I think that the Ballerina was the best race that she's run this year, perhaps in her career. It certainly was the fastest figure, and that was in defeat to Echo Zulu, who sadly we won't get to see in the Breeders' Cup at all this year, and seems like in good news, she's doing well. But I wonder, Richie, did that Ballerina take a little starch out of Goodnight Olive? Is she quite as good as she was coming into the Breeders' Cup last year?
I think it's such a valid question. And when you have an effort like she did in the Ballerina, and a horse like Echo Zulu shrugs you off, sometimes it could be debilitating to a horse. You know, mentally, physically, they've given everything they have, and wow, I still couldn't get it done. And then she's got the inside post to deal with. And being a big favorite, you've got an X on your back. Everybody is going to be aware of where you are, and they're going to do their level best to compromise your trip within the boundaries of the rules.
She's the one with the target on her back.
Yeah, no question. And Chad Brown did give her 2 months off since that Ballerina, and just hard to believe that she's that good. Maybe did that wet track move her up a little bit? She's never run a race like that before. If she comes back down to earth with what she usually runs, and she has not been as fast this year as last year, brings a few others into the mix in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the race that she ran in the Bed of Roses. Is that more kind of what she is? And if so, it means that she's a little bit vulnerable in here. Now, I do wonder, too, was she just kind of running to her competition last time? Well, she's the one with the target on her back today. I think Echo Zulu really had the target on her back last time, and having to face a foe of that caliber might have caused Goodnight Olive to really step up her game, but she's been super effective at the 7/8 as well. That is her preferred distance.
Meanwhile, her main competition appears to be Society in this race. 2 huge efforts from this 4-year-old filly for Steve Asmussen, but at Ellis, at Charlestown, and is she going to have more pace pressure? This win at Charlestown, there are not very many quick horses behind her. She easily got to the front here.
Yeah, listen, no doubt. She got a soft trip, but she got a big figure. She ran fast. She showed a lot of athleticism to be able to handle those tighter turns at Charlestown. I love her post. I think she's going to be forward. I don't think she needs to lead, but I'm a Society fan. That's my top selection.
She is a head scratcher for me, Greg, because as you said, it seems like when you get into those big Grade 1 races, and I know that some have been going further distances as well, but it seems like she just doesn't necessarily step up in some of those. You know, when we saw her in the Madison and the La Troyenne, the Breeders' Cup last year, albeit in the Distaff. And it seems like Steve Asmussen obviously had Echo Zulu and even Wicked Halo in the condition, but it seems like he chose the spots for her very carefully. Maybe she's just getting good.
And all of her last, maybe she will be the fastest in here, but all of her last 6 wins have been when she's in front. There's some quick California horses out here. I wonder with Bob Baffert with Ida, who's been so quick, and she didn't get to the front last time out. They kind of set off the pace the last couple of starts. They put blinkers back on her. Are they going to try and send with her? Because that's where she's been most effective.
It really is, and that's where she's run all her big races. And her last couple of starts that she has not found the lead, especially last time out, was her most disappointing race this year. And it seems off that effort with the equipment change, it's kind of speaking to the intent.
It will not be the Classic to close out things in the Breeders' Cup this year. It's going to be the Breeders' Cup Sprint as the finale, and we have this incredible rivalry that's developed. It's the affirmed Aladar of 2023 with Gunite and Elite Power. Elite Power, the reigning champ. That 8-race win streak came to an end in the forego at the hands of Gunite. Was it being drawn on the inside? Was it a soft pace? Questions that we still have. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, there might be a rivalry between these two horses. There also might be a rivalry within the race between, as we often see with these Breeders' Cup races, East Coast versus West Coast. And I almost have to give a little tip of the hat to the West Coast because I think their horses might be just quicker and it might play the track into their hands. But let's take a look back at Gunite here, beating Elite Power in the Grade 1 forego. Now, the last time that we saw him was over that really sloppy racetrack in the Park's Dirt Mile, in which he was defeated at a very short price. But we have seen time and time again this horse does not want to go that far, especially around the 2 turns. Now, I do think he kind of got away with things a bit in the forego, at least softer type of fractions for the caliber of horse that we were dealing with. But at least he's drawn towards the outside of Elite Power and everybody else for that matter, so he can kind of play how the pace is setting up. But I don't know if I necessarily am in love with him the way he's coming into this race. I know that's hard to say about a horse who has consistently run fast enough to win here. This is also kind of plan B. Let's not forget that Steve Asmussen was planning on running Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Sprint, and him in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, I should say. So kind of some rerouting going on as well, Greg.
Oh, he gets an outside post. He's shown, finally it's become a rivalry because he finally beat Elite Power. What do you think between the rematch?
And he did get the right kind of setup that day to beat Elite Power in the forego. He's a horse physically that I've just always been a fan of as well. But he does come in off that defeat at Parks. It was a very wet track, and he's been able to handle a wet track fine before. But I think that Maggie's point about where Steve Asmussen was pointing him is well taken, because the filly and mare sprint is 7 furlongs, but the Breeders' Cup sprint is 6 furlongs. I do kind of prefer Gunite at 7.
See what happens. 3-time winner, never off the board at 6 furlongs, and he's been that horse too that sometimes has issues changing leads quite often, actually. In terms of the West Coast horses, Speedboat Beach, Dr. Shivel. Dr. Shivel, of course, former winner of this race, or just missing against Aloha West.
That was a tough beat for him.
It was a brutal beat. Speedboat Beach off a long layoff, running this huge effort. Is he the controlling pace, and was this too big an effort off the bench?
Well, listen, Bob Baffert puts a lot of foundation in his horses, and I think where it shows up more in horses is when maybe they don't have as much foundation. He trains his horses hard. I mean, you just look at Speedboat Beach's 2 dirt races that are 2 far and away best races of his life. I'm a little bit baffled why the move to the turf after breaking his maiden so, well first time out.
I wonder if it's a combination of, A, he just had too many other good dirt 2-year-olds, which is an embarrassment of riches in the barn, and also that he's a sprinter. And you don't really have a juvenile dirt sprint option if you're going into the Breeders' Cup. And so trying to go in the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf sprint to no avail. He's shown that he could handle the grass and might have been piece of it, but he's obviously a dirt sprinter at the end of the day.
And does he control in this race? A couple of interesting horses are going to be big long shots, too, that just ran the figures of their life. Hoist the Gold, Nakatomi for Dallas Stewart and Wesley Ward. They're going to line up in that one as well. And that's going to close out these Breeders' Cup races. That's race 11 on the card. Happens at 8 Eastern time. We're going to take a timeout. Krupe finally getting his moments in the Discovery after some tough trips with Kendrick Carmouche for Todd Pletcher. We'll take a look back when we return.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching live coverage from South Ozone Park, New York. Saturday card from Aqueduct here on FS2. And we have the 8th up next. We're going to look back to yesterday, the Discovery and Croupi, who was briefly on that Triple Crown trail earlier this year for Todd Pletcher, with a win in the Discovery yesterday at 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, and Kendrick Harmouche did a tremendous job in this ride. Army Times in the Peter Brandt Silks, the one was the pace setter, and he ended up lugging out pretty significantly. Jockey Fergal Lynch could not control him and keep him in a straight path, so Kendrick said, okay, I'll go up the inside and take control of this race. And that's exactly what he did.
Very decisive and aggressive move heading into the far turn, take advantage of that empty space because of Army Times drifting out, trying to bear out with Fergal Lynch. And one thing you know, and jockeys have to know the trainers they ride for, a Todd Pletcher horse is going to stay. They have so much foundation, and they've put in so many miles in their training. And when a rider is aggressive, if it doesn't work, I still applaud him. If you're going to make them, if something turns out to be a mistake, make it an aggressive mistake. Make it your decision.
This is his 11th career start. He's a Curlin. It's Todd Pletcher. Is he kind of is who he is, or can he continue to evolve as he gets older?
I think he's gotten better recently. I will give him that. He's never been a horse I've been able to warm to completely, and oftentimes he is very far back. He beat just 2 other horses up at Saratoga and that allowance 2 back, but I do think that he has improved this year and showing a little bit more on the track.
I agree. I think he's improved, but even the last 16th of a mile, his ears are going up. You can see he's kind of putting his toes around. He's still not 100% genuine. I'd like to see him really bear down and finish his races because it feels like there's more there.
He was actually putting in a run against Saudi Crown on that wet track in that Penn Derby, and he got shut off in that race. He was really far back that day, but good for him to get back into the winner's circle. Interstate Daydream with a big win as well. As we get back to today's action, 8th is next. Approaching the 14-minute mark to post in this one-turn mile. New York Bred's allowance optional claiming group as we get a look at Maker's Candy. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at your current favorite, Maker's Candy. Last time out going the 7/8 and that open allowance over the sloppy track, it looked as though Manny Franco was just kind of niggling at him the entire way behind the favorite Frat Pack, which, to be fair, though, I mean, that wasn't the strongest open allowance to be run ever. I just think he is a horse that's better with a little bit more ground to cover as he gets back out to a mile. And I know he's won at the 7/8 in the Mike Lee, but he kind of got to dictate things a bit more from the outside. So a little extra ground is going to help this horse just get into a better rhythm overall. He's built that way too. He's kind of that longer tubular type of frame to him. He looks good overall. I have no problems with him as a favorite. Now, a horse that really caught my eye because he looks completely different than when I had last seen him is a horse who's also taking money, and that's number 3, Prince of Pharaohs. It seemed as though from the middle of summer onto his last race, all of his conditioning just completely dropped away. He just looked weak across his top line, and that was never really the case for him. And it kind of was, while he still ran respectable numbers, it was kind of reflective in the way that his form was going. He has put on so much conditioning. He looks so much better and stronger, especially behind the saddle. He looks happier too. I think the money's meaningful based upon what I'm seeing from him here, Greg, because he has really, truly turned inside out with that little freshening between races.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade when we come back. Approaching the 12-minute mark to post. Man who will send out White Barrio. His horse just left our screen, Prince of Pharaohs. That's the 6 Maker's Candy. Manny Franco will ride this one, looking for his 3rd on this Saturday card.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A graded winner at 2, 3, and 4. Nest broke through with a big score in the Grade 1 Ashland, followed by runner-up efforts in the Kentucky Oaks and Belmont, besting Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike in the latter. Nest secured champion 3-year-old filly honors that summer with an emphatic victory in the Grade 1 CCA Oaks, demolishing the field by over 12 lengths.
Nest putting in a Grade 1 performance today.
From there, she took the Grade 1 Alabama by over 4 lengths and Grade 2 Beldame by nearly 10 lengths. Overall, Nest has earned over $2.1 million for trainer Todd Fletcher and owners Rapoli Stable, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and Michael House. A daughter of Curlin, Nest is a full sister to Grade 1 winner Idol and half-sister to recent Jockey Club Derby Invitational Stakes winner Lost Ark. She is out of a stakes-winning AP Indy mare Marion Ravenwood that has produced 4 stakes horses. Multiple Grade 1 winner, Eclipse champion, and multi-millionaire Nest selling this November with Highgate Sales agent.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once, and he came back to racing for home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Looking very familiar in that piece. What has this meant to you to be part of that?
It's been the most rewarding thing that I've been part of, both within the industry and just in what I've done in my life so far. So always really grateful when they take time on the show to show that piece and have an opportunity to highlight Racing for Home, our organization. We're very excited. We're actually going to be going to the Meadowlands on November 11th. They did, with the Amateur Driving Club over in Harness Racing, did a charity challenge, and Racing for Home, one of the 5 aftercare organizations between Harness Racing and Thoroughbred Racing, to be rewarded and a recipient of that as well. So really, really honored to be receiving that. And I'm going to get to ride in the starters car as well, which I'm pretty excited about.
That's really cool. That's neat.
I know.
I love the piece. I love what you, your mom, and your dad, it's a full commitment your whole family has done. These horses do so much for us and have given us so much, and it's just so wonderful to see how you guys give back.
Thank you.
Post-parade coming up for the 8th, 1-turn mile. Here's Wild Banker to start things off.
Wild Banker coming back into New York Bred Company after facing Open out of town. Did run a very fast race up in Saratoga, going 9 furlongs.
9-2 next door. John Terranova with Thrill of It.
I thought he was very interesting. He's a horse that should be forward, and I like him a bit.
This horse is as consistent as they come for Rick Dutro.
He really is, and did get that little freshening coming back here, trying to turn things around. He is a hard-knocking campaigner for sure.
Tom Morley Barn with Colloquy, Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Yeah, nice win to close out the day yesterday with Trevor, and this horse had a race off of a freshening, should improve.
Mason Manning, this horse had a monster effort back in May at Belmont.
He did, and I think his form has dirtied up a little bit after trying synthetic races at Presque Isle recently. Fernando Abreu's done well with the horses here.
The favorite, Maker's Candy, Manny looking for 3.
Yeah, listen, I see him as the favorite, but 6-5, doesn't it seem a bit short?
And Boss making boss moves at 13-1, Kendrick Carmouche outside.
I know that he was off slow last time out, but I don't love that he was beaten for 16,000 2 starts back.
Well, let's get back to Mig's question he posed. 7-5 favoritism. Maker's Candy. We'll take a look at this horse. What do you think? Is it the company he's kept?
Yes, I think it's because he's been in so many New York bred stakes. He won a mile and a 16th up at Finger Lakes, wouldn't just be in the New York Derby, tried the Albany when he got a little bit keen, going a mile and an 1/8, which he probably doesn't want. They tried cutting back to the 7 last time out. He took money. And I think that it's almost kind of, as you sift through his past performances, you wonder, what is the real Maker's Candy? And is he going to necessarily show up in this spot?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I thought his last couple of efforts, albeit, like you said, very good company lines, I thought they left a lot to be desired. He's making a real nice impression on the warm-up, though.
And the best race he ever ran was at a mile distance. He's effectively undefeated. He got DQ'd out of a win, but 2 for 2 at a mile as well. And he does make a pretty nice appearance warming up on the racetrack.
And I will say, before the Albany, which is the last time I covered a race he was in, he was not moving that great and did not have very good energy before the race. And he's definitely sharp out there today.
No, he's sharp, and his best race did come right here at Aqueduct, going a mile.
Well, let's move to Colloquy for the Morley barn. Here's this 4-year-old son of Flattery. He's 5 for 15 lifetime. He owns a couple of wins on this surface. This was back at Saratoga, July 28th, in a dominant performance in a New York bred first allowance condition race.
He just absolutely pummeled this field, pulled away so impressively with a 6 3/4 length victory. Now, he was chasing last time out, maybe was kind of up against it, and I was wondering, kind of sifting through his past performances, Richie, if he's better with a little bit more distance, but he has been very effective at a mile in the past.
Yeah, I just thought last time, too, you know, hadn't run since the end of July with this winning effort, and he was in position. He ran like a horse to me that was just in need of a race.
Wow, 5 to 1. There he is. Looks like Mind on Business. Trevor McCarthy again will be aboard. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I also think Colloquy and the horse I'll get to next were against a track that day in which we saw aggregation, adding blinkers on that occasion, kind of jump out to the lead and just lead them on a merry chase. And it was a day where you wanted to be inside and possess some speed, in which Colloquy had some speed, but he was chasing 3 wide, but Boss making boss moves. He unfortunately had a bad start and was way behind the pack early on. So he's one that at times, if you can go back a ways, has numbers and races to win this. And for Dave Duggan, it feels as though they were kind of experimenting a little bit with the turf. He's not a turf horse. And then just in some spots where he just couldn't be competitive. I feel like physically, too, he's rounding back into form. I think he could be dangerous here and should offer the longest shot on the board. I love the way he's moving out on the track, too. Like I said, against it last time, maybe since he is now going to be the last one in, he can break a little bit more effectively and make a little noise at a price, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Getting set to load shortly. The late pick 3 coming up. As you look at the analyst selections, Keisha, Mig, you two agree. Thrill of it. Terra Nova and Jose Gomez.
We've agreed a lot today, Richie. Not successfully so far, I will say. So we're looking to turn that around. But I was just looking for an alternative. I realized, as Maggie said, yes, aggregation had control of the race last time, and I realized that Thrill of It was on top of the pace. But this is a horse that I thought overall has been remarkably consistent. He's a horse that does not run well going through kickback. That's always kind of been my note on him. And so I think he runs better overall with a more aggressive style. And Jose Gomez, since we've started this new meet, has been riding in good form.
He's been riding in really good form. And all jockeys, once they lose their apprentice allowance, now Jose Gomez was your champion apprentice last year, you go into a post-apprentice slump. It's just you lose business, people that like the weight. He's come around. He's come out of it. And I like the way he's riding. I like the way he finishes on horses. I see a lot of influence from Angel Cordero, the way he's getting up underneath horses and really finishing with that good extension in his hand ride. And full disclosure, I'm just riding your coattails.
The truth comes out. Angel Cordero, of course, with this man right here, his agent, his mentor, one of the greats of all time, and teaching this young man how to survive and be successful on the most difficult circuit there is in the game.
You work hard. Don't quit. Don't get discouraged. Show up every day.
Forward in your races is one of the big lessons he's taught him as well.
Get your position going forward.
Even money now on Makers Candy as we're set for the 8th. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Boss, making boss moves. Last to load. All set. And they're off. Second break from Prince of Pharaohs has early speed, goes right out to the front. It's Prince of Pharaohs, and to the inside there's Thrill of It, and moving up towards the outside there is Maker's Candy. That's the leading three. Just off of them, that's Trevor McCarthy with Colloquy, who's going to track in now, challenge for that third spot as they come out of the chute. Big gap there for Ruben Silvera. Is going to split rivals with Mason Mania as they hook up with the backstretch. Second to last is Wild Banker with the early triller, Boss, making boss moves. Head and head as they work up the backstretch here. It's mild pressure on the front end. The rail is open for Thrill of It, and Jose Gomez is going to push on through. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile as Prince of Pharaohs holds that position as a nose in front. Thrill of It is making a challenge to the inside. Now taking off the pace there is Manny Franco with Maker's Candy in third. Just off of them, that's Mason Mania, who's moved over to the rail, is in fourth and now under a drive. Moving up to the outside of that rival is Colloquy, who reclaims that fourth position. Second to last, still Wild Banker, and from the back, Boss, making boss moves, 46.57 for that half-mile time. Prince of Pharaohs is back in front. Thrill of It down towards the inside, and here comes the three-wide run from Maker's Candy. Maker's Candy is in hand. Manny Franco took a peek back with a quarter mile left to go and sees Colloquy in full pursuit in the green silks on the grandstand side. New leader is Maker's Candy, who now kicks for home. Down towards the inside, it's Prince of Pharaohs, who battles on. Colloquy could not cut into the margin yet. It's Maker's Candy. He's well out in the center of the racetrack, but opening up with every stride inside the final 16th. Maker's Candy is now 3 lengths clear. Manny Franco with another one. Maker's Candy wins it easily. Holding on for second was Prince of Pharaohs. Then came a photo. Colloquy with an oncoming Boss, making boss moves in 1 minute 35-1.
Maker's Candy, short price and warranted with how he handled this field.
Yes, he was impressive, pulling away from the rest of this group and getting out to the Goldilocks effect, as you like to say, Richie, finding the right distance, and the mile seemed to suit him perfectly. And Manny Franco still had a lot of horse under his hands.
Man, he's still galloping out into the bridle, doesn't want to pull up, looking for more. And listen, New York racing fans and people wagering on the races here are so sharp, and this horse took all the money. I didn't think he deserved to be that shorter price. He made it look like he should have been a shorter price.
I also want to say, too, with Manny Franco, I know that's his third win today.
Yes.
Yes, third win today. He picked up his 2000th career win last week, which was also his 200th stakes win. For everybody that says he's becoming one of the elite riders, when 10% of your wins are stakes victory, he's already an elite rider.
That's pretty strong, isn't it? Yeah, and watching him ride, physically he's so good. He's 28 years old. He's already ridden 2,000 wins. If he stays healthy, you know, how many is he going to rack up before he's done?
6-3, 4-7, even money favorite. Maker's Candy on a double pick 6 carryover day. And form holds in this one. But we have tough one certainly to close it out, where some little chaos can happen. And we'll see what happens in the 9th in that Stewart Manor when we're sprinting on the turf. But Manny having a huge afternoon with a lot of the big names out of town. He's one of the big names that remains, and he's taking advantage. We'll have the prices from this one when we come back from a timeout. We'll look ahead to the Breeders' Cup Mile as well. It starts the pick 6, and we'll talk the main player from the U.S. contingent up to the mark, had a choice to make which race to go to. Todd Pletcher loved the races he'd been going longer in, so he goes to the turf.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Get signed up, started. No better time with the Breeders' Cup happening on Championship Saturday. $25 free play and that $200 sign-up bonus. The code to punch in for new members to get those offers, Cup 25, on the app or at NyraBets.com. Maker's Candy. Easy time of things. Here in the 8th and a third win today for Manny Franco, teaming up here with Paradise Farms and Mike Maker.
Much the best in this effort and a little bit reluctant to switch leads, but finally did so and pulled away from this field. Got a good trip and obviously appreciated the class relief and the mile distance.
You could see from before the half mile pulled away he was traveling. He was going to be very tough to beat. And the only anxious moment he had was that little bit of awkward step when he did change leads. Manny had to kind of help him, but he just drew off as much the best. A nice effort from the runner-up here, too. Prince of Pharaohs with Eric Cancel, just second best.
Take a look at how this pick 6 has played out in just a moment here. $4.10 with your even money favorite winner. Please advise $17.80. You had $10.80 to start it with dynamic pricing on a pool that had almost $500,000 in it here.
And I would imagine Maker's Candy might have been one of the leans in the sequence, especially given what a short price he was.
Even if you're alive to this point, it feels like an eternity to go to seal the deal with 2 legs remaining. Stakes race up next, and it is 2-year-old filly's turn. And the Stewart Manor 6 furlongs, outer turf, and current favorite, the 6 in here, Shoplifting for the Anthony Dutro barn.
Getting on turf for the first time, I'm a little surprised that she is the favorite. It's interesting. Now, she was the favorite on debut, but that was on dirt, and the horse that won that race, just FYI, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. But there is plenty of turf pedigree for her as well.
Yeah, there really is. Actually, her dam, Miss Shop, I want a stake for Alan Jerkins on her on the turf, although she was just as proficient on dirt. She was a grade 1 winner on dirt, a stakes winner on turf. That's a rare thing for a horse to have the ability to kind of translate to both surfaces.
Yeah, she won the personal license. She produced a multiple grade 3 winner on the grass as well. We'll get more into this race coming up in a moment. Breeders' Cup Mile is next. It starts the pick 6 on Championship Saturday. And it is a 5-year-old mare from Japan who is the one to beat right now in this Breeders' Cup Mile.
Oh, she looks the goods. Songline. She's 7-2, a tepid favorite, as this is, I think, a really competitive group in the Breeders' Cup Mile, Richie. But she really looks like she has the talent. She has been dominant at the mile distance, multiple Group 1 winner.
Yeah, I mean, she is just very, very good. She, it seems like a lot of the Japanese horses had a freshening, and then they had their prep race, and then came into here off of that one effort. So she was beating a nose in her prep, but now she has that race under her belt, and they've shown how they know how to get it done. They identify who they should bring and how they'll fit here.
In the last few years, these Japanese horses winning on a global stage time and time again. Meanwhile, Godolphin and Saeed bin Saror with Maj, who has a U.S. prep here with that gate-to-wire win at a mile and an 1/8 in the Queen Elizabeth II Cup at Keeneland.
Yeah, this was a big effort, and we've seen Godolphin with their domination of North American graded turf stakes, and this time was not for Charlie Appleby, it was with Saeed bin Saror, but this one, the sister to Modern Games, and she was impressive. She has a lot of early speed as well, Richie, which is very dangerous, especially as she comes on to take on American runners like she did in the QE2. Having speed is a very dangerous commodity when you have that ability, that kind of turn of foot we often talk about with Euros, but when you can be forward, I think it's a key as well.
Yeah, and you never know when they make their first start in North America how that speed that they have in Europe is going to translate. Well, she's already shown it translated just fine.
Meanwhile, U.S. contingent and the modern day 4-star Dave, Casa Creed, who has gone back-to-back in that race, coming off 2 of the biggest performances of his career. Maggie, is he up to the task in this Breeders' Cup Mile?
I sure hope so, Greg. He's like an old friend that you can't help but root for. And at least the mojo in the Bill Mott barn is going the right way with 2 Breeders' Cup wins already on this weekend. And Casa Creed, this will be his 4th try at a Breeders' Cup race. Now, last year they opted to go in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at 5.5 furlongs at Keeneland. He had 2 disappointing efforts in the mile prior to that. I wonder, though, the pace looks somewhat murky, whereas the speed looks to be coming from horses who are cutting back a bit. So I think he does get to sit possibly his ideal trip, which is to sit kind of in that second flight of horses when we're going the mile. Yes, he is a horse that loves Saratoga, but wouldn't it be so cool to see this guy as a 7-year-old finally break through and get his Breeders' Cup win? I think he looks sensational. He has throughout the year. I love him at a mile. I'm glad they opted to go back in this race as opposed to the turf sprint. And he's certainly one I'll be rooting for, Greg. Yes, Maj and Songline obviously are very, very potential winners here, but my heart goes with Casa Creed.
He's just been the ageless wonder. He really has been a lot like 4-Star Dave. I couldn't believe when I looked at Thoroughgraph how fast those races were that he'd run those last 2 starts.
And according to the Clocker report, he's gotten some of the best grades as far as how he's been training as well.
He's outworking Elite Power on the dirt.
He is. And he's got a lot of pep in his step, Richie. And Ernie Munich and I were up in Saratoga a couple weeks ago filming, getting shots of horses that were still stabled up there. And we walked out on the track and I said, I think that's Casa Creed that Bill Mott's assistant Neil Pazanski's on. I said, but that looks like it could be a younger horse. And Ernie went over and asked Neil. He says, oh, no, this is Casa Creed. And he just has that kind of spirit, that freshness to him still.
Yeah, high energy, and, you know, he's in good form. Listen, he was beaten a neck by Songline in a turf sprint over in Saudi Arabia. And I think he's in the best form of his life right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, he is 5-1, about 14 minutes away. This race going to kick off the pick 6. Meanwhile, Breeders' Cup Turf, it was a decision for Todd Pletcher. Where do we go with Up to the Mark? Had that brilliant prep going a mile, and he just felt he'd run his better races at longer distances, but still the 1.5 miles is going to be a question mark.
I get that, but I don't think that he's going to be able to beat the Euros in this Breeders' Cup Turf this year. I would have preferred him if he had gone into the mile, Richie, but I get it. I know he won the Manhattan in the Turf Classic, the Manhattan in a 1.25 miles, but I thought that the mile race was good. It was a long layoff. He had to train for an extended period of time after that Manhattan victory, missing a race like the Sword Dancer in the summer as well. And the 1.5 miles is that question too, with some very talented European runners.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest stumbling block, the quality of the European runners that are proven at the 1.5 mile distance. But Todd Pletcher's record in the Belmont Stakes and in, you know, marathon type races is so good. So I'm not going to question him identifying that he thinks the 1.5 miles would be okay, but facing some tough company.
See if he's up to the task. He's 5-1. Morning line with a really strong contingent this year of European invaders in that Breeders' Cup Turf where they year in, year out do so good. Aidan O'Brien trying to win a 7th turf. He's pointed August Rodin to this spot from early on in the years. We take a look at American horses to win this race. Bricks and Mortar, the last to do it back in 2019.
And he was crowned horse of the year. I mean, he was an exceptional racehorse for sure, as is usually the case. And these are some very, very good horses on this group that we're looking at here. But as has been the case recently, Richie, the European horses that have come over have been so dominant in this race.
They really have. And again, they're just the trainers there are so good at identifying who will adapt to American-style racing. Out of that list of American horses that won it, though, the one that was the biggest surprise to me to get the 1.5 miles was Little Mike.
Yes, that's very true.
And I thought if he got it, he would take them gate to wire. He raided under a masterful ride by Ramon Dominguez and Carlos Bacareza, had nothing but confidence going into the race, and his confidence was rewarded.
Meanwhile, one of the major players in this group from the Euros coming over for John Gosden. We've already seen win earlier on the card with his Spiral. There's question marks as good as this horse has been, and this is going to be his finale. Is he a 1.5 mile horse? He's never won at this distance.
Yeah, that's often a question, too, with Mostadaf as he comes in off a win in the Judd International going 1 mile and 5/16. And look, I mean, he has been in terrific form coming in here. The lone kind of stumble was behind Equinox in the Dubai Shima Classic going the 1.5 miles. Equinox is of another level, and it's a shame he didn't come over to try the Breeders' Cup, but I think that he is the most talented horse of Japan's right now.
Equinox breathes other air, if you will, and this horse took him on. He went to win. He didn't go to be second. Sometimes, you know, well, I can't beat this horse. I'm not going to try to take him on because it'll cost me a placing. They tried to win the race, and it probably cost them second money. he got run down. I like John Gosden talking about this horse. A big run, freshen. A big run, freshen. He had a big run in August. He freshened up. Now he's here.
Well, you know, big U.S. trainers with the big guns, they aim for the Classic. The European trainers, they aim for the turf, and no one's been better at it than Aidan O'Brien. He's been pointing August Rodin to this horse for some time, and pretty good double to pull off with an Epsom and Irish Derby double. He added the Irish Champion Stakes as well. We know that he loves a mile and a half.
He does, and two back at Ascot in the King George, it said it was good to soft, and reading in quotes, he said he really did not handle the soft turf that day, and it's a fun little rematch between him and King of Steel, both of whom are 3-year-olds, and probably some of the top 3-year-old turf horses that we've seen in some of these big races in Europe coming over here. But Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore, we saw them with a win yesterday, and neither of them, it's amazing looking at them, Richie. They just have, both of them, this cool, calm demeanor.
Yeah, absolutely. And this horse, by Deep Impact, you know, one of the best sires in Japan, an incredible racehorse in his own right. And this horse has had enough time between that big effort, too, in the Irish Champion Stakes, right, September, which King of Steel doesn't have the benefit of, right? He's coming back in a pretty quick turnaround.
He did do that when he won at Royal Ascot, though, as well. He came back and in just 6 days, I should say, actually came back in just a couple of weeks after his second-place finish in the Epsom Derby as well.
That's still to come. Preceding the Classic, Breeders' Cup Turf. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Pick 6, remember, coming up next on Championship Saturday out at Santa Anita. We're going to take a timeout. The story of a classic that will never be forgotten with the performance of 'Tis Now for America.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Stakes action coming up next in the Stewart Manor 2-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs on the lawn. It was a testing time for everyone in this country. An attack on our soil here in New York that left everyone shaken, saddened, and uncertain. That was the backdrop of the 2001 Breeders' Cup. But for a brief moment, due to a brilliant performance and an equally brilliant race call, for a moment, all was well again.
That morning, I was in my living room having a cup of coffee, and my buddy Richard Rosenblatt called me up on the phone and said, "Turn on the TV," and he hung up the phone. I went, "Okay," and that was that.
We came up here to the roof, which is only about 12 miles from the World Trade Center, watching all the smoke billowing and all the horror that was going on, and we knew that our lives had been forever changed.
Well, he had run in the Woodward Stakes 3 days prior to 9/11, and Sandy and I were there and flew back from New York 2 days before 9/11 on 9/9. And then nobody could fly, of course, after 9/11 for some time. So he remained at Belmont Park in Shug McGay's barn. He also had his exercise boy and groom with him. And they stayed, I think, about 11 or 12 more days before they could fly out of New Jersey and come back to California.
The racetrack's always been my sanctuary. It just, particularly those first few days, it was really hard to feel like this was important, what we were doing.
Getting back to work certainly was a distraction, but the fright of what happened came rushing back when I arrived in New York.
I went upstairs and went into the booth, and I looked out to the infield, which I had looked out over from my perch up there 1,000 times. And I looked at the tote board, and I looked, something was different. And then I picked up my glasses, and I looked over, and there was a sniper's nest in the tote board.
Right before the races began on Breeders' Cup Day, track management asked all the jockeys to put their colors on, and we were all given an FDNY hat or NYPD hat.
Everybody understood the magnitude of that, and that we were all in solidarity about what happened. No matter where you were from, we're on the same page, and everybody had that same feeling that we were going to show the world that we were going to put on the best show possible and keep racing at the forefront.
Ready for the start of the Classic, and they're off.
I asked him to run coming out of the gate because we were stuck out in the 10 hole, and all the way down the backstretch he was traveling very comfortably. And then I heard a horse coming to my outside, and I saw the blue Godolphin colors.
Here comes the arc winner, Saki, and he storms to the lead. Saki a narrow lead, and Tisno is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the arc winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic.
At the 16th hole, I decided, well, I'll give him one tap to see if he'll respond favorably from that, and he did.
On the outside, Saki, Tisno fights on. Here's the wire, desperately close. Tisno wins it for America.
You could say, I suppose, that it was a jingoistic thing to say, but it was the story. It was the story.
I felt like racing won that day. It was a celebration of our sport in the face of unspeakable terror.
It was a realization of a dream again that year, to have him win it twice in a row. And he really deserved it.
I was just flooded with emotions, mostly elation, and very, very proud that Tisno would show up on a most important day in the history of our country, not just the history of our racing industry.
What a performance, and what was such a chilling time in our nation's history. And Mig, you as a New Yorker, being so close, as you mentioned, you saw it, across the way with that view we have here. For Tisno to step up and have that kind of performance, and that call from Tom Durkin, it was always right on it, really captured the moment.
Incredible call, and putting the exclamation point on that effort and everybody's emotions around that time and about what happened. The morning of, on September 11th, I had worked a horse, went home, got a call that a plane had hit the World Trade Center, and at the time you didn't know. I thought it was an accident, a small plane, and then when the second plane hit, I went back to Belmont. Dennis Bryder, a dear friend of mine, we went up to the roof, and it's 10 miles as the crow flies, and it was a crystal clear day, and we could see what was unfolding in front of our eyes. And it was just, it was such a horrible situation, and it was unbelievable, and it really was hard to get back to work because you didn't feel like this doesn't mean anything. But then when the Breeders' Cup rolled around and the way everybody responded to it, and then to have a performance like that, Tisno, who also beat Giants Causeway the year before in the Classic in the same fashion, getting past and fighting back the way he did. It turned out to be an incredibly emotional day, but a day that I really think helped a lot of us start to heal.
Get chills watching that call every time.
And he was acting up quite a bit leading up to that race.
Yeah, he was difficult, didn't want to train. He had a mind of his own, and that's why when Chris said he gave him one tap to see how he responded, because he might have responded negatively, and then he gave him that extra serve. He was beating the ARC winner in Saki there.
Pretty incredible. Stakes race coming up next here on our Saturday coverage. Again, the Stewart Manor 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass, and it's still filly who's getting on grass for the first time, but certainly has the pedigree for it, who is favored. There she is, shoplifting, still a maiden. That dirt debut came at Saratoga this summer where she just missed.
It has turf pedigree, as we touched on. The Damn Miss Shop won the personal ensign, grade 1 on dirt, but she was also a 4-time turf winner. She produced Tin Type Gal, who was a graded stakes winner and multiple turf winner for Grand Motion as well.
It feels like it would be appropriate for her to win. I've been thinking about Alan Jerkins so much lately because Jimmy Jerkins, who's now in Saudi Arabia training, has been having such great success. He had 2 winners yesterday. I mean, it seems like things are really gelling for him there. I've been keeping in touch with Jimmy via text, and, you know, I'll always have that memory of winning that stake that day for Alan on Miss Shop.
Oh, we had a horse cutting back in distance, winning the boys version. We got one next door in here in the 5. Camilla T won gate to wire, dominant, sprinting on the lawn, and then faced your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner, going long, hard to justify next time out. Now cuts back to a sprint again. Talk more about Camilla T and the rest of this field when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Stakes action coming up. 2-year-old filly sprinting on the grass. And the Stewart Manor are next. And you can play all the action by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Get a $25 free play, that $200 sign-up bonus, with new members punching in that code CUP25 at sign-up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Oh, that was a thriller as Godolphin finishes 1-2 in that Breeders' Cup Mile with Master of the Seas getting the nod over the filly Maude. Our man Casa Creed finishing third. Good to see, though. But let's take a look at some of these fillies in the paddock for this Stewart Manor. Shoplifting is your current favorite, who coming into this race, I was very intrigued by. I'm not so intrigued given the 2-to-1 price, but certainly flattered by Just FYI winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies yesterday, and she was just nailed by her and was favored against her. So obviously the word was out and it's out again. But what I noted and took away from that first effort is that she's a very good mover. And like I've said, she moves like one that should handle the turf. She has the proverbial turf hoof to her. So I'm feeling pretty confident about Shoplifting taking to the grass here. She makes a great impression. She did first time out, though, as well. Now, to her outside is one of two horses coming by way of Fair Hill. For our No Delacour is Independence Avenue, daughter of Mr. Speaker. I liked her effort last time out, winning down at Colonial. Again, you don't really know what she beat, but she broke very quickly. She sat second outside, and when Victor Carrasco asked her, she really leveled off and accelerated towards the wire. She's a big, good-looking girl. Now, they saddled her on the walk. I suppose she's had the propensity to be a little bit of a tough one to handle, but she's not showing that here today. I really like what I'm seeing from her physically, Greg, and if she can build upon that effort last time, which she built from first to second, if she steps forward again, which she's given the impression she could, she'll be a major factor here.
17-1, Independence Avenue, riders up. Manny Franco looking for number 4 today. He'll be on board for Christophe Clement from the inside post. Still a maiden coming into this spot.
She's tried to get in Marco T to a maiden race at least twice, maybe 3 times, but unfortunately with races taken off the turf, just as we discussed it in the Atlantic Beach earlier today. So Marco T, who always had ability, finished behind Split Strike, who did not run particularly well in the boys version earlier.
Post parade coming up. There's the speedy Camilla T, who we'll get back to. We'll begin taking another look here at Marco T in just a moment with our post parade kicking off with the Stewart Manor. So Clement and Manny, and one who just missed by half a length last time out as the favorite.
Manny Franco having a good day. She didn't look 100% fit in that race. Unfortunately, as mentioned, she's had to wait a bit to come back for her second race off that bit of a layoff over the summer.
Tupi was second in a stake in the turf debut and then went long.
Yeah, stretched out. I think turning back is certainly a bonus for Tupi.
Kevin Rice with She's Fire.
She was impressive when breaking her maiden in her second start. Her last win came on the synthetic at Presque Isle.
Love to eat. Big price here, 31-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 on turf is going to have to improve and show that she can turn back that 1/8 of a mile. Broke her maiden going 7 furlongs.
That was a Kentucky Downs. Camilla T, the speedster, cutting back.
90 by her speed figure on debut. She's definitely a sprinter, but there looks to be quite a bit of pace signed on in this race.
Here's the favorite, turf debut for Shoplifting.
Yeah, we talked about that pedigree, big effort to your Breeders' Cup winner, and what will be your 2-year-old champion, just FYI.
I believe that's a 7 for West Point,
yep.
Independence Avenue, 16-1.
A little bit sharp stepping on the track now. She's another one that can add some heat to the party with that big early speed.
Here's the 9, Graham for Christophe Clement. And back to the 8, Rosie Jeeks.
Yeah, showed a lot of speed on debut, was impressive. And, Chad Brown doesn't look for speed from his young horses. She just did it because she's natural.
There's Graham with Dylan Davis.
She's another one that can be a little bit difficult when getting the tack on and saddling. She could be the one closing late, though.
Grivet, Jamie Begg trains.
Yeah, winner on synthetic last time at Presque Isle. Ran okay in a maiden race at Colonial. Would be a surprise to me.
More potential pace with Nikki Jolene.
She's also forward. We'll appreciate getting back to the turf.
Wow, it's a big price on Ever So Sweet for Brad Cox. Comes in 2 for 2. Sorry, broke the maiden last start.
Yeah, but it also has good speed. What kind of trip does she work out from the outside with Kendrick? She could run the risk of being cast into that wide chasing mode.
Kendrick Carmouche will ride as we're 4 minutes away. And let's look at Ever So Sweet and the maiden win when she was on the lead throughout.
She actually took a couple of strides to kind of get into stride, but she and Rosie Jeeks broke their maiden on the same day, both in eventual wire-to-wire fashion, and Ever So Sweet got a little bit of a faster figure, and she ran the faster race as well. She was able to hold on late with Agra closing in here, and I think that's because she did go so quick early, Richie. She's got legitimate speed, but as you said, I think Kendrick is really going to be in a kind of no-win situation when having the outside post, a lot of speed to his inside as well.
We have a late scratch. It's the 7, it looks like. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, unfortunately, as I said, they were making every possible precaution to keep Independence Avenue from her bad behavior. And she was behaving beautifully down in the paddock. And then once she stepped foot on the track, she went over so quickly. She didn't go over hard, so she's okay. But this is just kind of standard protocol for us here in New York when a horse kind of goes over like that. And Victor Carrasco did a great job. I was holding my breath for him because it was so quick, and he managed to come off the side of her and stay out of her way when she came back over. So she will not participate today. You always got to be cognizant of those things when connections are acting like something could happen. It's usually a reason why. As we'll take a look at the two inside runners, Marco T, as Acacia was saying, I kind of feel bad for her. You know, she had to run an open company versus a mount because there weren't many races going for 2-year-olds at that early on in that point of the year. And then she ran against the boys last time and certainly didn't disgrace herself, was not in the paddock for the September 4th effort. But based upon what I saw from her back in May, she's done very well. She's developed, she's filled out, she's grown, she's done everything that you would hope a filly would. Now, well, it's not New York breds, at least she's been against her own sex today. So making a good impression, I think, overall. Looks strong in here is number 2, Tupi. She kind of had a rough go of it, I think, last time out in the Jessamine where she was favored. And if you ever listen to Andy Serling, he will tell you, and I don't have the exact stats right offhand here, but that Grand Motion does not have particularly good numbers when stretching 2-year-olds out on the turf. She, though, the horse next to her in the gate started acting up. And then when they broke, that horse slammed into her while the horse to her inside slammed into her too. And then it just kind of set her off. And she started running off in the first kind of 1/8 of a mile. Flavien Prat got her to settle on the backside, but the damage had been done at that point. So she's going to turn back in distance. Now, she'd get a little bit keen, a little bit warm in the paddock. Wish I didn't see that with her because nobody else had that, demeanor to them. I'm going to take a shot, though, with her. I think cutting back in distance is really going to help her out. I really like shoplifting, but 2-1 on a horse that has never done this before, it's a little bit tough to take, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Again, that late scratch up there. 7 comes out. Favorite remains. Yeah, 1 try in the grass for the first time. Again, there she is.
5-2, and she has turf pedigree, but yeah, it is trying something for the first time. I'm actually on the same horse as Maggie with Tupi. I did my picks earlier today for Talking Horses. Thought that while she was second best in that lone turf sprint, it was against the boys and behind No Name Metz, who was the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint yesterday, finishing 4th.
Yeah, I wound up going with the favorite, trying turf for the first time because of the pedigree and maybe I've tweaked a little bit with the sentimentality of it. My question to you, Rosie Jeeks and Ever So Sweet broke their maiden the same day. Ever So Sweet a little bit faster. Ran considerably faster earlier than Rosie Jeeks did, but Rosie Jeeks came home faster. Do you upgrade or downgrade one or the other? I mean, I do think Rosie Jeeks got an easier time of it on the lead.
I felt, having actually been in the paddock for both of those races that day, I felt that Rosie Jeeks had the easier race.
Okay.
Chris Griffin with the call. It's the Stewart Manor 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlong sprint here in the 9th.
Camilla T is stepping forward. A couple more out here. Nikki Jolene. Ever So Sweet. Ever So Sweet to the outside. Steps forward. Goes in. All set. for the Stewart Manor. And they're off. Broken a good line. Love to Eat has early speed from the far outside. There comes Ever So Sweet trying to be in the early mix, but Love to Eat is clearing off and quickly up by a full length and a half. Tupi is down at the rail, is now in second. Following them comes Camilla T, who's tracking in third. Out wider, moving forward, there is Gravette. Gravette is now about to engage this leader. They try to slow down the tempo. Towards the far outside, there's Nikki Jolene with Ever So Sweet, now tightly packed on the front end. Further back comes the pink cap. That's Marco T is right there with Graham. They're going to be mid-pack. Towards the back end of the field, you've got Shoplifting. Second to last is Rosie Jeeks, and at the back, she's Fire. 22.55 for the opening quarter mile, and here comes Gravette at 52-1 is the leader. Camilla T is in between horses, trying to battle on through with those yellow blinkers. Here comes the purple cap as Ever So Sweet on the outside. Also trying to come back is Love to Eat. Gravette has got the lead. Gravette is 52-1 and has a length and a half cushion. Here comes Ever So Sweet down the center of the course. Tupi is now in the clear and launching, and Tupi is lifting big time. Here comes Tupi and Jorge Ruiz. They're on the move, and they are striding away. It's Tupi who's up by a full length and a half now. Tupi, much the best in the Stewart Manor, gets the victory. Marco T up there for second. Looked like Gravette holds on for third over Shoplifting. Final running time, 1 minute 9 and 4.
Both are stakes for 2-year-olds today. It's 2-year-olds cutting back in distance, getting the win.
And I thought looking at this race that Tupi could potentially set the right kind of trip, and Jorge Ruiz did a really good job. She broke sharp, and then there was pace at front, and he took her back. And then once she was able to tip out and get that clear sailing, she's obviously still figuring things out, still a touch green, but she was able to run down horses on the outside, having that foundation. Turf sprinting is what she wants to do.
A nice patient ride too. Once he had his position, he eased her back. He saved ground in the stretch. Didn't think about asking her until he was able to ease out to the clear, come into the 3/16 pole. This was a really nice effort, and this is the race I chose not to tag along with you.
9-1, a nice price. Marco T finished well, kind of weaving between horses as well, finally getting a chance to run. But got to give a shout to Jorge Ruiz. Got to know him. He came riding down in South Florida for quite a while and then moved his tack over to Maryland. Has a really good rapport with Grand Motion too. So I'm sure a really big opportunity for him to follow this filly here to New York and get this stakes win. You'll often see him in the paddock. He prefers not to get a leg up and will just jump onto the back of his mount.
So he's a show-off.
He does the opposite of Frankie Dettori. Jumps onto the horse.
Isn't that how you used to do it, Mick? Yeah. You didn't get help, did you?
Yeah.
I'm brittle. I'm old.
How about a 52-1 shot for a moment? Looked like it was going to score this huge upset. Gravette weakens to third late, but completes this trifecta.
Romero Mirage, another example of horses overperforming, outrunning their odds. He puts horses in position. Such a good rider. And you learn more about riders in races that they hit the board or finish fourth, giving horses perfect rides, than you do winning on horses that are supposed to win.
2-1, 10-6, 9-1, Tupi. Grand Motion with a victory here in the Stewart Manor. We'll have the prices when we come back. That's going to help this pick six again with one leg remaining. Brad Cox. He's got maybe the one to beat with the Distaff coming up. The speedy and talented and game idiomatic. She's going to have company up front. We'll have a preview ahead.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 quarter. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered. Accountability is demanded. And while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Stewart Manor, and it's Tupi for Graham Motion, our winner circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. And this is going to shake things up a little bit in the Pick 6.
9-1. $21 winner. Big trifecta, in fact, too, as she certainly appreciated the cutback in distance.
She really did. Good call by you and Maggie, really identifying the turn back and the trouble she had when she did stretch out. And had a really nice trip and ride here.
Usually when Maggie and I are on the same horse, it works out. So we'll, next time you jump on the band.
Well, all right. I'm gonna wait and see what you guys like in the last before I make my decision.
now we have no shot.
Man on board for the victory is with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Hey, come on. Here with Jorge Ruiz. He's really trying to get out of this interview here. Kat, who is Graham's assistant, running away, so he's stuck with me. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I am very happy for the winner, and thank you, Grand Motion, the team, for the opportunity for him winning today in the state.
You've had a lot of success for Graham Motion. He's very complimentary of you, riding a lot of winners for him. Obviously, this one didn't win on, but you rode 2 back. She was turning back in distance today. It looked as though you had so much horse.
Yeah, she very cute and very smart filly, and good job for Grand Motion, the team. Thank you, everything, for my support, you know.
Well, absolutely. Getting on these nice horses, wearing Wertheimer and Frere colors, that always helps. Oh, all right, congratulations here, getting the win.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I got him. I made him do it, guys.
Everybody wants to talk to Maggie. Come on, he was playing coy. What a win. Nice win to come in from out of town and get this opportunity for Graham Motion.
And he really is a sweetheart. I know he doesn't always feel the most confident in his English, but he did very well there. Maggie teeing him up, and as she said, he's really got a good rapport going in the Mid-Atlantic with Graham Motion, and as you said, being able to follow, feel like this, to win a stake in New York is a big opportunity.
When a trainer shows that confidence in you, it breeds confidence within you, and he rode a picture-perfect race. Could not have been any cooler. Got his position, settled, waited, real patient. Nice ride.
Well, the nightcap's still to come. As we take a look at this Pick 6 follow along. Dynamic pricing, kicking it off, paying over $10. Please advise, $17.80 in the first of these split stakes for Colts and Fillies. And then Tupi, $21, and it is not easy to close things out. Race 10 mile, 16th on the turf, New York Breds 40 maiden claiming event, which we'll get to in a moment. We're going to talk championship Saturday, late Pick 5 coming up, and the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Talked about Brad Cox and Idiomatic going to break, who has been so good on the front end. Back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Gate to wire in the Personal Ensign and the Spinster the last 2 starts.
She's really stamped herself recently as a major player in the Distaff division, thus the 9-5 favoritism on the board right now. My one question is she's not going to be alone on the front end like she was in the Spinster or even in the Personal Ensign when she was able to control things on the front end. I know in the Delaware Handicap she was able to come a little bit from off of it, but that's because she stumbled at the start, Richie. This filly is fast early.
She's fast, and she does things not like a typical speed horse. She's got a big, long stride to her. This is a perfect example, Greg, of not how fast you're going, how you're going fast.
She's so talented, and she's going to be fun to watch, and this pace is going to be fun to watch because, as you said, Acacia, you got a Darren Manor who's not slow. Search results and randomized for Chad Brown. They both seem like they want to be forward. Certainly randomized seems like she has to be forward to win.
Definitely randomized in particular, as she is stretching back out after winning the Beldame against a short field. She was able to control things pretty comfortably in the Alabama on the front end, and we'll see what she does, as she is a horse that has kind of made her game on the front end, but she's never had to face the likes of Idiomatic.
And we know who's not going to be on a front end. That would be Clairiere. Steve Asmus and Stone Street, they brought her back for this 5-year-old campaign because they wanted to get a championship with her. Started off the year extremely well, and then things went off the rails a little bit. She's not being overlooked.
No, she's not. She's 3-1 on the board right now. I'm such a fan of this mare. She's just class. You can just kind of see it in the way that she carries herself. I thought that she was uncomfortable, wasn't really handling the wet track last time, Richie, and she's often been a victim of pace. She's a deep closer. She'll finally get that pace to run at today.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, she got up and won the Ogden Phipps over search results with no pace on.
Right.
She just ran her down. She went and got her. You can put a line in the last race. I agree with you. I never thought she looked comfortable at all in the slop. I love the work pattern. She had her 2 serious works, her penultimate work being the most serious, and then a nice maintenance move, get them where they need to be, and then allow them to come into the race a little bit fresh.
Meanwhile, Chad Brown, he's got those pair of very talented runners in this race, including randomized. You look at this 3-year-old filly division this year, and it didn't wow you. The Beldame didn't beat the toughest of company, but she ran huge numbers in both, and it looks like she's moving forward for more. Let's go to Maggie. Is it her day today?
Randomized? Nah. I know people like Acacia and myself have seriously questioned her affinity for distances beyond a mile, and she's been able to get the 1.25 miles, the 1.1 miles with optimal speed scenarios in which she's been able to control. I don't think that happens today, so I'm gonna get what I've been asking for, because let's face it, or at least I'll speak for myself, and that we're sometimes a little too proud in our assessments and our analysis, and I want to be proven right that if she gets pressure, she's not the same horse going these distances without the front end. She's been good. I want to take nothing away from her last 2 efforts, and Joelle Rosario has ridden her with the utmost confidence, but with the likes of Idiomatic in here and several other pace contenders, she doesn't project to get the same kind of trip that she has had in her last 2. But it'll be fun to see with the 3-year-old fillies and Pretty Mischievous coming out of here. I think that the year-end award for champion 3-year-old fillies really up for grabs in this distaff. Greg?
If randomized were to win this, it's a lock. I mean, she will get it. It's a tall task, big order for her. And yeah, Pretty Mischievous, seemed like she had it wrapped up. All of a sudden, she's sort of the forgotten one now.
Yeah, it's a shame we won't get a chance to see her in the distaff this year. Yes, if randomized does somehow win this race, she would be the 3-year-old filly champion. I think that this is a horse that has driven Maggie and I crazy all year, because she doesn't. And Chad Brown even said that. He's like, I know she's a short horse, but she's able to extend that speed. But like I said, I mean, she's never taken pressure from a horse with the quality of Idiomatic or a Dare Manor.
The other Chad Brown runner in here, she has a couple of races every now and then that no one's been able to touch, just from a figure standpoint. Is she a 1 1/8 mile runner, and is she up to this challenge? Where's she going to sit in the race?
Well, I think she's going to wind up being right in behind the pace. I mean, she doesn't want to take on her stablemate in randomized, who you got to think she's going. Idiomatic is probably going. The 5, Dare Manor, I think she sits right in behind that wedge of horses.
Did
right
just
now,
miss in the I should say personal ensign behind Malafat a couple times.
She's run some incredibly good races, and she's just had a little bit of the misfortune of facing some really good ones in her career. 8-1 right now. Search results 9-5. Idiomatic, heavy favorite as we get set for this distaff to start off the late pick 5. We'll talk turf sprint when we return. Can she go back-to-back? Caravel, 43-1 last year, and a chance to do it again at a much shorter price. We'll be back.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Caravel leading Arrest Me Red. Emirati Anna down toward the inside. Artemis City Limits is there. Highfield Princess. Golden Pal is still sixth. Caravel with Emirati Anna coming up the inside. Caravel leads it. Emirati Anna up the inside to challenge. Caravel, Emirati Anna. Creative Force runs on from third. Caravel, Emirati Anna. Creative Force third. Caravel and Tyler Gaffalione.
Nearly 43-1 in last year's edition of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and Tyler Gaffalione got the monkey off his back. First Breeders' Cup winner the day earlier with his first ever victory. Can she do it again? Her form, it seems like it's tailed off just a little bit.
He won the juvenile fillies with Wonder Wheel, who we didn't see train on as a 3-year-old, and then the turf sprint with Caravel, but Tyler's continued to have a sensational year. She won't be as big a price this year trying to defend her title. She did win the Jaipur in a big effort, but when she was pressed in the Troy, she was ending up faded, but I don't think that she handled the soft turf at all. She'll get firm turf again, but there's a lot of other speed in here, Richie.
A lot of other speed, and I'm just not convinced that Caravel is in as good a form this year at 6. I mean, she's good, but I thought last year she came into this in better form.
Well, let's look at last time out at Keeneland in this grade 2 when she gave a game effort but came up a neck short to Tony Ann.
And she sat off of it this time in the Franklin as well. She was the favorite that day. I know that that's obviously not the Breeders' Cup. It's a prep to go on to the Breeders' Cup, but you like to see them get the job done. I will say there was also some cut in the turf that day at Keeneland, so I wonder if that could have potentially had a little bit to do with it, but they will rematch. Caravel, obviously, take nothing away from her. She had a sensational year last year. She did win the Jaipur again this year. I'm just not sold that she can do it again.
I'm with you. I honestly think this is a deeper, tougher turf sprint than even last year.
Meanwhile, big invasion from the inside for the Clement barn. Joel Rosario Got back in the winner's circle last time out at Woodbine, going 6 furlongs.
And that was on a yielding turf course. It was not the first choice for him either. They originally planned to run in the Belmont Turf Sprint the day before, but that race taken off the turf, rerouting, sending him up to Woodbine, where he still had some softer turf that he really doesn't love, Richie, but he was just good enough to overcome it. It took a little time for him to get back on track after the trip overseas in Royal Ascot. He wasn't 100% fit in the Harvey Pack. He's back, and this is the big prep effort, and hopefully will peak today.
Yeah, and listen, he gets an inside draw. He's going to have to work out a trip, but you know he's going to get to save ground. And he's 8 for 14 lifetime. I mean, he shows up. He is, you know, honest and consistent.
Well, when he gets beat, I mean, he is right there every single time, as honest as they come.
He was really far back in the Jaipur while Caravel was on the front end, and he nearly ran her down. I know I'm biased, but I think the 15-1 on him is too big a price, and especially off that setup last time. But he does need to find a trip from the inside post.
We have the nightcap still coming up on our Saturday card here in New York on a pick 6 that looks like it is going to be hits. Couple of horses could provide yet another carryover, but they're extreme long shots. Going to close it out on the turf. Mile 16th, New York Breds 40 maiden claiming race, and he's a lucky guy coming in from Colonial. That was a pretty tough race, actually. An open maiden special at Colonial. This one's coming out of the favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm actually going to start with the 5 guys here. Sorry, I know I told you a different number, but taking a look at my luck, he's a lucky guy. Yeah, I agree. And first time out, he just didn't look quite that fit, and I thought he actually ran really well in this same condition up at Saratoga. And last time he ran well, as you mentioned, Greg, at a distance where, at least looking at him physically, he doesn't necessarily look suited to. He looks better going with a little less of ground. With a little less ground. It's been a long day. He was lugging in, though, in that debut effort. They've now put a ring bit on him, shortcut cheater blinker as well. So running a little bit straighter with that equipment on now. But certainly the horse to beat because he's a lot less exposed than many of these in here. But I will say that number 3, Joint Resolution, who is dropping for the first time, I think makes it a bit of sense. He is coming in off of another layoff. A horse who definitely has trouble staying on the racetrack, is a bit of a bigger type, so that can lead to issues. They're big animals on pretty not substantial legs, and so when they carry a lot of weight up top, it makes it a little more difficult to stay sound. But this is actually the most together and the most fit that I've seen this guy coming back off respective layoffs. So I think he's quite intriguing here, just purely getting the class relief as well. And then we'll check in with number 8, Tony O, another drop down runner here for Dave Donk. Last time out, off a little bit of a freshening, I thought caught really wide in the first turn and then just kind of stayed wide throughout. And I don't think you really wanted, obviously in turf racing, saving ground is paramount, and it often leads to not the greatest of finishes. So I'd like to give him another shot here. Looks strong, looks fit in the paddock. Guys?
Maggie, thanks. Post-parade coming up shortly, where he's a lucky guy. Beat in that open maiden special at Colonial. That was against the Shug McGahee $450,000 Tappet runner. Actually came back and run second in A Other Than next time out with a similar figure. And even that maiden 40, that was an unusually tough state-bred maiden 40. I believe Linda Rice runner came back and won a $50,000 starter allowance next time out.
He did. Indian Mischief with an 84 Beyer speed figure, improving 14 points from that maiden claiming score. But as far as he's a lucky guy, this is his most recent effort. As Maggie said, it went a mile and 3/16 this day as well when stepping up, facing open company and maiden special weight. So it was a big jump up in class, and he finished second once again. A little bit quicker, but he had that equipment change on with the blinkers. He tried to kick on. He was second best behind that Shug McGahee trainee, as you mentioned. Still a little bit green in the running of the race, Richie, and he really was kind of impeded when lugging in as well in his first start. He caused a little of his own trouble, but he also had trouble happen to him on debut.
Yeah, well, he was trying to lug in when the other horse came out into his path, and you know, he created his own trouble because he was lugging in, but he didn't deviate from his path, and that's when the other rider has to even be more conscious of holding a straight line, because Manny Franco had his hands full trying to keep him straight, and he just couldn't follow or float out with that move. I really had a hard time understanding the steward's thought process or decision-making in that particular instance. But last time he tried that open company. Now he's back with New York Breds, back for the claiming tag. I mean, he looks like he's going to be pretty formidable here. And Manny looking for his 4th win on the day.
Yep, greeting the connections. He's on the favorite here. And I'll say this, the 1 and the 10 result in a pick 6 carryover.
Wow.
10 has a major chance in this race. Miles stumbled last time out. You go back 2 back on the turf for him. It was at this level. He was 2nd beat a length.
Miles is he's a big, solid type of horse. When he took himself out, Richie, sometimes horses that are so big and heavy like he is, they really kind of put themselves up against it, trying to get their feet back underneath them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like driving a car. You can't stop and start, and particularly with horses that are a little heavier or less nimble on their feet. They're not going to be shifty. So much easier for a rider to ride a horse that's light on their feet and more like a ballet dancer as opposed to a linebacker or a fullback, if you will.
That's Miles, yes.
Look at the 7. Barry the Builder for Mike Maker. And then here's Tony O for David Donk. This one dropping in class for the first time. As we get set for our post parade, we'll start with one of the 2 that will result again in a pick 6 carry. This is Katie Davis for Gary Siaka.
Looking to win and looking to do exactly that. I will say he's getting a lot of changes today, stretching out in distance, has not gotten out of the gate well.
Waffler at 16-1 next door.
Yeah, has had a lot of chances at the maiden claiming level. Does add blinkers. Would have to take a little bit of a step forward.
Joint resolution coming out of a race with 3 next down winners.
The layoff lines are concerning for sure, but he is dropping for the first time.
Your Mission, Jorge Abreu trains.
Another one's had plenty of chances at the maiden claiming. Deeper closer, needs pace, would have to work out a trip.
Can Manny get number 4 on the 5?
He's back in the spot that he does belong in a maiden claiming against New York Bred Company.
Big price on Perfect Outcome.
Yeah, I mean, Rudy Rodriguez's barn is going good, but this one would be a surprise for me.
Barry the Builder coming in from Jersey.
Just beating a nose last time out. That was for $25,000. He's stepping back up to the New York Bred 40 Company.
Tony O, he has efforts against better.
He does. First time running for a maiden claiming tag. He's a player.
And a new gelding here. This is Bernardino.
Back to the turf. It is his first time in a maiden claiming race on the turf. Big layoff.
And the other one to result in a pick 6 carryover should he win Miles.
Yeah, but I think you pointed out some good things about Miles. He does have to figure out a trip. Maybe being outside for a bigger horse is better.
Prince of Troy for Russell Cash.
Has some early speed as well, just beaten behind Barry the Builder.
And Atlanta's Acuna outside. Bruce Levine with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, and I think this is the horse that's going to go to the lead. I don't think Kendrick wants to get parked out there 3, 4, 5 wide into the first turn.
We are going to take a timeout. We'll be back with the finale on this Saturday card right after this on FS2.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. We have the finale on our Saturday card coming up. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. That's the offer. Punch in Cup 25 for new members at sign up, and it is yours. How will things end on a double pick six carryover day? Here's the returns. Again, the 1, the 10 result in yet another pick six carryover.
Yeah, good luck if you are still alive with your tickets heading into the final leg here. Should be some handsome returns, as you see, because there were some big prices throughout this sequence.
Really were. Especially in the stakes. See what happens in this one to close it out. He's a lucky guy. Has remained the favorite throughout the 5. At 5-2 with Manny Franco. It's been his afternoon with a lot of the big names out of town.
Yeah, he's taken full advantage. 3 wins so far today. And Richie, I think that this horse is very much the one to beat in here.
I agree. You know, you go back to his first race, the trouble he had, and then running a very good race against Open Company. And listen, Manny had some mounts yesterday, flew out to California. I think his agent, John Paddock, has done a tremendous job putting him in a position to take advantage of situations when, you know, he can step in and pick up mounts and just the relationship that he has now forged with Chad Brown and the confidence that Chad's shown in him. It's really been as good as Manny's been. I think this is a breakout year for him in some respects.
Yeah, terrific year for Manny. And like you said, a guy that just shows up, does his job each and every day. And I thought that I took a little shot against the favorite with the 8 Tony O, hoping that he could run back to some of those quick races we saw earlier this year. As Maggie said, wide trip last time. I know he's already had 9 chances, but at least it's his first time dropping in class.
And it's significant. You know, when you get out of the maiden allowance company, you get in for maiden claiming, and he does have races good enough in the maiden allowance company to put him right there.
Back to Manny. It looks like he's going to wind up being the year-end leading rider in New York again as well. Just to cap on it, what a tremendous year it's been for him.
It's a strong accomplishment. You think about the level of competition that he's competing with. Now, yes, he stays here year-round. But I used to love to stay in New York for the winter. You're home early. You have dinner with your family. You have a much more kind of stable personal life. And life's about balancing your professional life and your personal life.
Now let's see how you feel when we turn the clocks back tonight.
I'm not a big fan when it gets dark so early.
Gets dark early here on the East Coast and cold.
Yeah.
But if you could survive that as a rider, toughens you up, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, listen, you've got to steel yourself up and go in with the right frame of mind. But the thing I always say is always warm in the winner's circle.
I like
Good
that.
point. Getting set for the race that's going to close things out. Here's the 7, Barry the Builder. 14-1, Ruben Silvera. Horse that just missed by a nose and a length the last 2 at Monmouth and Meadowlands. Third off a short layoff today from Mike Maker.
Atlanta's Acuna is 5-1. He's a horse that had the outside post last time, and I think that this might be a little bit of a tougher maiden 40 than what he comes out of. He likes to lug in and can be a little bit tricky to ride. At least Kendrick Carmouche has ridden him before.
I think Kendrick will try to clear, particularly with his habit of lugging in, so you don't have to continually correct him. If you get down to the rail, you're not going to have to get in a wrestling match with him.
Finale on this Saturday card. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
He's a lucky guy. Steps forward. 2 out. Prince of Troy in Atlanta's Acuna. Goes in. All set. One rears up there. Antonio. And they're off. Bernardino flashes early speed. Down at the rail there is looking to win. From the outside draws, here comes Prince of Troy to join them. They're tightly bunched on the front end. Prince of Troy now spurts clear. It's going to be Prince of Troy who's going to take him towards that first turn. Atlanta's Acuna is going to stalk this pace setter. Might drop over here and get into the two path, is followed by the gray there is Perfect Outcome. Down at the rail comes Looking to Win, and in between horses, orange sleeves, that's Waffler. That's the leading 5. Then in behind them comes the red cap is Joint Resolution, who's joined by Barry the Builder. Very tight hold on. He's a lucky guy. Manny Franco is to the inside there. Moving forward comes Miles. Miles is progressing now. There's Tony O towards the tail end of the field with Bernardino, who broke on top but is now towards the back end. The trailer, Your Mission. Tightly bunched as they work to the backstretch. 23-1. The opening quarter mile. Prince of Troy is still in front. Tight hold here. Atlanta's Acuna is within a neck of the leader. At the rail, still looking to win. Waffler in between horses. Perfect Outcome. That's the leading 5. Just in behind them, Joint Resolution looking for a way out. Barry the Builder is right there in the pink cap as well. Also moving forward, He's a Lucky Guy. Miles is to the outside trying to move forward. Your Mission in between horses. Tight Tony Owen. Now the trailer, Bernardino, Prince of Troy. 49 seconds for that half-mile time. 1:14.3 for 3/4 of a mile. Atlanta's Acuna is ready to challenge up on the outside. Prince of Troy has got to touch more. It's Atlanta's Acuna who's coming after Prince of Troy. They're still within a length of each other. Down at the inside, it's Waffler. Atlanta's Acuna is trying to push on by. Prince of Troy is battling onto the inside. Barry the Builder up late. Here comes Atlanta's Acuna fighting on bravely down to the line. Atlanta's Acuna gets the win. Atlanta's Acuna over Prince of Troy. Then came Barry the Builder. Then it's a photo. Looked like Your Mission there with Waffler, who's in there with Joint Resolution in 1:45.37 seconds.
Kendrick Carmouche working, trying to get just a little more out of Atlanta's Acuna, and does get the win here at 9-2.
You know, he deserves this win. He's had some tough beats, and he's been right there recently. Dueling with Prince of Troy ran very, very well. The pace kind of held together as he was able to move up. But, Richie, you could see in the stretch, Atlanta's Acuna, he was trying to lean in on his neighbor there.
Kendrick Carmouche earned his money. Look at his head turned out, coming to the wire here, holding him off of Prince of Troy, who set the pace, was dead game. And you can see early on, Kendrick was committed to getting Atlanta's Acuna to rate a little bit, not blast off. And then it was like, uh-oh, I might not get by this 11-horse Prince of Troy. It was basically a 1-2 number around the racetrack. And the first quarter was quick, Acacia. A couple horses just did not show up.
That's a great shot right there. As you can kind of see that head turn and the way Kendrick is using his weight and his balance to keep him straight.
Yeah, and the tension on the outside rein, turning his head out slightly to keep him from making any contact with the inside runner. I guess the biggest disappointment would be the 5-horse who was your favorite. He's a lucky guy. Just didn't show up, didn't run.
Meanwhile, the difference between these two in the pick 6, $75,512 to your winner, would have been over $300,000 had Prince of Troy hung on.
I am sorry if you had Prince of Troy.
Oh, this game.
Whew, that's a tough beat.
12-11, 7-4. Kendrick Carmouche, Bruce Levine close things out here in this finale of the card. We'll have the prices, payoffs as well. And we still, of course, have the big one to come in the Breeders' Cup Classic, which will not close out the Breeders' Cup this year. College football, a reason for that. Some great storylines in this race. Arabian Night, will he be the favorite? You and I know, don't believe so. He did beat older horses in the Pacific Classic, but that was a weaker group behind him that day.
I know that he did, Greg, but he just, plain and simple, has not been as fast as some of the other horses that he's facing. And I think that speaks for itself. Not to mention, Richie, he's going to have to deal with the other speed in Saudi Crown. Now, in the Distaff with Randomized and Idiomatic, the pace did hold together. Yep. I still think if Clairiere got through in a few more jumps, she might have run them both down. But we'll see if that happens in the Classic. I don't expect it to with that pace.
Yeah, I agree with you with the Distaff. Idiomatic was very good. I give her a lot of credit. She rated just off of Randomized. Clairiere never really in a comfortable position from the 3/16 pole to the wire.
Classic selections?
I'm all about Zandon. I think Zandon gets pace. You know, he was well beaten by White Barrio, but White Barrio was basically attending a 48 1/2. They're going to go sub 46, I believe. They could go 45 and change going a mile and a quarter. Zandon's going to get to settle, run on, and then we're going to see a flying dismount.
Maybe we will in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That would be pretty poetic. I begrudgingly am going with White Abarrio. I was all in on Arcangelo coming into this race. Unfortunately, it seems that White Abarrio has been a little bit of a buzz horse going in. If he runs his Whitney, they're all running for second. Of course, it's a big if, and can he handle the distance? I do think he'll be sitting just off those two pace setters and maybe in the perfect spot.
Yeah, if he runs anywhere close back to that Whitney White Abarrio, I'm going to pick him as well. This race is already over. Rick Dutro is so high on how this horse has been training coming in, his mindset, the way he's been leading up to this race, that he's coming in as good as any horse he has ever had. And it's not just like he ran that one race in that Whitney performance. His Met Mile was sensational. He has some other races prior to that when he was Saffie Joseph that were very good and put him in contention in this group. He's coming in the right way. He's the horse to beat, but until they do it, mile and a quarter, it's a question for him. We shall see. I think he's going to be close to favoritism in the race,
I think he will, too.
Meanwhile, back to our Saturday card. Atlanta's Acuna closing things out. $11.20 for the win. Bruce Levine, Kendrick Carmouche.
He's been knocking on the door, been right there, both on dirt and on turf. He had the outside post last time as well and just missed. Today, outside post and able to get the win.
Able to get the win under a heads-up ride by Kendrick Carmouche, who's riding in terrific form.
$75,512 pick 6. Pick 5, just over $3,800. Classic time for Maggie Wolfendale. Where are you going to wind up, Maggie?
I'm going to go with some international flavor and take Ushba Tesoro. He is a deep closer, and the way that the races have been playing out over the weekend, which I should have thought of this because Santa Anita is always a little more tilted to front-end runners, I'm a little bit concerned. So a horse like White Abarrio and Zandon make a ton of sense because they have a little bit more tactical speed. Also, we have to watch for how this guy behaves at the gate. I know he had a little bit of a mishap at the gate when training, but hopefully they've gotten over that and he'll be able to get over that. But this horse was devastating in the Dubai World Cup, and he's gone 7 for 8 since switching surfaces and beating some of the best dirt horses in Japan. And while the Japanese horses this weekend have maybe underperformed slightly, I still think Ushba Tesoro deserves and commands some respect. I think he's a really nice horse. I love the way that he's been training. Just kind of has that real effortless movement to him. And hoping that that pace develops, as you guys were talking about.
What a move to switch this horse to dirt after 22 starts on the grass. 7 for 8 on the dirt, 6 in a row, including the Dubai World Cup. But that was one of the big storylines with this horse, those gate issues for him. He's such a big horse. And the connections say these gates set a little bit lower than in Japan, so it's brushing against his hocks. So he's kicking his legs down. He's just not comfortable.
And from what I understand, they're going to put some padding in the gate for him so it doesn't kind of brush up against him. And sometimes you'll see that in Europe, Richie, they'll employ the use of blanket, putting it on the horse, which will be attached to the starting gate. When the horse breaks, they leave the blanket behind. So just kind of keeping that metal material off of the horse can help them to avoid kind of getting spooking or not being balanced in the gate.
Yeah, and the fact that he's had the opportunity to school and they've had to deal with that problem, the gate crew will have more familiarity with him. And, you know, sometimes, too, in the afternoons, there's so many other things going on that a horse will get almost a little distracted by that stuff and actually act better in situations like this.
Can he get it done this race? Can Japan break through? They've broken through in so many other big races internationally over the last few years. It's been a great story.
And I know that this Breeders' Cup Classic is the one that Japan is really gunning for, and they have a good chance with Ushba Tesoro if he can get the right kind of setup and run down those pace setters if the hot pace that we're expecting does materialize.
Up next on Championship Saturday, it's the Breeders' Cup Turf, and we might see a flying dismount in this race, Mick.
Potential there. I don't know how his knees take it, but King of Steel is definitely a player.
Frankie Dettori, he'll be on King of Steel, who went out a winner if it was his final mount in Britain with that victory. On this horse, he played to the crowd.
Now I'm going to ask you, do you genuinely think that's his last ride in Britain or last win in Britain? I don't.
We shall see. I got a chance to see King of Steel at Royal Ascot. This horse is massive.
Yeah.
There's so much of him. The fact that he was able to finish second and run as well as he did in the Epsom Derby at Epsom is really amazing. He's incredibly athletic and has run well on short rest before.
This is shocking that with the European talent in this race. Up to the mark right now is the favorite.
Yeah.
That is a surprise. It really is, especially stretching to the 1.5 miles against this level of competition.
Distance he has never been. And coming off that prep, obviously, at a mile, but he has been effective at 1.25 miles, 1.125 1.5 miles, different ball game against this level of competition as well. I think those odds are going to change, but still just to see that right now, there's probably plenty of money in that pool. That alone is a surprise. More to come on championship weekend. Enjoy it. We are done. Enjoyed being with this little trio here.
Lots of fun.
This was fun.
Yeah.
We're back tomorrow, 12 Eastern start time on FS2 for the Sunday card. We will see you then. The Atlantic Beach. George Weaver continues to roll with his 2-year-olds on the grass. What a ride from Eric Cancel. Cutting back in distance, and that was the case as well. Cut back in distance in the Stewart Manor with the 2-year-old fillies. Tupi, Grand Motion, Jorge Ruiz, the victory. Part of the reason we had a massive pick 6 payout. And more to come. The Turf and the Classic and Sprint still ahead in championship weekend. We'll see you tomorrow.